Heart of Black Ice, Sister of Darkness, The Nicci Chronicles, Volume 4, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Deborah Desmond. Chapter 1. Hidden in the forest hills, Nathan spied on the vast army of General Utros. A bedraggled wizard stood among scrub oaks and spindly pines, camouflaged by cross-hatched shadows. The white robes he wore over his black pants and fine shirt were stained and scorched from fighting against the impossible ancient enemy. But he would keep fighting. Though the city of Ildikar was gone, he and his rebels were still alive. 150,000 reawakened warriors filled the valley below, ready to march across the old world. 15 centuries ago, the legendary General Utros had laid siege to Ildikar, with its shining buildings, high walls, and beautiful gardens. Using a remarkable petrification spell, the city's wizards had turned the army to stone, filling the plain with statues. But now the spell had worn off, and the invincible army renewed its attack. Desperate to save their fabled city, the remaining wizards had hidden Ildikar behind a shroud of eternity, which stranded Nathan and his compatriots outside. Now they were the only defenders left against an army large enough to conquer the continent. Dear spirits. He plucked dry grass from his long white hair. The immense military force reminded him of when Jagong's imperial order had filled the Azrith plain beneath the people's palace. Nathan took heart in knowing that Jagong's army had been defeated, although back then Richard Rahl had fought at their side. And Nicci. Prelate Verna adjusted her skirts and sat on a lichen-stained boulder nearby. When my party left Cliffwall, we didn't expect to find an entire army blocking our way. We were just hoping to find Ildikar. Ildikar is gone, groaned the wizard Wren, crunching through the underbrush as he came up to them. He wrapped his hand around a gnarled pine branch and looked past a camped army to where his glorious city had been not long ago. With a distracted frown, he wiped a smear of sticky sap on the frayed fabric of his maroon robe. The wizards hid Ildikar from time itself. They didn't give a thought to those of us outside. His jowls sagged into deep lines. At least they're safe now, I suppose. We've got to make the most of our situation out here, Nathan said. He felt more abandoned than the others, because he had lost more than just the city. The scorched swath across the battlefield below was a poignant reminder of how dear Elsa had sacrificed herself in an inferno of transference magic. In doing so, she had wiped out thousands of General Utros' soldiers. Tactically speaking, it was a victory, but at such a tremendous price. He felt dark sadness in his new heart, rather than triumph. Escaping into the hills as the enemy reeled, Nathan and his companions had unexpectedly encountered an expedition from Cliffwall. Prelate Verna, several Sisters of the Light, numerous scholars, and a party of Daharan soldiers led by General Zimmer. Their combined forces, though, were just a handful against a titanic army. Nathan had been fighting so hard and so long that he barely had a chance to think about all they had lost. How will Nicci get back to us now? If Ildikar has vanished, where will she go? Where will the Sliff take her when she returns from Serimundi? Traveling through the Sliff network, Nicci had rushed off to the coastal city to warn about the threat facing the old world. With Ildikar gone, she would be cut off on the other side of the land. We could certainly use Nicci's help, Verna admitted, but we are not powerless. Don't forget that. Nathan stroked his chin. I will not, my dear prelate, but the sorceress isn't the only one we have lost. He didn't know what had happened to Bannon either, who had been fighting inside Ildikar when the city disappeared. Nathan hoped the eager young swordsman was safe beneath the shroud. He sat beside Verna on the large boulder. This is not the sort of reunion I anticipated having with you. I spent centuries trying to get my freedom from the Sisters of the Light, and now here we are together again. Yes, here we are again. The prelate's smile was tired, and she tucked a lock of gray-brown hair behind her left ear. But we need to get moving again. But where will we go? Wren asked, pacing among the pines. Do we just run? We can't expect to defeat General Utros all by ourselves. Lord Oren stepped up to them, looking haughty, his blonde hair in a thick braid over one shoulder. His narrow face was speckled with fresh blood from the recent battle. What is our best course of action? We cannot just be a bunch of rabble. Shall we form our own council of the gifted to fight General Utros? It would be a small enough council, Ren said sourly. You forget how many gifted we have among us, Vernus said. Don't underestimate my other Sisters of the Light and the Cliffwall Scholars. Lady Ogaya joined Oren, her body wrapped in special camouflaged silks, tough fabric that her silkworms had produced back in Ildakar. Don't underestimate any of us. But we can't just hide in the bushes and watch that army bustle about. What plan shall we pursue? Nathan realized they were all looking to him. Am I your leader now? Will you call me Wizard Commander? He found it ironic, since he had been unable to use his gift at all only a short time ago. I never asked for the job. Uncomplaining, the former slave Rendell distributed rations of dried food to the group. This is the best meal I can provide, since we don't dare light cook fires. The older man had fought for his city along with other freed slaves. He had risked his life so Elsa could mark her deadly transference rune on the ground. Now Rendell, too, was stranded outside of Ildakar. Oren frowned at the meager fare the former slave offered, being accustomed to fine banquets in the nobles' district. Nathan, though, chewed on the dried fruit and meat without complaining. He said, I enjoy fancy meals as well as anyone, not to mention clean clothes and a soft bed. But I will endure a bit of hardship under the circumstances. Shall we develop a bold plan to defeat that gigantic army? Asked Leo, one of the other wizards who had been cut off from Ildakar. His eyes were bright, but his grin looked forced. Where do we start? Lonnie would have had some unexpected ideas. Ren stared longingly at where the great city had been. He sighed. I'll never see her again. When I left, she was a statue, petrified by Sovrina Thora as punishment. But the spell would have worn off. I miss her. The long, hard journey had made the portly wizard lose weight. His face was thinner now, and his skin hung loose. I wish I could have talked with her again. It's been so many centuries. He drew a hopeful breath. Maybe if we can get back through the Shroud of Eternity. Lonnie is dead, killed by the General's twin sorceresses, Oren said, with off-handed bluntness. Didn't anyone tell you? Ren paled until his skin resembled white stone. Dead? It was as if Oren had spoken to him in a different language. He turned to Nathan. What does he mean? Nathan wanted to ignite Oren's hair for his heartless comment. I'm sorry, Ren. I'm afraid she was killed. He cleared his throat and tried to sound as soothing as he could. Lonnie used a pool of water to spy on the General's camp, but Ava and Ruva turned the magic back on her. They drowned her. He shook his head. Elsa and I fought to save her, but there was nothing we could do. Ren placed his face in his hands. That was the only thread of hope I still had. His shoulders shook as he sobbed. I waited for her. I protected her. I mourned for her. He struggled to find the right word. She mattered a great deal to me. I'm sorry you didn't get to see her again, Nathan said. She was brave and strong. I'll never forget what she did. Oglaya sounded grim and impatient. No time for mourning any one person. Countless people have been lost, and we have suffered. Think of my son Brock, Oren's son Jed, the thousands of fighters. They all mattered to someone. Ren glowered at her. It still hurts. It still hurts, my friend. Nathan agreed, thinking of Elsa and what she had begun to mean to him. And we need to hurt the enemy. Sudden shouts came from the forest nearby, and Nathan lurched to his feet, reaching for the sword at his side. General Zimmer's soldiers in the scattered camp grabbed their weapons and formed ranks for mutual defense. Figures sprinted out of the forest. Get ready! Here they come! Zimmer's voice held a hard edge of anticipation. 3 people burst through the underbrush, running at full speed. Oliver and Peretta, 2 young scholars from Cliffwall, dashed forward, along with Amber, a novice sister of the light. "They're right behind us!" "We brought them here," Peretta called to her startled companions. "Now it's your turn." Despite the flush on her narrow face, mischief sparkled in her eyes. More crashing sounds echoed through the sparse forest, followed by gruff shouts. Lured onward by the trio of runners, 20 enemy soldiers blundered into the camp, hacking branches out of the way. They wore ancient-styled leather armor, bearing the distinctive flame symbol of Emperor Kurgan. Oliver, Peretta, and Amber scampered ahead, taunting their pursuers into the trap. One of the enemy soldiers bellowed, "There's more of them!" He held up a curved sword. "Wipe them out!" In a blur, 2 fierce women rushed in from opposite sides, letting out high-pitched yells. They had been waiting to strike. Each Morazeth wore a black leather band around her chest and waist, and their skin was mottled with branded symbols. "We will let you kill a few of them," Thorne called out to Nathan and the others, "but not everyone." She held a short sword in one hand and a dagger in the other. She plunged her sword into the stomach of the nearest soldier and laughed as he crumpled. "That's one." Not to be outdone, her companion, Lysa, snapped a barbed whip, which wrapped around an opponent's thick neck. She yanked it hard, ripping open his throat. "And one for me." Thrusting out his hand, Nathan threw a burst of wizard's fire that struck an enemy in the chest. The man's leather and plate armor was like paper against the deadly fire that burned through his torso. Howling a war cry, Zimmer's soldiers threw themselves into the fight. The enemy scouts clashed with the Daharan soldiers in a clatter of blades, grunts of pain, and shouts of anger. With the fighters milling together, Nathan could not risk more wizard's fire. Prelate Verna used her gift to dislodge a heavy bough from the trees above and dropped it directly onto a soldier. Orin, Olgaia, Leo, and Ren summoned a raging wind to slam more armored men into tree trunks. Finding themselves in a real fight, the enemy soldiers fell back on their rigid military training. The pair of wild Morazeth attacked as if they themselves were an army, and the Daharan soldiers tried to keep up with the women, kill for kill. As the enemies fell bleeding, Nathan noticed something he had not expected. Previously, General Utros's soldiers had been partially stone, their skin hard and chalky, but now they were real flesh again. He caught his breath, and if the enemy was fully human again, that would make them easier to kill. The Daharan steel cut through the armor, hacked skin and bone, and the ancient enemies now died like normal men. The gifted fighters Leo and Perry used magic to knock soldiers off their feet, impaling them on sharp branches. Even the slave Rendell jumped in with a knife, pulling off the helmet of a stunned soldier and slitting his throat. Nathan spotted an outlying man and used wizard's fire to burn his head entirely off his shoulders, like a grisly lantern. In short order, all 20 of the ancient scouts lay dead in the underbrush. Thorne and Lysa stood grinning, their bronze skin covered with blood. "3," said Lysa. "3 for me as well," Thorne responded. "And that's 20 more dead," Nathan said. 20 fighters erased from the enemy forces. "The army will not even notice those losses," Verna said. "Alas. General Utros hasn't finished counting his dead from our last attack," said Orin. "Dead men are dead men," Ren said with grim satisfaction. The Daharan soldiers wiped bloodstains from their swords and armor. Zimmer nodded to each man, complimenting them. "Until we have a better plan, we will cut that army down little by little." "If that's the way it must be," Lady Olgaia said. Nathan sheathed his sword, which he had not needed after all. He still reveled in using magic after being without his gift for so long. "At least it's a start." Chapter 2. The empty city towered around Nicci, silent and mysterious. She turned to get her bearings and assessed the dark buildings, the imposing stone walls, the thick pillars and ornate carvings. The utter bleakness. This was not Ildikar. Not at all. The moon spilled silver light over the ruins, but she saw no cheerful lanterns or torches lighting any of the stone structures. All the windows and doors were black and vacant, like the eyes of dead men. The thin air held an underlying chill. She could see the silhouettes of black crags that ringed the city, and she realized she must be high in the mountains. Nicci stepped away from the Sliff well, angry and confused. Her body ached, as if the abortive journey had wrung her like a wash-rag. "Sliff!" she shouted, but the quiet was so deep and intense that it buzzed in her ears. The spiteful silver creature had dumped her here and abandoned her. In the middle of a central plaza, a waist-high stone barrier surrounded the enigmatic well. The Sliff had simply retreated down into the depths after lashing out at Nicci, leaving her alone. She had no idea where she was. As Nicci caught her breath and her balance, she felt uncharacteristically weak, disconnected. She had never felt like this when traveling in the Sliff before. She called to the deep, empty well. "Come back! This is not my destination. I wish to travel." Her words resonated in the deep black gullet and whispered back at her from the high stone buildings, but no other sound came. The silvery creature refused to respond. This particular Sliff, a determined adherent of Emperor Sula Chan's long-lost cause, had finally realized that Nicci did not, in fact, serve the same master. When Nicci had revealed that Sula Chan was dead, defeated not once, but twice, the silvery woman had broken her bonds of duty and stranded Nicci in this forsaken place. "Sliff! Where am I?" Nicci's voice vanished into infinity below. She could do nothing to help fight General Utros if she was trapped. Here. As her head rang and throbbed, Nicci wondered how much damage she had suffered in the dangerous passage. She remembered that the Sliff had said one other intriguing thing before leaving. "Ildikar is gone. Ildikar is no more. I cannot take you there." Clearly the Sliff had also been damaged when she tried to reach her destination, and failed. How could Ildikar be no more? Maybe the Sliff well in the lower levels of the legendary city had been destroyed, or sealed somehow. What else could prevent the Sliff from traveling there? Then Nicci recalled something else. Before she killed Kor, the Nurokai captain, he revealed that King Grieve had launched a massive attack against Ildikar. How could the great city defend itself against the invincible army of General Utros, as well as a second threat from the Nurokai? Was it possible that the Wizards' Duma had raised the Shroud of Eternity as their only recourse? Would they have left the rest of the world to face the Scourge alone? Yes, the Wizards of Ildikar would have done exactly that. And if that were the case, Nicci would be on her own. First, she had to find out where she was. Her close-cropped blonde hair was dusty from hard travel. She still had blood on her skin and black dress from fighting the Nurokai in Saramundi Harbor. Her body felt shaky and sore, an after-effect of the Sliff passage. Her gift was weak. Exploring her new surroundings, Nicci studied the massive pillars and stone buildings, huge monuments, temples, and governmental halls. As she moved across the plaza, her feet whispered on the uneven flagstones. The city was littered with looming stone towers and fallen arches, long dry fountains, intricate decorations weathered into indeterminate lumps. The structures were immense and ostentatious, designed to inspire awe. The imposing grandeur reminded her of Emperor Jagong's palace in Altu Rong, or the Wizard's Keep in Aidendril. This place had once been a large population center, a capital, or at least a major trading hub. But all the doorways and windows were sealed or bricked up, like crypts. This was a city of the dead. She heard a rustling sound and saw a pair of wild deer wandering through the empty park, eating the shrubs and flowers. Startled to see Nicci, the deer skittered off, but halted not far away and went back to grazing. In another magnificent square, Nicci came upon the enormous statue of a man, who now lay broken on the flagstones. The raised marble base was the size of a building's foundation, and originally the Titan must have towered 3 stories high, but only the sturdy boots remained attached to the base. Someone had smashed the legs, intentionally toppling the statue. She absorbed the scene and felt an undertone of violence and destruction here. The stone arms had broken off, and now the remnants lay overgrown with vines. She stepped up to the toppled statue and regarded it, ignoring the moss and dust. The man's haughty face had a heavy brow and hooked nose, and his hair hung in snake-like braids beneath a blocky crown. The carved mouth was open in a weathered smile, showing one prominent pointed tooth, clearly an affectation. With growing suspicion, Nicci walked around the toppled statue to the front of the base, where engraved letters were worn down but still readable. Emperor Kurgan. Nicci turned back to the head of the fallen statue. The pointed tooth must be the iron fang Kurgan had worn to intimidate those in his presence. He had been a violent and capricious emperor who skinned his wife alive and fed her to flesh beetles when he learned of her affair with General Utros. Outraged at what he had done, Iron Fang's own people had overthrown him and dragged his body through the streets. They had even smashed his statue. Even now, after 15 centuries, Nicci took grim satisfaction at seeing this evidence of his demise. Given the broken figure of the despised emperor, as well as the immense buildings and monuments, Nicci had a good idea of where she was. This city must be Orogang, capital of Kurgan's vast empire, which had collapsed after his downfall. She turned slowly as the pieces fell into place, but she still didn't understand why the city itself was a graveyard. Even with Kurgan dead and the empire torn apart by political turmoil, why would such an important metropolis have been abandoned? Why would the population have left these impressive buildings to the rats and spiders? Where would the people have gone? Had a plague wiped them out? A famine or drought? And why were the doors sealed and the windows bricked shut, as if to seal something inside? She passed a sunken amphitheater, a deep round bowl with circular tiers of seats leading down to a central stage at the bottom. Kurgan must have addressed the people from there, his voice resounding up the walls of the deep bowl. The seats were empty now, many of them crumbled, the stage overgrown with weeds. Beyond the amphitheater, Nicci found a second towering statue, but this one looked barely weathered, as if someone had maintained it over the centuries. The figure was a muscular, broad-chested warrior, wearing a helmet and ornate armor, once emblazoned with Kurgan's stylized flame, though the symbol had been defaced, leaving only a white scar on the stone. The handsome, broad face beneath the helmet's scooped cheek guards had a firm jaw, piercing eyes, strong cheekbones, a regal-looking nose. Nicci knew this man, had faced him on the battlefield. General Utros, Iron Fang's greatest military commander, who had been dispatched from Orogang to conquer the old world in the name of his emperor. Utros had accepted the mission without questioning the worthiness of his leader, because Utros was a man who didn't question orders. Judging by the condition of the sculpture, the people of Orogang had revered the general. It seemed odd to her that the Utros monument was even now clean of debris and stains, not dilapidated like the rest of this empty city. She froze when she spotted fresh flowers strewn on one corner of the base. Someone had been here, and recently. Suddenly wary, she looked around. The buildings remained silent, some of them collapsing, but others deceptively intact. Maybe some hermit or devotee had placed a flower at the statue of his hero. No one here would possibly guess that Utros could still be alive after 1,500 years. Nicci sensed something more than the loneliness of this place, but a presence, eyes watching her. Orogang might not be as abandoned and desolate as she had thought. Staring into the shadows cast by the moon, she heard a rustle of movement. At first, she thought it might just be the wandering deer, then realized it was a different kind of furtive sound. Footsteps. Nicci spun, reaching out with her gift, though she still felt weak and strange. "Who is there?" The hush fell again after her words faded. She turned toward the largest structure that dominated the main plaza, a massive building with tall fluted columns at the grand entryway. The doors were now open, though they revealed only darkness within. Beyond the Utros statue, she saw more movement, a shadow darting into deeper shadows. Multiple gray-clad human figures melting into the murk. Nicci turned cautiously, alert. "Reveal yourselves. Come out and face me." Her voice sounded as loud as a gong in the empty city. She touched the daggers at each hip and prepared to defend herself. At last, she was able to discern human silhouettes as they emerged from hiding places, darkened doorways, narrow alleys. The strangers moved with trepidation, whispering among themselves. They refused to answer her. "Who are you?" Nicci turned in a slow circle and realized the figures were all around her, but she could barely sense them, as if they were only spirits. She saw many more people than she expected. Looking beyond the city, she saw a faint glow of dawn outlining the mountain crags and revealing more figures scuttling out of their stone-walled lairs and converging on her. Nicci let her hands rest threateningly on the daggers. "I don't want to attack you, but I will." The brightening dawn seemed to agitate them, and she heard urgent voices rising, but the few snatches of words made no sense to her. Nicci backed toward the base of the Utros statue and stared up at the stone face that merely gazed ahead. Then, as if they heard a silent signal, the shadowy people lunged forward to surround her. Chapter 3. After the wave of fire had incinerated thousands of his brave soldiers, General Utros saw how the battlefield was devastated. The sour smoke of burned grass and roasted flesh lingered in the air for days, and he doubted he would ever get the taste and stink from the back of his throat. The loss of so many loyal men felt like a hot knife through his heart. Elsa's transference magic was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. Too late, Ava and Ruva had realized that the defenders were marking boundary runes to unleash terrible magic. Too late, Utros had seen the individual strike forces encompass part of the valley around his army. Too late, he had watched the gifted Elsa lay down the anchor rune at the center of camp and trigger her devastating spell. The twins had barely shielded him in time. His thousands of soldiers hadn't had a chance. Even with the breathtaking losses, though, his army was still more than 100,000 strong. His warriors were incensed, ready for blood, hungry to conquer the land from horizon to horizon, and he would lead them to victory. That was what he had vowed to Emperor Kurgan, even if his emperor was long dead. In the late afternoon of a troublesome day, Utros adjusted the golden mask that covered half of his face. His helmet bore the horns of an enormous bull, an Ildecaran monster that he himself had killed. He stood outside the pavilion his soldiers had erected, a replacement for his burned-down command headquarters. The fabric was a patchwork of salvaged pieces, and the wooden posts were roughly hewn from charred trees. But General Utros did not require the ostentatious trappings Iron Fang would have demanded. The tent provided shelter and shade, which was what he needed. Standing out in the open, he smelled ashes in the wind. Ava and Ruva stood close, stroking his heavily muscled arms, the copper wristbands. "We are ready to receive the Nurukai king, beloved Utros," said Ava. "And we are ready to conquer the world," replied her twin sister. The identical sorceresses were beautiful in their blue gowns. They had shaved and scraped every trace of hair from their bodies, then painted their skin with swooping curves and angular designs that invoked arcane powers. Instead of their usual multicolored pigments, Ava and Ruva now marked themselves with black soot and dried blood, which was more powerful than paint. "We will impress our new allies with the strength of our army," Ava said, "but our hospitality is sorely lacking." Her sister added, "We cannot offer King Grieve a feast." Utros clenched his jaw, knowing their situation was far more serious than that. Once Ildekar had disappeared in front of them, his army no longer had hope of raiding the city for food and materiel. He had counted on that for their very survival. He looked toward where the plain abruptly dropped down to the Kilraven River, and to the extensive morass of swamps below. "King Grieve will bring provisions from his raiding fleet. It will be enough for now." Utros did not manage to convince himself. "Keeper and spirits," he whispered under his breath. From the river drop-off he watched a party of the Nurukai raiders trudging forward, as if they meant to conquer the valley. He knew this was only a small delegation from the serpent ships on the river. The big raiders were hideously scarred, clad in vests of sharkskin leather or reptilian hides. Even from a distance he recognized King Grieve and his prancing albino shaman, the gangly, scarred man known as Chalk. Behind them came a group carrying crates, barrels, and sacks, enough supplies to feed a small army. Unfortunately, Utros had a large army, and now that the stone spell had entirely worn off, they were a hungry army. Just after Ildikar vanished beneath the shroud, the lingering remnants of the stone spell had suddenly and inexplicably faded from his troops, and they became entirely human again, flesh, blood, and bone. At first, the army had rejoiced at being able to feel again, but Utros quickly realized that their restored humanity also brought them vulnerabilities. When they were still half petrified, the numerous regiments had experienced no hunger or thirst. Now, though, they all felt the needs of the flesh. He had 100,000 mouths to feed, out here in the middle of a vast valley, with no city to raid, and no supply train. First Commander Enoch arrived at the command pavilion, grim-faced with his report. Utros wanted his major domo to join the discussions regarding their new alliance. The veteran pressed a fist against his heart, and then looked at the supplies carried by the Nurukai. With only a glance, he made his assessment. That stockpile will be enough to feed the officers down to the squad commanders. We can ration carefully. It won't be enough for all of us, Utros said, keeping his voice low. King Grieve, Chalk, and 6 more raider captains approached the pavilion, trudging across the burned grass. Facing the general, Grieve clacked his jaws together. His cheeks were slashed all the way back to the hinge of the jaw, and sewn up again. Tattoos covered his face, symbolic scales of his serpent god. The king's chest was enormously broad, as if he had an extra set of lungs so he could dive deep and wrestle sharks. Implanted bone spurs protruded from his shoulders. Instead of a belt, an iron chain encircled his waist. We brought food, as you requested. Let us have a celebration feast. Grieve gestured to the downtrodden slaves who served as beasts of burden. The slaves piled the supply crates, sacks, and barrels outside the pavilion, near large cook fires that had already been lit. My hunters also provided 3 deer they killed in the hills, Utros offered. We will roast them as part of the meal. You can have all the fish, Grieve grumbled. I am sick of fish. I'll take the venison.
Fish, fish, Chalk capered about. Suck the bones and chew the heads. I like how the eyeballs pop.
He bent his elbows at odd angles as he hopped from one foot to the other.
My Grieve, King Grieve, they'll all grieve.
He wore only a loincloth of sewn-together fish skins, leaving his skin bare, as if he wanted to show off the bite marks that covered his body. Thousands of pocked holes from tiny fanged mouths. His mangled lip made his grin horribly twisted. Ava and Ruva regarded the shaman with displeasure. In unison, they lifted their chins, haughty and beautiful, as if to emphasize the inferiority of Grieve's companion. Today is more than just a celebration feast. Utros tried to sound diplomatic as he led the Nurukai party under the stretched fabric of the pavilion. He used his best skills of diplomacy, because he needed this large fighting force and their ships. We must plan our war together. My army needs to move, since we have many mouths to feed. He gestured out to where the soldiers had set up rough tents and bedding in the blackened valley. Our numbers may be unwieldy, but we are invincible. My army will conquer any lands we encounter. Grieve chuffed out a loud laugh. You mean any lands the Nurukai leave for you? Utros spoke firmly. The old world is ours. Yes, ours. Mine and yours. Utros remained firm, businesslike. Together we have to contemplate strategy. We can't simply rampage across the continent. We must conquer and use it. The Nurukai king was impatient. As you wish, but we can break the continent just a little. I need the exercise. Ava and Ruva watched Grieve and his albino with intent gazes. The Nurukai king openly leered at the 2 women, but they did not respond. Utros knew the twins didn't need protection. The sorceresses could kill anyone who bothered them. As the deer carcasses roasted over the fire and the fish cooked on smaller spits, First Commander Enoch oversaw the distribution of Nurokai supplies among the army, stretching the food as far as possible. Later, while he gnawed on bloody meat from a joint, King Grieve frowned at the emptying crates. "That is the rest of our supplies from our ships." He did not sound upset. Rather, his voice had an insulting undertone. "You worry too much about food. My soldiers must eat," Utros said. "My challenge is managing the supplies and stockpiles." "Then your soldiers are weak." The Nurokai king reached inside his wide mouth and used a fingertip to dig a morsel of meat from his back molar. "We don't worry about supplies. We raid to take what we need, then we move on."
"They'll all grieve,"
Chalk said. "We will have to follow your example," the general conceded, though the empty foothills and the great valley offered few resources. King Grieve leaned forward, studying the general's half-mask. "I may want one of those myself. I like the way it looks." Utros peeled off the golden covering to reveal his flayed face. By now the wound had healed. The dark muscle scabbed and hardened over the skull. "It was not my choice. It was necessary for a spell." The Nurokai nodded appreciatively and fingered the mouth scars on his own cheeks. "Sometimes we do what is necessary." He planted his elbows on the rough wooden table. "So tell me your plan to conquer the world." Utros gazed beyond the pavilion toward his huge army. "I have many thousands of fighters, armed and ready to march. Are any of your ships still intact after being crushed in the river ice?" Chalk squirmed at the rough-hewn table.
"Ships and fish, ice and fire, great serpent ships."
He grinned.
"Serpent ships. Splintered ships now."
"Not splinters." Grieve roughly knocked the albino in the shoulder, then apologized by sweeping his arm around Chalk, squeezing the scrawny man. He faced Utros. "When the river froze, 100 ships were anchored in the river, many up against the docks, so we could climb the bluffs and invade Il-Dakar. The ice crushed some hulls, snapped the keels." He pounded a heavy fist on the table. His knuckles, augmented with small iron plates, made the wood ring loudly from the blow. "But we will repair them. The Nurokai are great shipbuilders." Grieve glanced behind him toward where the land dropped abruptly to the river. "The swamps provide all the wood we need. We have tools. We have slaves." The general took him at his word. "We will need your vessels and your Nurokai fighters for the war. You said you have many more ships back at your islands. We require your navy and your fighters, along with my entire army." He grew more serious. "Your ships will move faster down the river out to sea. Even at a hard pace, my army will take longer to travel overland to the coast. Some of my serpent ships are nearly repaired, and I am anxious to move too," Grieve said. "I will sail back to our Nurokai islands, where I expect another 100 ships will be completed by now. My raiders are thirsty for victory and plunder. While we wait for your marching soldiers, we will attack cities on the coast, like a storm of steel and blood." In his calculating mind, Utros manipulated the pieces, saw the large tactical picture. If the Nurokai raiders attack the coast, and my army sweeps overland, we will form a pincer across the old world. Grieve bit down on the bone from which he had stripped the deer meat. "We will crush the land like a grape between 2 fingers. It is a good plan. Once our fighting forces unite," Utros added, "we will march together and subjugate Tanimura, Ultorang, and then move on to the New World."
"King Grieve,"
Chalk cried.
"They'll all grieve."
"Yes, they'll all grieve," said General Utros. The Nurokai weren't much for small talk. After they finished their feast, the raiders were anxious to get back to their ships. Like General Utros, they had expected to conquer Il-Dakar, but now that the city itself was gone, neither army had a reason to remain here in this empty place. King Grieve departed as if the 2 commanders had planned the entire war in detail, and Utros realized that Nurokai were not much for planning. They simply attacked, moved on, then returned whenever they felt like it. He suspected Grieve would be an even worse leader than Iron Fang had been. But Utros would worry about the brute later, when it became an issue. He would use these violent Nurukai to accomplish his aims. He had sworn to grind the entire continent under his boot heel, out of loyalty to his emperor, and secretly out of love for Majel. Now all of that had broken inside him, and so Utros would have to do it for himself, and no other reason. The Nurukai returned to the bluffs above the river, and climbed back down to their damaged ships. When the ugly raiders were gone, First Commander Enoch approached Utros, deeply concerned. "All of the supplies were distributed, General. They did not go far." "I did not expect them to," Utros said. There was truth in what the Nurukai king said. Recently, our scouts mapped out some nearby settlements. We know where there are supplies for the taking. At least a few. And we must have them. Disperse raiding parties in all directions. Find every town and strip them of every scrap of food. He lowered his head. It's the only way our army can survive. Chapter 4. As the following dawn spilled across the river flatlands, Nurukai taskmasters pounded on drums to rouse the groaning slaves, kicking the ones who didn't move swiftly enough. "Time to work," bellowed Gara, a muscular female shipwright, with gray braids dangling like drowned vipers from her patchy scalp. "Work until your fingers bleed." She opened her scarred mouth and snapped her teeth back together. Tied on the tilted deck of a damaged Nurukai ship, Bannon squirmed to avoid a vicious kick. A raider cut his bonds so he could join the others at work. The captives set about their repairs in the faint dawn light. Gara used a mallet to pound boards and pegs into place, but Bannon had seen the ugly woman employ the bulky tool to bash the skull of a slave who worked too slowly. As Bannon rubbed his raw wrists where the rope had chafed him during the night, the ghostly pale shaman crept up and grasped his shoulders with spidery fingers.
"Time to hammer, or time to be a nail."
Bannon shook him off, uneasy about the strange behavior of the scarred albino. At least he understood the uncouth Nurukai, but Chalk was deeply unsettling. For some reason, the shaman found him fascinating. After days of captivity, Bannon's body was battered and sore. He still had healing cuts, torn fingers, and massive bruises from fighting the Nurukai invaders on the bluffs below Ildakar. He had nearly killed Chalk and King Grieve before they all tumbled down the cliffside to crash in a heap of bodies and weapons. But rather than dying then, Bannon had been taken as a slave. Being captured by the Nurukai was one of his greatest nightmares, ever since the slavers tried to seize him as a boy on Kiraya Island. Back then, his best friend, Ian, had been seized in his stead, while Bannon got away, and he had regretted that moment of cowardice ever since. Now, many years later, he found himself a slave after all. Chalk shook him by the shoulders again, and Bannon lashed out instinctively, remembering what they had done to Ian. "Don't touch me, filthy Nurukai." The albino cackled, delighted by Bannon's reaction. In the brightening daylight, King Grieve saw him rebuff his pale friend, and the big man strode forward, his expression like an angry storm rolling across the sea. "Show respect or die, slave." Grieve grabbed Bannon by the neck and yanked him off the deck. "Are you worth the air you breathe? Are you worth the water you piss?" Bannon struggled, ready to fight back, even though he knew he'd be severely beaten or killed. He was not a coward, but he would not be an example for these monsters. Scowling, Shipwright Gara stepped up to intervene. "Break him later, my king. We need the workers if you want these ships repaired. Lost 3 men yesterday, and we're not getting any more workers from the city." The shipwright glanced at the bluffs rising above the river. The top of the cliff above, where Ildakar had been, looked like a cleanly sheared tree stump, the city simply swept away. "We need to use the ones we have, at least until we're done." Grieve released his hold and let Bannon drop unceremoniously to the slanted deck. He raised a heavy battle axe in his hand, threatening, and that provoked a delighted reaction from Chalk. He crowed,
The axe cleaves the wood. The sword cleaves the bone.
Bannon didn't know what the shaman meant, but his jabbering often made no sense. Chalk looked at Bannon and nodded, as if he expected the young man to agree with him.
The axe cleaves the wood. The wood cleaves the bone.
Grieve dismissed his odd friend. My axe can cleave bone just as well, and it will take off this one's head as soon as the ship repairs are done.
Not yet, my Grieve. Not yet.
Chalk stroked Bannon's long ginger hair, which made his skin crawl.
Not this one.
Slave crews got to work among the numerous damaged vessels. The Norokai fleet had consisted of 100 serpent ships, sailing up the Killraven River and closing on Ildakar. The raiders had intended to climb the bluffs and overwhelm the city's defenses, but they didn't know anything about the besieging army of General Utros on the other side of the city. Bannon and his Morazeth partner, Lila, had fought with hundreds of other defenders on the cliffs, hurling down projectiles, battling with spears and swords to drive the raiders away, but the Norokai had overwhelmed them. He had fallen from the cliff, been knocked unconscious, and taken captive. Bannon didn't know what had happened to Lila since then, and even if he managed to escape from the countless hundreds of watchful Norokai all around him, he did not know how he could reunite with his friends. Nathan had been leading a huge raid against General Utros when the city vanished beneath the Shroud of Eternity, and Nicci had gone on another mission to warn Saramundi. Bannon had no hope of meeting up with any of them ever again, so he would have to fend for himself, if he ever got away. When Elsa's transference magic had frozen the entire river, the ice-locked ships were structurally damaged. The angry Norokai now worked like ants, making repairs and forcing their captives to do the hardest labor, cutting down trees in the swamps, dragging the logs back, and sawing the wood into lumber. Some of the serpent ships had sunk to the silty river bottom. Those wrecks were stripped of ropes, which were used to repair the rigging of other ships. Sheets of midnight blue sailcloth were moved to the intact ships and mounted as sails. Workers sawed the masts from the scuttled ships and installed them on other vessels. Salvaged wood provided new hull boards where needed. Expert Norokai shipwrights, like Gara, moved from vessel to vessel, directing the repairs, commanding slave teams. Always looking for his chance to escape, Bannon reluctantly hauled lengths of rope from one deck to another, carrying tools and supplies. During the hot, endless work, he considered using the mallets and pry bars as weapons. He knew he could harm several of the slavers, but it would be an impotent gesture against thousands of ruthless Norokai, and he would just end up dead. He wrestled with what to do. The day before, one of the Ildakar slaves attempted to fight back, and succeeded in injuring one Norokai, who was taken by surprise with his back turned. Though Bannon applauded the man's effort, it was poorly planned, and the Norokai instantly subdued the rebellious slave. They were not quick about killing him. They forced Bannon and the other captives to watch as they broke the bones in the slave's arms, one at a time, then his legs. They piled heavy-weight stones on his chest, one after another, with a long pause in between, until his ribs cracked, his eyes hemorrhaged, and blood spouted from his mouth. When the poor man gasped for mercy, one of the Norokai simply stepped on the weights, slowly pressing until his sternum cracked. Though Bannon wanted to murder these tormentors, he wouldn't waste his life to no purpose. He watched and waited, knowing an opportunity would arise, and he hoped he could help the other captives as well as himself. Sullen's slaves dismantled a sunken wreck, using pry bars to detach the hull boards for patching holes in other vessels. The exhausted workers were fed little and allowed no rest. They had only the greenish river water to drink. King Grieve bellowed from the prow of one of the nearly finished ships. I want to sail soon. Finish these ships so we can head back to the Norokai Islands and launch our war. Bannon muttered, since so many Norokai were killed here, you'll need fewer ships going home. The shipwright reached over and slapped Bannon hard on the face, bloodying his lip and leaving a bright red mark on his cheek. Chalk laughed as if the young swordsman's remark was the funniest thing he had ever heard. He squatted in front of Bannon and nodded, grinning. Unfortunately, the king also heard the comment. Grieve grabbed him again, ready to kill him, but Gara hissed her warning again. "We need him to work." The king lifted Bannon and tossed him over the side of the ship and into the river. "He can work at the waterline, soaking up mud and slime." With a yelp, Bannon fell, plunging into the river. Spluttering, he struggled for something to hold on to. He trod water and looked up, his reddish hair hanging in muddy strands like weeds. Grieve leaned over the rail and growled from above. "Next time I'll put weights on your ankles. Then you can repair the bottom of the boat until you drown." Chalk peered over the rail, staring down at Bannon with incomprehensible concern. Gara threw a mallet down to him, which splashed in the water. 4 other slaves were tied to the listing ship, alongside spare boards and wooden buckets filled with nails. The river sounds hummed in the oppressive humid air around them. Norukai guards passed close in landing boats, ferrying equipment and people from one serpent vessel to the next, while also keeping watch on the slaves working at the waterline. Bannon realized that further resistance, today, would accomplish nothing more, so he grudgingly took the floating mallet and followed instructions. For now. Picking up one of the patchboards, he reached into a bucket of nails that hung on a rope and joined the other slaves in pounding the wood into place, overlapping hull boards. Another slave dug his hands into a pot of warm pitch and slathered a waterproof seal across the wood. A nearby slave commiserated. "Terrible duty, but better than bilge work." Bannon had seen other slaves going into the dark and stuffy lower decks of the damaged ships, hauling out buckets of water so the vessels could float higher. "I guess we can always think of something worse." Optimism had often been Bannon's saving grace, and he clung to hope that frequently turned out to be foolish. But it was the core of his personality. He would find a way to escape these disgusting captors, and he would make things better. He wouldn't give up. The slave beside him let out a bitter chuckle. "This is much better than the bilge." Suddenly, his face twisted in an expression of pain and terror. He flailed at the rope holding him, but something yanked his body beneath the water before he could scream. The rope stretched tight, then snapped, and blood blossomed in the water. Bannon instinctively reached out to save the man, but the victim was snatched away. The other slaves scrambled to get out of the river as the knobby reptilian back of a swamp predator broke the surface and swam briskly away with the poor man's broken body in its scissor-like jaws. The swamp dragon dove under the water, taking its meal. The slaves in the water screamed, pulling on their ropes as they tried to lift themselves to safety. Bannon grabbed the snapped cable that had held the victim and used it to climb the hull, reaching down to help the others. Norukai rushed to the rails with boat hooks and spears. They jabbed downward, knocking the slaves away. "Back in the water." "Back to work." "Monsters in the river," one of the slaves cried. "We'll be killed." "You should be more afraid of us than anything down there," Gara said. Bannon still held his wooden mallet, wishing he had his faithful sword, sturdy. He wanted to kill these hideous people, but as he looked up at the forest of jagged spear points, the curved swords and the angry, scarred faces, he realized he would just be throwing his life away. Chalk was watching him, shaking his head and wagging his fingers, as if warning Bannon. Despising the Norukai more than ever, Bannon let himself slip back into the river, alert for ripples in the water and the scaly backs of swamp monsters. Soon, he knew he was going to have to kill something. Lila kept to the thickets on the riverbank, hidden, but close enough that she could have thrown a spear and killed a Norukai warrior, right out in the open. But right now that would have wasted her element of surprise to no good purpose. She had already quietly killed 9 of them under cover of darkness and fed their bodies to predators, and that satisfied her for a while. Now, though, she lurked in her camouflage, watching and waiting for her chance. Bannon needed her. When Ildikar had disappeared in the middle of battle, she too had fallen from the bluff. Despite what should have been a fatal plunge, she had tumbled into shallow water and soft river mud. Stunned, Lila had drifted down the current until her body caught in the tangled bushes where she pulled herself to shore. The Norukai hadn't seen her. Now, days later, Her short brown hair was caked with mud, and her face was sunburned. She wore only scant black leather. The branded runes on her skin protected her from magic, but did nothing to ward off insect bites or dangerous thorns. She had a dagger, but she had lost her short sword in the fall. Since she was a Morazeth, though, her entire body was a weapon. She relied on her muscles and reflexes. She would bide her time and do whatever damage she could, any time she caught one of the Nurukai alone. Lila and her Morazeth sisters had sworn to defend Ildikar, which was now gone, but she had also accepted personal responsibility for Banin, promising to protect him. She had trained the boy in the combat pits, challenged him with her harshest exercises. She had even, occasionally, taken him as a lover, to reward him when he did well. And as time went by, she found more and more excuses to reward him in such a way. Lila didn't understand why the young swordsman failed to appreciate all that she had taught him. Her hard lessons had certainly saved his life more than once. At one point, during an assault on the army of General Utros, Banin had been taken prisoner and nearly killed. That incident had shown her that she didn't want to lose him. She realized it wasn't just a matter of pride for her. Banin was cocky, believing he was a good fighter, which he was, but Lila was better. The two of them fought well together, but she doubted he could survive without her. When he had plunged down the bluff side with King Grieve and Chalk, Lila thought he was dead. But after she survived her own fall and worked her way close enough to spy on the slaves the Nurukai had taken, she caught a glimpse of Banin, unmistakable with his long ginger hair, his familiar body. Thus, she knew he was still alive, knew she still had a chance. For days after the city vanished, Lila prowled through the thickets, staying hidden as she climbed over knobby roots and dangling vines, always watching the Nurukai. She couldn't fight thousands of them, no matter how much she might enjoy it. She would have to be clever. Throughout the day, she crouched among the thorny shrubs as the sluggish river lapped along the muddy shore. Bloodthirsty biting insects buzzed around her face. Even after the damage their navy had suffered, Lila could see that with all their furious work, the raiders would have several serpent ships repaired soon. She would have to think bigger. Lila worked her way to the base of the bluffs, where she found the ruins of the Ildikaran docks, splintered boards, anchoring posts, all of which had been smashed when the Nurukai warships arrived. Overhead, she saw only remnants of sheared-off tunnels in the cliffs that now went nowhere. She caught a glint of sunlight on steel among the dock boards and broken branches against the rocks. She hunched in the shadows until she was sure of her camouflage, then slipped forward to see what the object might be. It was a plain, leather-wrapped hilt. She moved the broken dock boards aside, careful to make no noise, and found a sword, an unimpressive blade that had fallen from the cliffs above. She pulled it loose from the mud, splashed water on the blade and crossguard to reveal the discolored metal. This was not an ornate sword, but it was serviceable. She recognized the weapon. Banin's sword, sturdy. The edge was still sharp, and she knew that this was a better blade than any she could have wished for. And appropriate, too. Now she was armed, and she would find a way to save Banin, even if she had to take on the entire Nurukai fleet. Chapter 5. Wizard Commander Maxim looked beautiful. Odessa held up his head, wrapped her fingers in his spiky dark hair. His dead face sparked a thrill of satisfaction that flowed through Odessa like warm honey. Maxim's decapitated body lay sprawled in the dirt in front of the cottage. Ribs poked out like broken twigs from his smashed chest. Wind rushed through the boughs of the surrounding dark spruce trees like whispered cheers. The Morazeth leader raised the head in front of her face in the moonlight. The wizard commander had been so handsome once, the haughty leader of Ildikar. But now his face was slack, his lids like loose fleshy flaps covering his eyes. His mouth hung open, and blood dribbled down into his goatee. Gore glistened on the stump of his neck. After she sprang her trap, the man would have perished soon enough from his smashed chest. But Odessa didn't want Maxim to die on his own. The keeper would have him one way or the other, so she had hacked through his neck and lifted up the head in triumph. My mission is complete. Odessa's voice was a hard whisper, muffled by the stirring spruce trees around the cottage. I always knew I would kill you, but you were too arrogant to believe it yourself. The dead wizard commander did not respond, but his slack cheek muscle twitched, startling her with the unexpected movement. Maxim's mouth fell open wider as his jaw muscles relaxed in death. Odessa drew a deep breath. She had done as Sovrina Thora commanded. Finally, she could go home to Ildikar. Wizard Commander Maxim had betrayed Ildikar by creating unrest among the lower classes, provoking a revolt, just because he was bored. Such betrayal was unthinkable to Odessa. She and her fellow Morazeth were utterly loyal to their city and to the Wizards' Duma. On the night of the uprising, when mobs killed their masters and destroyed thousands of years of the Sovrena's perfect society, Maxim had fled the city laughing. As the chaos continued to build, Thora had sent Odessa after the wizard commander with instructions to hunt him down and bring back his head as a trophy. For many days, weeks, she had tracked the man through the swamps, down the Kilraven River, until finally trapping him here at this isolated cottage. She recalled the delicious impact of her sword against his neck, the crunch as she cut through his spine. A shiver went down her back as she thought of it now. With her highly attuned reflexes, she whirled at the sound of a crackle like melting ice. Pale statues stood just at the edge of the cottage's garden. A broad-chested man in patched clothes, and his wife with her hair bound in a scarf, her wide hips covered by a patchwork skirt. 3 children were by them, a young girl of about 5, a boy of 8, and an older boy of 11 or 12. The petrified figures began to move sluggishly, inhaling deep breaths as they came alive again. Confused, the family bent their arms in wonder. Odessa relaxed. She should have expected this would happen once she killed Maxim. The Farrier family lived in this cottage in the forested hills above the river town. Apparently, the kindly people had welcomed the wizard commander and offered him shelter, but when they tried to flee, he had turned them all into statues. Now that the wizard commander was dead, his petrification spell had worn off. Their skin softened and flushed with color again. In the minds of these terrified people, they had been running into the night, terrorized by Maxim, when their existence had suddenly stopped. Now, like a snapped string, it was a different night sometime in the future, and everything had changed. They didn't even know how many days had passed, or what had happened in the world. And there was a bloody woman, standing before them with a severed head in her hand. The little girl screamed. The disoriented mother grabbed her youngest children. The father stood next to his older son, ready to defend his family. Odessa realized that she must look a horrific sight, a muscular woman clad only in black leather, her skin covered with branded runes. She lowered the head and spoke in raspy words. You no longer need to fear the wizard commander. He is dead. She looked down at the head she clutched in her left hand. You are safe now. The family stared at her with wide eyes, then looked at the headless body sprawled on the ground among the dry spruce needles. She said, I am Odessa, the Morazeth leader from Ildikar. I was sent to kill Maxim, and I succeeded in my task. The parents and children clung together, afraid to move, though they clearly wanted to run like skittish deer. Odessa made no threatening gestures. I am no danger to you. The wizard commander can no longer hurt you. She turned to the little girl, saw the fearful face soften into fascination as she fixated on the dripping head. I need to take my trophy back to Ildikar. Though the father was still wary, his shoulders relaxed. He put his arm around his wife. If you killed that awful man, then you saved us. What happened to us? The wife asked. Her face was lined with wrinkles, though she seemed rather young. We slipped out of the house at night, hoping to get our children to safety while Maxim was sleeping. We were going to run to the river town and beg for help.
He turned you to stone,
Odessa said.
You had no chance against his spell.
The 11-year-old boy said, I remember running. I turned around and saw him come out of the cottage. I tried to shout a warning, but he swallowed hard.
We were statues?
The father asked.
Just stone figures standing out here under the trees.
And now you are whole again, Odessa said. You can live your normal lives. Unceremoniously, she kicked the headless body at her feet.
I tracked him here.
I set a trap. She turned to look at the heavy tree trunk still dangling on ropes. It had swung down like a murderous pendulum to smash him in the chest.
I used a bent sapling, that fallen log, some rope. He focused on me because he thought I, alone, was the threat.
Her stiff face fostered a grim smile.
Now you are safe.
The farrier family moved uncertainly around the headless body, running back to their cottage. The father hurried his children ahead of him. The mother said, We should thank you. Is there anything we can do for you? Odessa stood with her feet planted in place.
I have a long journey back to Ildakar, so that I can deliver the trophy as I promised.
Standing at the cottage doorway, the husband said,
Come in and eat with us. We'll provide a meal so you will be strong for the journey.
The mother said, in a harsh whisper to her husband, Your naive heart and hospitality caused us enough trouble already.
It'll be fine, he whispered back. She killed the bad man.
Odessa just wanted to be on her way, but she realized she was in no hurry now. Maxim was dead. Suddenly, she felt weary. Hunting the wizard commander had given her a clear purpose, and she had endured so many hardships to achieve that goal. Now her guiding light had winked out. But her mission wasn't finished until she delivered his head to the Sovrina. She would be foolish to refuse the offer of sustenance, which would help her run farther and faster.
Yes, I accept your food.
Still carrying the repugnant head, she followed the family into the cottage. Must you bring that inside? Asked the mother, horrified.
Yes, I must.
While the children looked uneasily at Odessa, the father lit candles and built a fire in the stone-lined hearth. Soon, the interior was bathed in warm, comforting light. The younger children ran to their beds, huddling together. The older brother stood, uncertainly, beside his father, while the mother moved about the kitchen, opening the larder to see what they had left to eat. She sighed in dismay. That man ate most of our supplies. I have part of a ham, smoked catfish, and some cheese. She scrutinized a rock-hard heel of bread. This is old and stale.
I will eat it, Odessa said. I don't know how long Wizard Commander Maxim lived here alone, but he would never deign to bake his own bread. I might find a chicken in the yard, wring its neck, the father suggested. We'll have a proper feast, if you're willing to wait.
Odessa considered, but shook her head.
I need to be on my way.
Though he had felt obligated to make the offer, the man seemed relieved when she declined. The mother set out whatever food she could scrounge and called the children from their beds to the wooden table. Odessa set the severed head on the corner next to where she would eat. The father regarded her awkwardly.
I have water from the cistern. You can wash before you eat. You have blood on you.
Odessa looked at her bare skin, at the scarred designs that had been burned by hot irons as she earned each rune of protection. Maxim's blood covered her arms and abdomen, and rusty red flecks caked the black leather band around her chest. The speckles made mysterious patterns, drying to form a meaning, a message that she couldn't understand.
The blood of my victim is a mark of honor. Why would I wash it off?
The mother quickly sliced the ham, fish, and cheese, and they shared cups of water, though the conversation was awkward. Odessa ate ravenously, paying little attention to the taste as she absorbed the nourishment she required. Now that the wizard commander was dead, she tried to feel the remnants of the blood magic inside her, but she had used it all. Her unborn child had given her the magical strength she needed to kill a powerful wizard. And now she was back to her normal self, and her normal self was powerful indeed. The family ate in nervous silence, unable to look away from the gruesome head resting on the corner of their table. The next stump left a rusty stain on the wood. From now on, whenever they looked at the mark, the Farrier family would remember her. "You can bury his body out in the yard," she said, after finishing the stale lump of bread she had promised to eat. The father stared at her, then nodded. "We will get rid of it." The younger children whimpered. Odessa wolfed down her food. "I must be moving now." She gulped the last of the water in her cup. "I have many miles to travel upriver." "We'll help you be on your way," the father blurted out, a little too quickly, though it was still many hours before dawn. "Can we give you supplies? What do you need for your journey?" The mother offered, "There's more in Gant's Ford. Down in the town you can stock up on any provisions you require." "I need little." Odessa checked her weapons, the dagger and short sword she had brought from Ildikar, the Morzeth agile knife clipped to her side, which could bring such intense pain with just a touch. As she lifted Maxim's head by the hair, she reconsidered. "There is one thing you could give me. I need a sack." The mother scurried about the kitchen until she produced an empty burlap sack that had been filled with millet. Odessa thanked her and stuffed Maxim's head inside, twisted the end around her wrist, and turned to the door of the cottage. "I will be on my way." Chapter 6. The strange, shadowy people in Oregon closed around Nicci with outstretched hands, as if they intended to overwhelm her by sheer force of numbers. They rustled as they moved, unnaturally quiet. When she reached out for her gift, she struggled with a wave of unsettling nausea that lingered inside her from the abortive slift journey. The silvery creature had damaged her somehow, maybe accidentally, maybe intentionally. Where was the sliff? Nicci needed to go. As the strange, muttering people closed in, she drew her 2 daggers and held them out in a threatening gesture. "I have no quarrel with you, but I will defend myself." She backed to the base of the towering Utros statue. "I don't want to kill you." One of the hooded figures cried out in gibberish, some dialect Nicci didn't understand. More voices joined in, sounding frantic. Another spoke in slurred, deeply accented words that sounded like, "Take her. Not much time." The people carried no weapons, no swords or knives, not even sticks or clubs. But their numbers had doubled into an alarming force in just a few moments. They closed in on her. A third voice was more agitated. "Sun is rising. Hide." Facing them, Nicci slashed the air with her daggers to ward them off. As dawn brightened over the mountain crags, the strange people grew desperate. Several more of the shadowy people emerged, waving antique-looking swords. They howled, a sound of deep alarm. As Death's mistress, Nicci would have had no qualms simply incinerating them all with a wash of wizard's fire. But these gaunt, scuttling figures were obviously frightened of something. Right now, her command of magic seemed uncertain. Yet it was her best way to drive away so many without massacring them. She thrust one dagger back into its sheath and extended her arm, palm outward. Despite the throbbing in her head, she called up her gift and formed a wall of air as a defense. The invisible battering ram knocked aside 5 encroaching strangers, and they tumbled back into their fellows. But the crowd closed in from opposite directions. Their voices became more understandable, though it remained a distorted dialect. "Take her. Inside the buildings. Hurry! The sunlight!" Though she reeled, weak and dizzy, Nicci found enough strength to blast the air again, shoving more of the people away from her. Hands grabbed her shoulders from behind. 4 of the silent strangers had climbed over the base of the Utros statue to attack her from an unexpected side. They jumped on her, tried to drag her down. The drab people fell upon her like wolves on a wounded deer. She spun, using her gift to form a circular whirlwind that shoved them all away. "Stay back!" Lashing out, she stabbed her dagger between the ribs of a gaunt woman, who collapsed, bleeding, onto the statue general's feet. Others immediately whisked the injured victim away and took her to one of the buildings. The dark, open doorways looked like toothless mouths. Her eyes flashed from target to target as the mob hesitated, but pressed in, looking for any opening. Why did they want her so badly? Nicci decided the time for patience was over, and she couldn't allow herself softness or sympathy. She concentrated on the hardness inside her, the heart of black ice that was Nicci's strength when emotions were a vulnerability. It was her shield against love, although Richard had taught her that love itself could be a different kind of strength. Through him, Nicci had learned a new respect for helping people and fighting for a greater good. But she couldn't forget her other strengths. As the desperate hands reached out to grab her, she called up her gift, ready to release more destructive magic. "Leave me alone, or you will all die." "All die," shouted a man in the crowd. "The Jis can't have her." They pushed forward, as if it were a rallying cry. Nicci called a band of lightning from the sky to blast the flagstones of the plaza, a clear warning. It shattered a long furrow and hurled 4 of the gray-robed people aside. She whirled in her black dress, ready for the next foolish challenger. She would drive them all away. As the daylight brightened, she could see their expressions, which were oddly fearful and yearning, not bloodthirsty. That gave her pause again. Did she really need to kill them? "Take her!" shouted one woman. "Hurry!" The people surged forward, as if they'd already forgotten the powers Nicci had just demonstrated, and she was forced to blast another dozen with a second bolt of lightning. But the hooded people didn't seem to care. They only wanted to capture her. Several surprised her by throwing a crudely woven net over her from behind. Weighted with stones, the net drove Nicci to her knees, but she hunched her back and released a burst of heat that incinerated the tangled strands. She rose back to her feet, brushing off strings of ashes. Striking out with greater power, Nicci made the ground tremble, loosening the flagstones and shifting the earth. An ornamental pillar on the other side of the square toppled. She flung out her hand and pushed a wall of wind into the crowd, but they came at her from different sides. There were so many people, so many. When Nicci had fought Sula Chan's swarms of half-people, with their blank, bloodthirsty eyes, she never once felt a flicker of doubt, never saw them as anything but inhuman. But these gray-robed strangers had a different emotion in their eyes. It was not a hunger, but rather a need, a sadness. "I don't want to kill you. Why are you doing this?" She held her bloody dagger in one hand, her other palm outstretched as she called up more of her gift. She still had plenty of fight left within her, but she was definitely feeling weaker. She needed to rest and recuperate after the disruptive journey through the sliff. A man tackled her from behind, but Nicci reached out to crush the man's throat with her gift, then cast his heavy body aside. She could no longer use a velvet touch if they were attacking her. More and more of them swarmed all around her and crowded in, unafraid. Growing more angry, Nicci blasted them, hurling bodies in all directions. She had warned them many times, but it was as effective as standing on the seashore kicking at the waves. Someone seized her wrist, making her drop the dagger. "We have to take you," the shrouded man urged. "Stop fighting." Another attacker struck Nicci on the back of the head, and a red blur flashed through her skull. She heard shouts and excited whispers, terrified groans. Dozens of hands grabbed her arms, her legs, kicking her up and carrying her away. Stunned, Nicci realized they were taking her toward the towering palace that loomed over the great plaza. She struggled for consciousness, tried to reach for her gift, but her ears were ringing. With a cry, Nicci unleashed an instinctive, barely controlled surge of magic and seared 2 of her handlers. They stumbled back, their hands smoking, but others kept whisking her along. Nicci thrashed. "The sun's cleared the horizon!" Someone yelled. "Hurry!" Outside in the open square, as dawn washed away the gloom, the frenetic people disappeared like beetles scattering from beneath an overturned rock. They rushed to different buildings and ducked inside the dark interiors. As she fought to break free, she heard doors slam around the plaza, the heavy thunk of crossbars sealing them inside. The attacking mob dissipated, like smoke in a heavy wind. The grip on her arms and legs was like iron, as her captors rushed her through the arched doorway into the building. She was engulfed by shadows. Forging her anger into strength, Nicci fought with renewed vigor, scratching,
punching. "Don't make me kill you! Come with us!" Feeling wet blood in her hair from where she'd been struck on the head, Nicci could no longer afford mercy. She crashed the people away with a surge of magic and dropped to the floor in the enclosed foyer, free. Lurching to her feet, she called a more powerful weapon, a sphere of wizard's fire, which she tossed into the crowded corridor just inside the entrance. She had to get these people away from her. Deadly flames carved through 8 attackers, and she smelled roasting flesh and burning hair. The charred corpses slammed against the wall and crumpled onto the floor. Fires from burning bodies illuminated the shadows inside the palace entry. Nicci tore herself free from the last clinging hands and turned to rush back into the open plaza. But one old woman in a gray robe scuttled forward, blocking her way. Her wrinkled face held a beseeching expression. Her words were heavily accented, but understandable. "Stop! We're trying to save you." Nicci's blue eyes flared with angry questions, but the woman urged, "Don't go out there. You'll die. We'll all die. Please." Outside, a golden sunrise lit the city of Orogang. Razor-edged shadows spread across the ground, and the distorted silhouette of the General Utros statue stretched over the flagstones. The ancient city again looked entirely abandoned. Nicci knew that if she got outside, these people couldn't pursue her. For some reason, they were terrified of the sun. She faced them by the door, breathing hard from the effort she had expended. "I don't know who you are, or what you mean to do. Why did you attack me?" "We were saving you." The old woman clutched her hands together. "It was for your own protection." Other drab figures staggered forward, ignoring the still burning corpses of their fallen comrades. "The Jis are coming. You have to stay inside." "We'll kill you before we let them have you." "Who am I to you?" Nicci demanded. "What are you talking about?" The old woman approached more guardedly. "Watch from the safe shadows, but we must bolt the door. If we let the Jis have you, if we let them feed on fresh blood—" Her words trailed off, as if completing her sentence was too terrifying to imagine. The pale people fell into quiet muttering, covered by a blanket of fear. Nicci realized they were not afraid of her, and she found that quite disturbing. She turned to face the brightening day, saw the empty city. Outside, following the golden morning light, as if summoned by the rising sun, an ominous black mist rolled in, like a living thing. Hugging the ground, it was made of thousands of flecks, tiny shards of darkness, like a swarm of ebony locusts. The black miasma flickered and sparkled with inky shadows, extending tendrils and exploring as it crept into the ruins of Orogang. Nicci felt an evil danger that vibrated to her bones. "By the Keeper, what is that?" "The Jis," said the old woman. The expanding black cloud crawled into Orogang like a deadly plague, and the hidden people shuddered in terror. Chapter 7. "We can do only so much," Nathan said. "But, dear spirits, we can do something." The group had retreated deeper into the forest, where they continued to monitor the enormous enemy army. Sitting on a moss-covered log, Prelate Verna looked determined, as if she had worked a spell on herself. Her blouse and travel skirts were frayed and dirty after her long journey. She turned to the Sisters of the Light and the cliff wall scholars who accompanied them. "When the enemy looks too large, focus on small victories, and we will defeat General Utros one step at a time." The two Morazeth flashed each other a determined grin. Thorn said, "Each skirmish is an opportunity for us to pick off more of them." Lysa nodded. 100 at a time, then another 100, then 1,000. Eventually, we will make a difference. "I applaud your confidence, ladies," Nathan said. "You are as deadly as you are attractive." "We work hard at both," Thorn said, with a sniff. She had short black hair, heavy eyebrows, and rich brown eyes. Nathan saw very little softness about her, not that he expected to. He brushed a fly from his silk sleeve, then looked at the band of defenders. You all saw it. The soldiers we killed were fully human, not half-stone. If the petrification spell has worn off, they will be easier for us to kill. And they will be hungry, General Zimmer pointed out. With Ildikar gone, they cannot raid the city for supplies. More than 100,000 soldiers entirely cut off. Therefore, they will have to raid every village and town they can find.
We can't leave those places defenseless, Amber said in alarm.
We have to seek out and warn any nearby villages. Prepare them for what's coming. Nathan raised his chin and gestured to the group. We can move faster than any scouting expeditions. The wizard Ren came up to them, fidgeting. From old records, we, have a basic idea of the towns in the area, though few gifted nobles ever explored beyond the city walls. After so many days out in the wilderness, he looked like a horse that had been left out in the rain without being tended. We didn't pay much attention to poor primitive villages when we had all of Ildikar. Utros will want whatever towns he can find, Zimmer said. He will strip them bare. It is the obvious move. Captain Trevor glanced at his remaining city guards, who stood together under the tall, dark pines. Their uniforms were tattered and frayed, but they remained loyal to a city that no longer existed. Once the Shroud of Eternity came down years ago, Wizard Commander Maxim dispatched scouting parties. He wanted to know about the outside world. I remember reviewing the reports. I can recall some of the nearest towns, so we can find them before Utros does. Trevor bent to scrape forest mulch from a patch of flat dirt, then used the point of his belt dagger to sketch out the general landforms around Ildikar, marking where the prominent towns would be. Zimmer stood over the map, getting his bearings. We should split up into several parties in order to spread the word as swiftly as possible. Verna added, Utros has thousands of mouths to feed, and no resources. Starvation might kill more of them than swords would. I like killing them with my blade, Thorn said, touching the hilt of her short sword. You'll have ample opportunity, my dear, Nathan replied. Don't worry. Once the separate groups chose which settlements to track down, the defenders split up and departed from their hiding place in the forest. Ran asked to accompany Nathan, and the two gifted wizards set out in search of a town called Hanavir. Beneath his gold-trimmed white robe, Nathan still wore black travel pants, a white ruffled shirt, and black leather boots. He considered himself both a wizard and an adventurer. He carried his ornate sword, should he find himself in more traditional battle. Ren walked beside him, through the forests and over the hills. He had shaggy brown hair that he had once kept in well-maintained ringlets. His chin was covered with stubble, and his eyes were red. Despite the harrowing retreat from Ildikar, Nathan still made a point of maintaining his own appearance, using a sharp knife to shave his chin and taking advantage of his gift, or just stream water to scrub stains from his silk robes. Ren, though, was broken and weary, no longer interested in how he looked. Sadness had knocked him off his feet. I wanted a chance to talk to you, Ren said, as they followed a game path. Nathan lifted a low branch, and the other wizard ducked under it without noticing. When I left Ildikar to find Cliffwall, Lonnie was still just a statue. He heaved a deep breath, looking down at the ground. She was so beautiful, even in stone. I would come into the ruling tower when it was empty, just so I could look at her. He held out his hand, wistfully studying it. Sometimes I'd stroke her cold, hard face and remember kissing her. Nathan had been impressed by Lonnie too, for the brief time he had known her. I know she loved you. I recall how determined she was. Ren let out a sigh. I wish I'd been there at her brave end. I could have protected her. Nathan placed a hand on the other wizard's shoulder. I know you think that, my friend, but I was there, as were Quentin and dear Elsa. Ava and Ruva turned the scrying magic against Lonnie so fast that she was dead before we could do anything. Tears brimmed in Ren's bloodshot eyes. I still should have been there. At least I could have held her one last time. Nathan felt a lump in his throat, feeling a similar pain. Elsa used her last magic to fling me and the rest of us to a safe distance before she activated her spell. I couldn't save her either. He set his shoulders. But there's one thing we can do to make up for it. We can do our part to save the rest of the world. After hours of moving through the trackless hills, they stumbled upon a wagon road. With a lighter step, the two wizards picked up their pace. Soon, they saw outlying dwellings, grazing sheep, old apple orchards. A larger cluster of homes, barns, and shops formed a bustling town. Nathan spotted grain silos, storage sheds, smokehouses. People tended gardens in the yards. A man rode in a mule-drawn wagon. "That must be Hanavir," Wren said. The townspeople greeted them, not at all shy about strangers. Nathan called out, "We come to deliver a warning. This town is a target. A great army is coming to strip you of all your supplies, possibly kill your people. You need to prepare." An old man came forward, walking with a limp. He had a square face and thick gray hair matched by a thick gray beard. "That is quite an odd way to introduce yourselves, gentlemen. I am the mayor of Hanavir." "We, thought you'd appreciate the warning," Wren said. "The army of General Utros has awakened. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers are about to sweep across the old world. And they need supplies," Nathan continued. "They've dispatched raiding parties, and they will find Hanavir. They'll take everything you have." "But we have very little." The mayor looked more confused than alarmed. Nathan snorted. "With full bellies and quiet lives, you may not realize how much you have. This town has plenty to plunder." "But we've never been troubled before," said a cartwright who stood in front of his shop. "There's always a first time," Nathan said. The mayor politely suggested they gather for a large meal to discuss the matter further. Though his mouth watered at the thought of well-prepared food, Nathan felt impatient with a casual attitude. He looked around, noting the granaries, the storehouses, the butcher shop, the smokehouse. "We need to get started right away. Take your supplies to caches in caves or bury them in the forest where no one can find them. Move your sheep from the meadows, otherwise the raiders will take everything." The mayor clucked his tongue as he hobbled along. "We need to call a meeting so we can discuss this disruption. Do you have any proof that this great army is coming here? We shouldn't be too hasty." Exasperated, Wren held his hands up in the air. "By the Keeper's beard, Ildikar is gone, and General Utros is on the move. That's why we came to warn you." Nathan saw that Hanavir had been complacent for too long, never expecting any crisis. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to convince the people before hoofbeats pounded along the wagon road leading into town. A raiding party of several hundred soldiers came forward, raising a cloud of dust. They were clad in antique armor that bore the flame symbol of Emperor Kurgan. As the raiders galloped into town, the mayor and his people let out a chorus of alarm. Panicked parents grabbed their children and ran to lock themselves in their houses, while others hurried to seize any weapon. Nathan recognized First Commander Enoch leading the soldiers. The old veteran sat tall in his saddle, and one of the twin sorceresses rode on a bay mare beside him, her body covered with swirls of black and crimson paint. She was exotic, beautiful, and deadly. As the fearful townspeople watched, Enoch raised his voice. "In the name of General Utros, we require your food and supplies. We will confiscate your grain, your flocks, your meat, your bread. We will take your wagons for transport." "We'll starve," cried the mayor. "And we will not," Enoch said. "Our soldiers need it more than you do." Beside him, the sorceress curled her lips in a thin smile. The two wizards worked their way through the crowded townspeople, coming into view. Nathan felt his gift rising inside, ready to be released. "I'm afraid we'll have to stop you, First Commander." Enoch recognized the wizard from their very first parley with General Utros. Next to him, with a look of delight and hunger, The sorceress laughed out loud. I know you, old man. Nathan, isn't it? I may have lived 1,000 years, but I am not old, he retorted. Which one are you, Ava or Ruva? I thought you twins were inseparable. We were separated by a knife when we were young, she said, unconsciously touching the long scar on the outside of her bare leg. But we are still connected. I am Ruva. Ren's face twisted in anger as he called on his gift. You killed Lonnie. He stretched out his fingers and hurled a lightning bolt at the sorceress. The jagged lance of energy made a searing pop, but Ruva deflected the bolt with a shield, and the whistling explosion struck the ground near her mare's front hooves. The horse reared, but the woman knotted her fingers in the mane to hold on. She retaliated with a rippling wave of hot air, and Nathan barely raised his own shield in time. Her attack was ragged, and scattered fringes of heat knocked down the limping old mare and several townspeople. 500 soldiers rode into the town behind Enoch, and outriders chased the surprised villagers, who screamed and fled. The situation quickly got out of hand. Ren hurled walls of air against the ancient soldiers, but Nathan focused on his main opponent, the sorceress. He crafted a ball of wizard's fire and raised it to hurl at Ruva. First Commander Enoch sat tall in his saddle and bellowed, "Stop, wizard! I command you!" Nathan shifted the ball of wizard's fire and turned to the scarred veteran. Since I can incinerate you in an instant, it is time for you to surrender. Tell your soldiers to back off. Enoch didn't flinch. On the contrary, you will cease your resistance. He raised his voice even louder and skewered Nathan with his steely eyes. Or I will have my soldiers kill every last one of these villagers, and then we'll take the supplies anyway. I have 500 soldiers. You can fight us, even kill many of us. But I'm confident we can slay every family in this town before you stop us all. And you know I can do it. His tone changed, sounding more reasonable. Right now, we only want the supplies. But it could easily turn into a massacre if you force my hand. The sounds of screams accompanied galloping hooves as the soldiers spread out among the buildings, riding down the narrow streets. When the two wizards hesitated, looking at each other, Enoch shouted orders. Men, show them we mean business. The remorseless soldiers rode down mothers and their children, trampling them, hacking at shopkeepers and craftsmen who tried to defend their town. The people of Hanavir were not fighters, and the bloodshed was immediate and dramatic. Reacting together, Nathan and Ren bowled down the ancient warriors with waves of wind, blocking part of the attack. But despite their efforts, the widespread slaughter continued across the town. Lightning strikes blasted 5 or 6 soldiers, each time, but the raiders just rode harder, increased their mayhem. Hanavir was infested with enemies, ransacking countless buildings. 2 wizards couldn't possibly fight against 500 bloodthirsty warriors dispersed among the civilian population. Halt! Nathan cried, calling more wizard's fire into his hand to threaten Enoch directly. I'll incinerate you, First Commander. The veteran just laughed at him from the saddle. Then who will stop my men from wreaking havoc throughout the town? Or I can call them off now. If you capitulate. His words were quieter than the screams and the clashing blades. Several homes and shops were already on fire as the raiders cast torches. He reiterated in a hard but reasonable voice. All we want is the food. The people don't need to die. But if you force us to burn the village to the ground, that guilt is on your shoulders. Nathan struggled to find some other solution, and a dozen more people died during his brief pause. A wailing young girl ran to her mother just before a soldier killed them both, and they died in each other's arms. Stop! Ren wailed. Please stop! Ruva returned his poisonous gaze. I can fight both of you if you like. I'd love to pull the bones one by one from your skin. Though he ached to save Hanavir, Nathan couldn't battle the entire army on such a widespread front. How many villagers would die in the meantime?
The soldiers had rounded up 100 panicked men and women, including the old mayor, all of whom raised their hands in surrender. The soldiers lifted their swords for a mass execution, and Enoch turned to Nathan and Ren, raising his hand, ready to give a signal.
"Stop," Nathan groaned. "Don't kill any more of them."
"Then cease your resistance," Enoch said. "Now."
"Give the order," Ren cried as the screams continued. "Tell them to stop killing."
The first commander waved his hand, and shouts went up and down the line.
"Enough bloodshed for now. We need workers to load the supplies."
He snorted.
"Do not make this any more difficult than it has to be."
Furious, feeling like a failure, Nathan struggled to contain his gift, knowing that if he unleashed his magic, Enoch would retaliate with a vengeful massacre. He wanted to incinerate the old veteran the moment he saw an opportunity that wouldn't result in countless more deaths. "Take the wizards back with us," Ruva said, sitting proudly on her mare. "General Utros will love having them as prisoners. My sister and I can dissect them to find the magic inside." Ren shouted,
"I'll kill both you and your sister, for Lonnie."
Nathan thought strategically, though. He whispered to Ren, "We don't dare let them capture us." From the streets of Hanavir, he summoned the wind, manipulating it like a weaver with fine silken threads. He pulled smoke from the burning buildings, dragged it closer to him, like thick and acrid curtains. Before Enoch could issue a command, Nathan whipped the whirlwind of smoke around them, twirling it like poisonous veils to camouflage himself and Ren. He grabbed the other man's maroon sleeve.
"Come, we have to run."
They darted through the streets as the smoke thickened, covering their retreat, and leaving behind Ruva's screams of rage at being cheated. Nathan's heart was heavy, because they had failed to save Hanavir. The two wizards themselves had barely escaped. He hoped the other parties were more successful. Chapter 8. After he endured another day of exhausting work on the river, seeing no chance to escape, Bannon collapsed on the open deck near the bow of King Grieve's ship. As night fell, stars began to sparkle overhead, but the new constellations seemed very far away and unable to help him. Nevertheless, Bannon would fend for himself and save as many of these people as he could. That was what he held on to. The other 50 or so slaves from Ildikar groaned and whimpered as they were tied or chained securely to the decks. In darkness, the swamp sounds grew louder as predators emerged from the muddy banks and thick underbrush. Though Bannon didn't bemoan his circumstance, he felt determined and angry. His beaten body was bruised, his muscles sore. Hunger clawed like a beast inside his stomach. He knew the other slaves were in as much misery. After days of intense activity, many damaged ships had been partially repaired. The ruined hulks had been stripped bare, leaving only skeletons of wood. Masts and yard arms were replaced, rigging ropes restrung, broken hulls patched, bilges pumped dry. Bannon had looked for opportunities to sabotage the repairs, and he had left flaws in some of the vessels, but not enough to cause the disaster he needed to inflict. 7 slaves had died so far during the work, and Bannon could tell that many others were ready to perish from sheer exhaustion. But he was in better shape than these others. While held in the combat pits in Ildikar, Bannon had been trained and toughened to fight. The rest of the Ildikar captives, though, had led soft and prosperous lives. They wouldn't last much longer as slaves of the Nurokai. Impatient to launch his war, King Grieve took out his ire on his own people. That afternoon, he roared at Gara and 2 other shipwrights.
"Faster! I need ships now. We must sail back to the Nurokai Islands." "4 will be ready and provisioned tonight, my king, my Grieve," said Gara, cringing deferentially. Her braids flopped from side to side. "I promise." Now, Bannon crouched on the deck with his wrists tied and ankles chained to an anchor bolt.
Repairing the serpent ships was horrific work, but he knew his situation would be worse once the raiding fleet set off down the river, taking him and the other captives. After the serpent ships sailed away, Bannon could never find his way back to the site of Ildikar. His heart ached over the loss of the city, as well as his friends. Despite its dark flaws and ugly secrets, Ildikar had great potential. With the overthrow of Sovrina Thora, it could have been a magnificent city again. Lila had wanted Bannon to stay, but now she was gone, and his heart ached even more. He realized he didn't just miss the young woman's company as a protector and fighter. She had cared for him, guarded him at first out of a sense of duty, but it had become more than that. Nathan was gone too, but Bannon hoped the wizard was still alive. Now that his gift was restored, no one could trifle with Nathan Rahl. And Nicci. She had been cut off somewhere when Ildikar vanished. Bannon doubted he would see any of them again. He was trapped here, alone, chained to the deck of a Nurokai ship. "Sweet sea mother," he mumbled. But he would not surrender his optimism. There must be a way he could survive and help defeat the hated Nurokai. As the deceptively soothing swamp noises grew louder, Bannon's stomach growled. The slaves had to drink dirty river water from buckets. When some of them spewed the water back up, the gruff Nurokai would splash another bucket over their faces to wash away the vomit and keep the stink from lingering on the deck. In the thickening darkness, Bannon saw lanterns lit on the decks of many ships lashed together in the current. Greaves' ship and 3 others were anchored together near the shore, ready to depart, and the king did not intend to wait. He would leave the rest of his fleet behind. 2 Nurokai men walked along the torchlit deck, carrying a wooden tub between them. They stopped at the first group of bound slaves and set down the heavy tub. One man lifted a ladle that dripped a slurry of fish guts and river water. "Dinner." The first slave turned his head away in disgust, but the Nurokai dumped the contents on the bound man's face anyway. Wet entrails ran down his chin, and when the slave realized this was all the food he would get, he tried to slurp some of the entrails. Learning the lesson, the next slave braced himself and opened his mouth, so the Nurokai ladled the nauseating mess into his face. Prancing behind the 2 men, Chalk hopped from one foot to the other.
Dinner time, dinner time. My fish, your fish."
He scooped a long-fingered hand into the wooden tub and rewarded himself with a fish head, which he tossed in the air and caught with his mouth like a trained dog. Crunching down on the scales, he came closer to Bannon.
"Fishes tried to eat me, and now I eat them."
In the light of the rising moon, the puckered scars were prominent on his albino skin. Bannon wondered what had happened to him, what the shaman had endured. What ordeal had created those scars and driven him to the edge of madness? "They didn't eat enough of you," Bannon said under his breath. Chalk hopped over to him and squatted down.
"They ate just enough. Razorfish nibbled my arms, nibbled my legs, and nibbled between them."
He clamped a palm against his loincloth-covered crotch.
"They took much away, but they gave me something too."
He leaned so close to Bannon that the young man could smell the rotting fish in his mouth.
"They gave me my power. I see things. I know the future. The fire in the towns, the blood on the swords. So many screams. But good screams, I think."
"Are they the screams of dying Nurokai?" Bannon asked, but the shaman seemed oblivious to his vitriol. Chalk cocked his head as if listening to whispered voices.
"Yes, some of them are Nurokai screams."
He sounded as if he was imparting a secret. The shaman seemed to find Bannon fascinating, as if he recognized that the young man was different from the other Ildikaran captives. The 2 Nurokai men set their stinking wood tub on the deck, and Bannon steeled himself. He raised his head to accept the food, vowing to keep his strength for when he really needed it. But he nearly choked as they poured fish guts onto his face. He made himself swallow. squirming next to him, imitating Bannon. Chalk also turned his head up like a baby bird, begging for a worm. The Norokai splashed the fish gut soup across the shaman's face, which satisfied him. He plucked a small fish head and held it between his thumb and forefinger.
You didn't get a fish head. A special treat.
Before the young man could protest, Chalk popped the head between Bannon's lips. He took it into his mouth, wincing as he swallowed the horrible morsel. Why was the albino paying so much attention to him? Drumbeats echoed from the stern of the serpent ship, and King Greaves stepped out into the lantern light. All the people fell silent, slaves and Norokai. Greaves' voice boomed out to all the nearby vessels.
These 4 serpent ships are ready to sail, and 4 is enough to spark terror as we proceed downriver. Tonight, we will head back to the Bastion so we can begin this war.
Chalk leaped to his feet.
My grieve, King Grieve, they'll all grieve.
The king raised his heavy wooden baton and pounded the oarmaster's drum again, louder than before. Guttural cheers resounded from hundreds of Norokai aboard the other ships, which were in various states of repair.
We will raid villages as we make our way to the estuary and the open sea. The rest of our fleet is already gathering at the Norokai Islands, and I must be their king and warlord.
Offhandedly, Greaves shouted across the water to the other vessels.
Finish the repairs to the rest of the ships and sail back to us.
He raised his iron-knuckled hand. The chain around his waist jingled as he spun about and gave the order to raise the anchor.
These first ships will set off. Now!
Norokai sailors raised the midnight blue sails on the 4 repaired ships, striking the ropes that lashed the hulls together. Bannon felt sick, knowing that once they sailed away from Ildikar with him and this small group of slaves aboard, he would likely never escape. He gazed longingly at the dense vegetation on the bank as he strained against his ropes and chains. He could think of no way to get off the ship, but he would keep looking. From her hiding place among the thorny reeds, Lila spied on the raider ships, knowing that some, including Bannon's, were repaired and ready to depart. In the darkness, she heard the drumbeats accompanied by distant gruff shouts, a voice she recognized as King Greaves. Lying in wait for days as the repairs continued, she had made her plans and created a booby trap. With all of the vines and trees along the river, she fashioned her tools, working quietly in the shadowy blanket of night. Her greatest advantage was that the Norokai didn't know she was here. She had dismissed dozens of different plans because they would surely end in failure. Lila could not let herself fail. If this were just for her sake, she would have thrown caution to the wind and charged in with her weapons, confident she could kill a dozen or more Norokai before she died. But she had a greater calling now. She needed to free Bannon. When the 4 repaired ships prepared to depart down the river, Lila vowed to stop them. Fortunately, she had worked for days, laying her trap. She used vines to pull down the supple swamp trees, staggered them, forming makeshift catapults. Her surreptitious work left her vulnerable to swamp dragons, large coiled snakes, and hunting spiders the size of rats. Lila killed many of them, avoided others. Now everything was ready as she lay in wait. With the anchors raised and the dark sails set, the 4 serpent ships moved off into the night. Lila knew she had only one chance. She wasn't sure of her aim, since she'd been unable to test her crude catapults, so she had to rely on her guesses and her hope. Bannon was aboard King Greaves' ship, and she had to make sure she didn't accidentally kill him in her attack. With 3 resilient saplings tied down, Lila had gathered bunches of dry twigs and dead vines into flammable bales that could fly like projectiles. The bent trees were quivering and ready to launch, loaded with all the dry material. When the ships began to move out, Lila struck her dagger against the flint she carried in a pouch, lit a spark to ignite the first bale. As the flames caught, she ignited the bundle in the second catapult, then the third. She could smell the sour odor of green wood burning. When her makeshift catapults held their blazing clumps, she slashed the rope holding the first bent tree in place. With a groan, it sprang upright and released the bale of fiery wood, throwing a burning comet toward the Norokai ships. Lila cut the second rope to launch the next projectile. The ball of fire raged across the sky as the first bale struck one of the 4 ships. Not Bannon's, she saw with some relief. The Norokai crew scrambled to extinguish the blaze before the ship could catch fire. The second bale whistled over the top of the next vessel, missing it and plunging into the river, where the flames spat as they were extinguished. The third projectile, though, crashed into the vessel just behind the flagship, and the flames spread as kindling scattered across the deck and caught in the rigging. The Norokai rushed about to extinguish the flames, but the blaze quickly got out of control. The vessel was engulfed in fire, a torch on the Kill-Raven River. Fleeing the blaze before it could spread, the other 3 ships sailed away from the burning ship, while King Grieve and the Norokai shouted insults at their unseen attacker on the riverbank. Lila emerged from the underbrush on the muddy shore to watch the mayhem she had caused. She smiled before ducking back into the shelter of the trees. The other 3 ships pulled away. Neither King Grieve nor his crew could save the fiery wreck, so the flagship raced away, gaining distance from the spreading sparks. Tied and chained onto the deck, Bannon could barely contain his joy as he watched Norokai diving overboard to flee the burning vessel. He wondered who had launched the catapults of fire that soared overhead like shooting stars. Someone else was fighting back. Someone else was still free out there. On the deck, several slaves laughed and cheered at this unexpected victory until their Norokai masters cuffed them into senselessness. As they sailed away from the bluffs, Bannon kept watching the thickets, and he thought he saw a flash of skin. A lithe young woman. Could it be? Lila. Even as the serpent ship sailed away, Bannon felt great joy just to know she was out there. Chapter 9. From the sheltered stone doorway of the palace, Nicci watched the black cloud creep into Oregon. "The Jis," said the old woman next to her, and a deep shiver lurked in her voice. The other shrouded people crowded together, more afraid of whatever was out there than they were of Nicci. Some of them peeked out into the daylight, while others retreated into the gloom of the windowless passageways. The sentient cloud swirled like a thunderstorm that had been shattered into obsidian fragments. Each fleck was only the size of a biting black fly, and together they swirled into a shapeless predatory mass. A buzzing simmered in the air like 1,000 beehives, and the sound grew louder as the mass drifted among the abandoned buildings. "What are they?" Nicci whispered. "Death," said the old woman. Behind her, in the gloom of the shuttered palace, the other people remained utterly silent. Tendrils of the black mass extended, probing, hunting. The Jis had a purpose. From the doorway, Nicci spotted movement in the overgrown shrubs in the empty square. As the daylight brightened, the 2 foraging deer cropped tender green vegetation. The doe pricked her ears and raised her head, while the young buck, with short velvety antlers, continued to munch flowers, until he also sensed the buzzing cloud. The Jis moved toward the animals. Black specks tumbled, rotated, extended in an ill-defined tentacle that advanced like candle wax pouring down a slanted surface. The uneasy animals skittered, but they didn't understand the threat. From her sheltered overhang, Nicci wanted to shout at the deer, make them run, but the old woman squeezed her shoulder like a vice. "Remain silent. We don't dare call attention to ourselves." The black cloud buzzed forward, expanding, then swooped down around the deer. Too late, the animals tried to bolt away, but one extension of the Jis blanketed them like countless bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Smothered, the deer collapsed on the flagstones. The poor animals twitched and thrashed, but eventually lay still. Before long, individual specks rose up, like drunken bumblebees, and drifted away from their victims. Now the tiny flecks were swollen globules, the size of grapes, purplish red instead of black, and gorged with blood. The rest of the cloud drifted and kept expanding, still hungry, still probing through the ancient city for prey. Sickened by what she had seen, Nicci turned to the old woman, realizing what these strange people had done by capturing her. "You did save me." She had killed so many of them. "You knew what was coming. If I had been out there when the sun rose—"
"We saved you, and perhaps we saved the world," the woman replied. "We could not let them have you. The blood of a gifted sorceress is incredibly potent."
Nicci was frustrated that they had been unclear, that their muddled old dialect and their urgency had led to such tragedy. But they had been desperate to keep her away from the black cloud. Now their voices were loud in the silence, and the Jis detected the sound even from outside. Part of the swarm poured toward the towering palace in which Nicci and the others hid. The furtive people let out a collective gasp and retreated deeper into the shadows. The old woman pushed the thick door shut, assisted by others. Nicci added the last nudge to slam the barrier in place, just as the buzzing, swirling Jis struck the blocky structure. Through the stone-hard wood, she could hear a vibrating hum as the angry force vented its frustration. With the door sealed, Nicci waited for her eyes to adjust to the light of intermittent torches mounted on the stone walls. The people had covered every crack and cranny, allowing no outside light and no speck of predatory blackness to enter. The building was huge, an imposing palace with vaulted ceilings and enormous chambers larger than the torches could effectively illuminate. Hundreds of pale people were crowded inside, far more than Nicci had expected. They all wore gray, unobtrusive garments. Although they seemed healthy enough, the people looked haunted. The clamor of questions became too loud in her mind. "Explain what is happening here," she demanded. "What are the Jis, and who are you?" As the people muttered, the old woman pulled back her hood to reveal gray hair with a few streaks of brown. Her skin was pale to the point of translucency, showing the faint lines of blood vessels. "I am Cora. We call ourselves the Hidden People, for that is what we do. We hide." "What do you accomplish by hiding? I rarely find that a useful strategy." "We control the Jis," Cora replied. "We keep Oregon safe. We keep the world safe." The people with her muttered more loudly. Nicci was glad to confirm her suspicion. "So this is Oregon, the capital of Emperor Kurgan's empire." "What is left of it," Cora said. A square-jawed man with a grim expression said, "Emperor Kurgan is long dead, destroyed by his vengeful people. But General Utros will return. That is what the old prophet said." Nicci was surprised to hear the statement, but did not point out that the man's desire might actually come true, though not in the ways he expected. The man introduced himself as Cyrus. The old woman explained, "The city fell many centuries ago, after the people overthrew Iron Fang. The populace longed to anoint General Utros as their next emperor, and back then a crazed prophet insisted that Utros would come back to Oregon. But years passed, and he never returned. The empire fell into a civil war. The people were busy fighting under different flags, breaking into factions, paying little attention to anything but their own conflict." She drew a deep breath. Then the Jis came. "Utros will return," Cyrus insisted. "I think we've waited long enough," said a brown-haired young woman with a huff, drawing an annoyed glance from Cyrus. "What are the Jis?" Nicci asked, interested in the true danger. "Where did they come from?" The Hidden People stirred uneasily at hearing their own history, but let the old woman continue the tale. "A fiery star fell from the heavens and struck the mountains. Inside, it carried the Jis, like an egg sack filled with spiders." A frown settled into her deeply lined face. "They fed on the population, The Jis were just a black wisp at first, but each time they consumed a human, the swarm multiplied. The things used our blood to breed, and the cloud doubled and doubled again. Some of us learned how to hide. Cora closed her eyes, and in the dim torchlight, Nicci could see tears glittering. Nicci considered. But Kurgan fell 1,500 years ago. You cannot be that old. She remembered the preservation spells woven through the palace of the prophets that prevented aging. Nicci herself was over 180 years old. Or are you? Cora shook her head. No, that was generations ago. But we have stayed because we know our duty. We need to keep the Jis here. If we leave, the cloud will seek out other villages, towns, cities, and then the Jis will be unstoppable. The young woman who had scoffed at Cyrus came closer, even managing a smile. The swarm only comes out in daylight, so we are safe as long as we remain sealed in our buildings until dark. The girl would have been pretty, a heartthrob for any young man, if she hadn't been so pallid. I am Asha. We go out at night to hunt and gather. We have stockpiles of food throughout the city, enough to last for decades, but we dare not leave Oregon. We wait, Cyrus said. We have our purpose. But the Jis fed on those 2 deer, Nicci said. Won't the swarm reproduce now? Cora shook her head. The Jis sustain themselves with the blood of animals, but there is some quality in human blood that lets them reproduce. The old woman lowered her voice. And gifted blood is the most powerful of all. Nicci realized the significance of how vulnerable she had been out in the ruins. When you first saw me at night, how did you know I was a sorceress? We didn't, Cora said. We just tried to save you. But when you fought back using your gift, we knew it was imperative to get you inside, away from the Jis, even if it cost the lives of many of our people. If the black cloud had fed on you... She let her words trail off, shuddering visibly. Nicci wondered if her gift would have been able to deflect the hungry black swarm. She didn't count on it. Old Cora continued her explanation. And so we remain here and feed the swarm just enough to keep it under control. It doesn't wander away, but we cannot leave. Not ever. Unless we stop it somehow, Asha interjected. Looking around the inside of the expansive foyer of the palace, Nicci frowned at the burned bodies of those she had killed with wizard's fire, while trying to avoid capture. I'm so sorry I caused you so much harm, she said again, tasting the regret in her throat. I didn't understand what you were doing. We were not only doing it to save you, Cyrus scoffed. If the Jis had fed on your blood, our situation would have grown far worse. He added an edge to his voice. If we could not bring you inside the shelter in time, we would have killed you. Nicci faced him in the flickering torchlight. You might have tried. Chapter 10. Creeping through the trees, Verna and her companions searched for a small mountain village, hoping to find it before the enemy raiders did. The fresh-faced novice Amber accompanied her, as well as the Morazeth Lysa, and 5 of Zimmer's Daharan soldiers. Lord Orin stalked beside the prelate, hard-faced and unhappy with his circumstances. I was once a respected member of the Wizards' Duma, as well as the head of the Skinners' Guild. Now I am wandering through a trackless forest, hoping to find a few hovels. Ahead, they heard bleating sheep, and the trees opened up to reveal an expansive meadow. A terrified flock was being driven down the grassy slope by 30 armored soldiers. Verna shot a glance at the powerful wizard from Ildakar. And I was once the prelate of the Sisters of the Light. Now it appears we will both be shepherds. Lysa was already sprinting forward. That is enough meat to feed many soldiers. We cannot let them have the animals. Come, let's stop them. As Verna watched the aloof soldiers herding the sheep along, her voice came out in a low, husky growl. At least we will make them pay for what they did to that poor shepherd's family. Only an hour earlier, they had smelled smoke and come upon a burning cottage in a high meadow, where they found the bodies of a woman and her daughter, both with their throats cut. The cottage had been stripped of supplies, all the food eaten. Farther out in the grazing fields, they found a tent that held the shepherd and his teenage son, both also dead, along with their dog. The tent had been set on fire, and the corpses were half burned. Now the ancient raiders were driving the whole flock back to the main army. "It is only 30 soldiers," said Lysa, pausing to watch from the edge of the trees. "Our swords will make quick work of them. I'd kill them all myself, but then Thorn might not believe my score." Her lips quirked in a smile as she looked at the other Daharan soldiers. "I will let my comrades have a turn as well." "The prelate and I also have a respectable amount of magic," Oran pointed out. "We'll take care of a few ourselves." Out in the open meadow, the soldiers banged their swords on their flame-embossed shields to keep the sheep moving across the sloped grasses. They had no idea they were being watched. The Daharan soldiers drew their weapons and crouched, hiding in the forest camouflage. A breeze stirred the branches, rustled the leaves. Lysa gripped her short sword and looked over her shoulder at her companions. She raised her heavy dark eyebrows. "What are we waiting for?" Oran raised his hand and called upon his gift. "I'm not waiting." The sky darkened over the meadow, and a sharp wind began to blow harder. The marauders looked up, grumbling at the sudden afternoon thunderstorm. A single black cloud unleashed a downpour that fell only over the meadow, drenching them. The bleating sheep kept moving. With a smile, Oran twisted his fingers, and a thin lightning bolt speared down into the middle of the enemy soldiers, killing 2 and scattering the others. In terror, the sheep bolted in all directions. Prelate Verna and the others needed no further encouragement. Smiling, Amber used her own gift to summon a whirling whip of air that lashed out and caught one of the enemy soldiers, knocking him over. He yelped in surprise. The Daharan soldiers charged out of the forest, with a lean Morazeth bounding ahead of them. In the pelting rain and howling winds, the ancient soldiers didn't realize how few were attacking them. Thunder boomed from Oran's black cloud. Another bolt of lightning shattered one of the enemy warriors into chunks of charred flesh. Fleet as a jaguar, Lysa leaped in among the startled soldiers. Swinging her short sword, she decapitated one of the men, then gutted a second with her backstroke. "2!" she cried, and fell upon more victims. Yelling, Verna ran after them. Amber followed her. "I'm at your side, Prelate." Though Verna felt old and weary from the long journey, she was tough. She had trained many young wizards in the palace of the prophets, had even been able to enforce her will on Richard Rahl. She was a scholar, a leader, and powerfully gifted. And she had been to war before. Verna called up a pocket of air above the milling, frightened sheep, then collapsed it, pressing her palms together. The snap of compressed air made an explosion of sound, a harmless boom that sent the panicked sheep bolting into the trees. She looked at Orin. "The raiders will never catch those sheep now." The wizard gave a small nod. "Effective, Prelate, though I would rather kill the enemies, not just startle them." He raised both hands, twisted his wrists, and changed the magic he had released. The pouring rain froze into a wave of long, sharp ice projectiles that were like pointed arrowheads pelting the drenched soldiers. Then the Daharan soldiers fell upon them. Utros's raiding party had expected little resistance when they harassed undefended villages and an isolated shepherd's family. Surprised, they were easy targets, and all of them were quickly and methodically dispatched. True to her word, Lysa accounted for 6 of the enemy soldiers herself. 3 Daharan soldiers had been injured in the fray, and they all sat together under now clear skies and bound each other's wounds. Verna and Orin used their gift to heal the worst of their cuts. Before sunset, they made camp outside the damaged cottage. 2 of the men retrieved the bodies of the shepherd and his son from their burned tent and brought them back so the entire family could lie at rest next to one another. Verna and her companions took the time to give the poor victims a proper burial, which seemed fitting. "The Keeper took them too soon," she said. "But at least they will all be a family in the underworld." In a hard voice, Orin said, "The Keeper didn't take the rest of the ancient army soon enough. I'd like to send them all to the underworld." It seemed fitting to leave the bodies of the ancient warriors to rot on the hillside. As night fell, and the party built a fire outside to brighten the darkness, Lysa trudged back across the meadow with one of the sheep over her shoulders, killed and gutted. "The rest of the flock is scattered," she said. "This one will be enough for us, and Utros will get none of them." She dropped the carcass near the fire, then used her dagger to cut chunks of the richest meat for them to roast. "It has been a good day." "A good enough one," Verna said. Though they had killed 30 of the enemy, she knew there were countless more soldiers, and that thought weighed on her. Was this merely an exercise? But when she looked at Amber's satisfied smile, she decided to let the novice enjoy the victory. Verna promised herself that the war was not, in fact, insurmountable. There would be many defeats and setbacks before all was said and done. But they had won this day, at least. Chapter 11. The great army of General Utros consisted of as many tactical details as there were soldiers. As the general planned the conquest of the Old World, his greatest challenges were administrative. In the late afternoon, he stood outside his pavilion and stared across the sweeping encampment, deep in thought, as the sun lowered behind the mountains to the west. His tactical mind was a complex series of turning wheels, one thought changing another as he considered the consequences of his actions. He touched the gold mask that covered the left half of his face, a price he had been forced to pay. Consequences. Although he understood his army's dire situation better than any of his soldiers did, he refused to let desperation press him into making another brash choice. He would plan his next move carefully, using his insights, experience, and strategic knowledge. He listened to the camp sounds as his hungry troops settled for the night. They gathered around communal bonfires to tell stories of their lost loved ones, or to play ancient gambling games. After the devastating setbacks, the mayhem of the titanic Ixax warriors, the return of the Grey Dragon, the fiery transference magic, his sub-commanders had reported the actual tally of losses only to Utros. He could not let the masses understand just how terrible a blow they had suffered, because his army must never learn that true defeat was possible. The bodies of the fallen were swiftly burned in funeral pyres to disguise the vast numbers of corpses. Also, so they would not feel the constant reminder of their fallen comrades, Utros reorganized his entire fighting force, reassigning the surviving soldiers into new companies under new commanders, so they would not immediately see how many comrades they had lost. The greatest blow, though, was the loss of Ildikar itself. Utros turned toward the end of the valley, and the sheer drop-off to the river lowlands. The whole city was gone, as if it had never existed. His explicit purpose, burned into him by Emperor Kurgan so long ago, had been to conquer Ildikar. That was the reason he and his vast army had marched through the mountains down from Orogang, and now their primary goal had been snatched away. Utros knew he had little time. He pressed his mask against the hard scar of his cheek. The pain in the striped side of his face sent twinges into his skull. For now, his men still had faith in him. They trusted their general, swore deeper loyalty to him than they had ever felt toward Iron Fang. Utros would not let them down, but he had to give them something to hold on to, some new hope, an attainable goal. He would rally them, fire their determination. Ava stepped out from the pavilion's shade. She had applied black soot and dark red paint in incomprehensible designs over her breasts and flat stomach, then donned her filmy blue gown. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like her twin, and she was equally terrifying. She reached out to stroke his thick biceps. "My sister is returning, beloved Utros." Her touch lingered on the embossed design on his copper armband. "I sense her." His gaze was drawn to the scar that ran along her outer thigh, where her leg had been fused with her sister's at birth, before their father had hacked them apart as babies. Though they were physically separated, their Han remained connected. Ava gestured with her chin toward where a large party trotted out of the northern hills through the scorched grasses. Several hundred mounted soldiers led a train of wagons and pack mules loaded with sacks of grain and casks of ale, and they also drove sheep, cattle, goats, and a few yaksen. Even from a distance, Utros recognized First Commander Enoch and the pale-painted figure of Ruva at the front of the party. Groups at separate campfires let out cheers when they saw the supplies. Throughout the day, dozens of scattered raiding parties had returned with whatever provisions they could liberate from villages or isolated homes in the hills. The trickle of food was enough to reassure the army, for now. Utros was confident none of his soldiers could complete the calculations of just how many sacks of grain, how many cattle, sheep, goats, chickens, deer, and boar were needed to feed more than 100,000 mouths. He had to find a solution before his army understood the magnitude of the problem. Utros retrieved his imposing helmet, adorned with 2 curved horns from an abominable bull that the fleshmancers of Ildakar had sent against his army in the early days. As the returning party rode through the cheering camp, Ava slipped her arm through the general's and strolled at his side, protecting him with her beauty, as well as her powerful gift. Enoch and Ruva rode up to report to the general. His veteran sub-commander had a grizzled, craggy face, adorned with numerous battle scars that gave him character. Enoch removed his helmet and wiped a palm over his bristly gray hair. "Our mission was a success, General." "I can see that." Utros watched the wagons move among the camped troops, distributing the commandeered supplies and meat animals to the companies. Utros lowered his voice. "The animals should all be slaughtered tonight. We don't have the means to feed and keep them. Give everyone a full meal." Enoch looked grim. "This food won't last long, sir." "I'm aware of that. Did you have any difficulty?" Ruva answered with a strangely malicious smile. "No." When Utros gave his first commander a curious look, Enoch explained. "The town of Hanavir had many supplies, but we encountered unexpected resistance. The townspeople fought back against 500 armed warriors?" The old veteran shook his head. "No, there were 2 stray wizards. You remember the one with white hair known as Nathan Rahl?" Utros pressed his lips together. "Yes. He fancied himself a historian and informed me that my name is legend." He tasted the bitter sarcasm in his throat. "Nathan is also the one who told me of the fall of Emperor Kurgan. It was he who told me what really happened to my dear Majel." Bile rose in his throat every time he thought of that sweet woman, how her own husband had skinned her alive to get his revenge. The gold mask felt heavy on his face, and Utros adjusted it against his cheekbone. "But Nathan's gift was gone, was it not? He seemed impotent as a wizard. How did he fight you?" "His gift is back," Ruva said. "He and one other wizard from Ildakar, a man named Wren, attempted to protect the town. But we defeated them." Utros was pleased, but perplexed. "You defeated 2 wizards? How?" "Compassion was their weakness," Enoch said. "We couldn't fight their gift directly, but we slew some innocent townspeople and threatened to kill them all if they did not relent. The 2 wizards escaped, and we took all the supplies." With a haughty sniff, Ruva said, "We should have killed the townspeople anyway, just to punish them." "Those were not my orders," Enoch responded with a hint of anger. "My priority was to commandeer supplies to feed our troops, not to secure some petty revenge." "It wouldn't have taken long," the sorceress said flippantly, but she deferred. They watched the carts being unloaded, so many soldiers dividing up the supplies. Second Commanders Halders and Aros directed the activity. "The soldiers will follow orders until the hunger in their bellies convinces them otherwise." Utros shook his head. "We can't just stay encamped in this worthless valley. Ildakar is gone, as are all its supplies.
There is no reason to remain. Our army has to move, and soon.
We have a continent to conquer, Ava said.
We dare not let King Grieve have it all,
Ruva said. The thought made Utros ill. He looked across the valley. We break camp at dawn, and march westward at a swift, even brutal pace. Our food will run out before long. He lowered his voice. When we were partly stone, our bellies were quiet. We did not appreciate the blessing that went hand in hand with that curse. Now this army must hold itself together long enough to cross over the mountains.
You will hold the army together,
Ruva said. Utros couldn't drive away the cold knot in his chest. In the past month, he had already dispatched dozens of expeditionary armies with thousands of men to plant the banner of Utros across the landscape. Now he would have to strip every resource they could find just to keep the huge army moving. But he looked forward to the march. Chapter 12. As Edessa moved up the riverbank on her long journey back to Ildikar, her only company was Maxim's severed head, which she carried in a bloody sack at her side. She traveled at a steady pace, without urgency, since the hunt was over. She had killed her prey, but her quest was not finished. She still had to bring the trophy back home. Home. Edessa rarely let herself think such thoughts. As a Morazeth, she gave her body and her skills entirely to Ildikar. Edessa had no joys, no doubts, only service. She would fight and defeat any opponent in the combat arena. She would kill any enemies of the city, even the wizard commander himself. She did not count the cost in blood, nor did she celebrate the amount she spilled. Before she had killed Maxim, he'd taunted her that Ildikar might be under siege by a Nurokai war fleet. He also claimed to have broken the petrification spell and intentionally unleashed the gigantic army of General Utros. Edessa had no reason to believe this was true, since she also knew that the wizard commander had a habit of lying. Once she got back to the city, she would see the truth for herself, and fight if necessary. As she moved mile after mile, Edessa anticipated seeing the glorious city, the arbor-lined streets, the ruling tower, and the sacrificial pyramid, the combat arena soaked with blood and glory. Edessa had trained so many fighters, and some, like Ian, even became champions, a rare honor. She had also allowed Ian to become her lover, to impregnate her with her most recent child. Even though Edessa had killed Ian when he betrayed Ildikar, she could not deny the fondness she'd felt for him. If only he had not been corrupted. At Gant's Ford, after leaving the Farrier family, she considered finding a riverboat pilot who would take her upriver to Ildikar. But Edessa was in no mood for company. She could travel swiftly enough alone, and she had been by herself ever since the Sovrina sent her on this hunt. By now the uprising in Ildikar would have been subdued. Thora and the Wizards' Duma would have re-established their rule and punished the criminals. Edessa would come home triumphant. She followed a dirt road alongside the Kilraven River, but as she went farther from the town, the path degenerated into a faint trail among the trees. The dangerous swamps far to the north would be much more of a challenge. After a day of hard traveling, she ate dried meat and fruit from her pack, and eventually stopped to make camp. Edessa gathered dry wood in a clearing and sat on a fallen tree whose bark had rotted away. The campfire of dry willow wood, grasses, and oak twigs cracked and popped, exhaling a ribbon of smoke. She drank from her water skin and made a small meal of more preserved food. In a few days, she would have to hunt, but tonight she would just rest and then move on as soon as the sun rose. The nearby river curled along the banks with a whispering sound. Night birds chirped, and insects muttered as they stirred in the comforting darkness. Edessa picked up the sack with its grisly burden and set Maxim's head on a stump across from the campfire. She pushed the fabric down to expose the discolored, swollen skin. The wizard commander's eyes were puffy and half open, a gelatinous milky white. His mouth hung slack as the lips drooped to expose his teeth. He had once possessed a capricious trickster smile, filled with more poison than humor. Now his skin held an oily greenish cast of decay, and rusty brown stains covered the stump of his neck. Trying to balance the head upright, she pressed down to squish the soft tissue. "You will be my company for the evening," Odessa said. "But you were not good company in life. Sovrina Thora despised you. Now you will at least be silent and respectful." With his dead face across from her, Odessa squatted on the log and contemplated as she finished her meal. Ravens squawked in the trees above the river and burst into flight. She looked up, wondering what had disturbed them. Then a taunting voice sent splinters of ice down her spine. "You think you have won." Her hand flashed to the short sword at her side, and she rose from her seat. The campfire snapped again. She looked around. "You won't win," the voice said, and she turned toward Maxim's head. Though bloated and discolored with decomposition, his eyes were now open, with the whites focused on her. "Ildikar has already fallen." "By the Keeper!" she cried. "Yes, by the Keeper." Maxim's lips spread apart and cracked as pus leaked through them. His swollen tongue protruded from his teeth as the jaws moved to form words. "You haven't finished the job, Morazeth." Sure that she was imagining this nonsense, Odessa stared. "Be silent." When Maxim laughed, his head wobbled on the stump. "The veil is frayed, the boundaries slippery. Many souls moved through the cracks." The head chuckled again. "And I am slippery indeed." "Be silent." Gripping her short sword, she strode around the fire to loom over the severed head. The eyes blinked at her in mocking innocence. "I hacked your head from your body," Odessa said. "I shattered your chest with a tree and burst your heart. You are dead." "Maybe I can't be killed so easily." He laughed again. "I will cleave your head in two, and then I will chop those pieces into more pieces." He merely scoffed at her. "You think that by removing this receptacle you can destroy my spirit? You are welcome to try." His lips curled in a sneer, his rotting eyes squinched shut, and he opened them again, so that runny liquid oozed out of his eyeballs. "Did you not promise my dear Thora you would bring her my head? If you hack me to bits, how will you explain your failure?" Odessa wavered, glaring down at him. The eerie voice continued. "Come, we will be companions on the long journey back to Ildikar. But I assure you, nothing remains of the city." He snickered again. "How would you know? You've been gone so long." "You're lying." "I see things as a spirit." "You know nothing. You're my victim. You're dead." "I am," Maxim replied. "And yet I am still here." Frustrated and disgusted, she yanked the burlap sack over the severed head, wrapping it up and tying it tightly. Now his voice was just a whisper, but still there. She set her burden on the other side of the fallen tree. Odessa had no further appetite, nor could she sleep throughout the long and noisy night. Chapter 13. Throughout the bright daylight hours, the hidden people busied themselves inside the gloomy buildings of Oregon. They had plugged every chink, sealed every crack, so that no hint of sunshine could penetrate their sanctuary. The pallid men and women struck sparks to torches, lanterns, and candles to illuminate the corridors of the palace. Even safe and sheltered within the blocky walls, they still moved furtively. Nicci looked up to the high arches where the stone pillars vanished into the shadows overhead. Old Cora led her through great dim chambers, where the cool stone walls were covered with patches of moss. "Why did you come to us?" the old woman asked. Orogang sees almost no travelers. What brought you here?" Tagging along, young Asha added, "Did you come over the mountain road? We keep it guarded, but our night hunting parties didn't see you." Several others walked close, their gray garments rustling as they followed, listening. They spoke in low voices, as if their language were composed entirely of rumors. "I did not come by road," Nicci said. "The Sliff carried me. If you have lived in this city for so long, surely you know of her well." The hidden people muttered nervously. Cora considered. "We have heard stories of the silvery woman in the well, but no one has seen her in our memory. It is said she fell dormant more than 1,000 years before Emperor Kurgan." The Sliff was created to transport spies and saboteurs for Emperor Sula Chan, long before Iron Fang was born. Long before Iron Fang was born. Nicci straightened. "I awakened her. I wanted her to take me to Ildakar, but instead she abandoned me here. Something strange happened during our journey. She thinks I betrayed her." Her heart felt heavy with the knowledge that she might never summon the creature again. The Sliff was gone. "But I have to get back to my friends. There is a terrible war, and I can't stay here." Cora paused as she led Nicci along. "Another terrible war. There is always a terrible war." They entered a cavernous chamber with a domed ceiling, supported by gigantic marble pillars. Nicci paused to take in the size, assuming that this must have been a grand throne room. "Iron Fangs?" "Ildakar is many days' ride from here." Cyrus sounded dubious as he accompanied them. "And the Sliff brought you all that way?" "The Sliff carried me to Saramundi on the coast, and Tanimura before that. Those places are much farther away than Ildakar. Distance is not the same for such a creature." Nicci paused. "But if I cannot summon her again, then I have no way to get to where I need to be. Not in time. Ildakar is under siege, and it may already have fallen." "Our people cannot leave Orogang, or we would help you," Cora said. "Because of the Jis, we are honor-bound to remain here and keep the rest of the world safe." Nicci looked around at the shadowy people, who slipped in and out of corridors and disappeared into dark passageways. "How many of you are there?" Hundreds had swarmed into the city square when they attempted to capture her, and she had seen many more silhouettes hovering in the doorways and arches of the sealed buildings. Were they a significant fighting force? "Many," Cora said. "Our people live inside the buildings and in the catacombs that connect the largest structures, others in caves in the mountains. We are everywhere in Orogang, but we don't allow ourselves to be seen." The torches burned like fiery eyes filling the large chambers. Emperor Kurgan's ancient palace held innumerable wings and chambers, as well as underground levels, but shadows disguised the magnitude of the place. The ancient capital city had many imposing structures. Iron Fang had built them all with heavy taxes and forced labor, as he crushed citizens to prove his power. Though he had been murdered by his own people, Kurgan's monuments had endured for 15 centuries. The hidden people went about their daily business. In large communal chambers, Nicci heard the clack of looms, the rasp of files, the rough biting sound of small saws. Craftsmen were shaping wood to make chairs, building tables, creating common amenities. Others wove fabric or spun yarn, while seamstresses sewed garments. The interior of the city had a hushed quality, but Nicci also sensed a certain contentment rather than fear. "How do you feed so many people?" she asked. "I saw storehouses and granaries in the streets. Do you really farm at night?" "We plant crops," Cora explained. "The daylight cares for its own, and the Jis do not bother the plants. At night we till and harvest. Our hunters bring back meat." Her smile showed genuine satisfaction. "We produce enough to care for ourselves." Asha pulled ahead, excited. "But there's more. Our most important crop is underground. Come, let me show you." The girl reached an arched doorway above a descending stone staircase. She trotted down the steps with a patter of feet, leading them to a dark lower level beneath the palace. Nicci followed Asha down claustrophobic and confined stairs to an underground chamber with rough rock walls. The room was illuminated by an eerie silver-blue light emanating from fleshy growths that covered the walls. Nicci smelled a lingering swampy odor in the air that was not entirely unpleasant. 10 hidden people, including some younger children, worked among the bulbous growths. They carried baskets and harvested the gray-white fungus, while others distributed brown mulch from baskets to fertilize the growths. Asha tore a piece of the shapeless mass from the wall and popped it into her mouth, obviously relishing the taste. As stern Cyrus stood at Cora's shoulder, the old woman spoke with a hint of awe. "We cultivate and nurture this substance, making it our greatest weapon against the Jis. This is why the swarm has not swelled across the land." 2 of the children harvested the mushrooms, stuffing their baskets while snitching a bite or two. Cyrus also took a mouthful, as if it were his duty. "We consume the fungus every day, so that it permeates our flesh. It helps our work." Nicci realized how hungry she was after her ordeals, and she reached out to take a sample, but Cora violently yanked her hand away. "Not for you, sorceress. Not for you." Nicci backed away. "I do not understand you, or your people." The old woman seemed conciliatory. "We will explain everything. It is important." She picked one of the misshapen mushrooms and crushed it in her palm, showing the mess to Nicci, who inhaled a deeper breath. With her gift and her heightened senses, she found an ominous undertone to the slightly savory smell, a foul chemical she had not noticed before. Cora said, "The fungus is deadly to all who are not accustomed to it, a poison as strong as the deathrise flower. It would kill you if you ate even a mouthful." As they stood in the lambent glow of the chamber, Nicci watched other people arrive for their daily rations, plucking the fast-growing mushrooms and eating them as they walked back out. "This fungus makes us deadly to the Jis," Cora continued. "We have bred ourselves to endure it. We accustom our bodies to the poison from the time we are mere infants. We expose our bodies to the chemical, building up our resistance until our blood, our skin, every bit of us, is filled with the poison." Cyrus frowned at Nicci. "You could not survive it, sorceress, no matter how great your gift is." Nicci had endured poisons before, but she did not wish to test this, especially when she was already weak after her ordeal in the Sliff. "I need to regain my strength, not diminish it. If the Sliff does not respond to my summons, then I will have an arduous journey ahead of me. If I can find my way back." "We know where Ildikar is," Cora said. "We can show you the mountains and the passes, and how to get there. I am even familiar with these cities on the coast that you call Saramundi and Tanimura, though our records are ancient." "How can you know about the coast if you have never left this city?" Nicci asked. "Orogang has been cut off for centuries." The old woman gave a mysterious smile. "That doesn't mean we have forgotten." Leaving the fungus chamber, Cora led her and the others into an enclosed wing, above ground, that connected to another grand building. They entered a speaking chamber with tiers of empty benches and a great open area for lectures on the floor. It was a place where Nicci could imagine shouting sessions and political debates. On the floor stood a solid table, on legs as wide as tree trunks. The table held a large, immaculately detailed relief map of the old world, sculpted out of clay and painted with natural colors. It was as if someone had shrunk down the actual mountains, valleys, and rivers of the old world to fit there. Bright lanterns rested on the 4 corners of the massive table, like suns shining down on the terrain. Previously, Nicci had seen only small swatches of the old world marked on maps. But this 3-dimensional representation encompassed the entirety of the old world, from the coastline to the mountains and beyond. Cora stretched out her arm and touched a bowl in the craggy mountains, surrounded by difficult passes, but connected by the fine lines of well-traveled imperial roads. This is Orogang, the center of Iron Fang's great empire. The old woman traced her fingertips along mountain ridges, following the roads south, plunging down into drainages and wider valleys as converging streams formed the headwaters of the Kilraven River, which led south to another prominent city, Ildakar. From there, the river rolled along until it reached a widening estuary that spilled into the sea. Finding Ildakar, Nicci retraced the path that she, Nathan, and Bannon had traveled over the high pass of Colader, back to the desert canyons that hid Cliffwall, and westward over more ridges to the sea and Renda Bay. She followed the coastline to the north, saw numerous shoreline cities all the way up to Saramundi and Tanimura. This map was created long ago by order of Emperor Kurgan. He wanted to know the whole world, because he commanded General Utros to conquer the whole world. And General Utros will return someday, said Cyrus, who stood utterly confident, his pale chin thrust forward. Remember the old prophecy. We have been waiting for so long, though he is surely long dead. Nicci surprised them. Oh, General Utros still lives. He and his giant army were turned to stone for centuries by the wizards of Ildakar. But now they have awakened. Cyrus looked astonished by the news, but she cautioned him. Hear me. He is no savior. Even though Iron Fang is long dead, Utros means to conquer the old world for himself. Do not expect him to be your hero. We have had legends for generation after generation. Cyrus stiffened, squared his shoulders. He is a great man. The prophecy tells us he is coming back for us. You might have legends, but I have confronted the man myself. I know how much destruction his army will cause, how many people will die because of his ambition. You should fear him, not hope for his return. Cyrus scoffed. I will believe what I wish to believe. Beside Nicci, Cora adjusted her gray cloak. I would not put too much stock in legends or supposed prophecies, Cyrus. Your people have held on to a vain hope for too long. Remember, we also know silly tales about Iron Fang, myths that portray Kurgan as a brave and noble emperor, and he was certainly not worthy of legends or hope. How do you know General Utros is worthy? Because I know, Cyrus said, with rising defiance. His gray eyes showed no interest in the truth. I believe the prophecy. Nicci had seen the same blank and intolerant expression many times in the followers of the Imperial Order. She too had believed in their teachings and refused to consider that she herself might have been deluded, that she might have been wrong. Not until Richard. I know the truth as well, Nicci said, whether or not you believe it. Chapter 14. The huge army moved out. More than 100,000 soldiers, along with countless cooks, carpenters, leather workers, swordsmiths, horse handlers, and craftsmen. Each man was responsible for his own armor, his own weapons, his own boots. He had to mend his cloak, build a fire, chop wood, dig latrines. The military force was an enormous city on the move, in search of conquest. The first divisions moved out at sunrise. They marched across the valley away from the blank space that had been Ildakar, heading toward the foothills and the mountains farther west. Second commanders Halders and Aros mounted their war horses and rode at the head of large companies that fell naturally into ranks. General Utros watched from his command pavilion, with Ava and Ruva hovering beside him. He was pleased that the war had actually begun again. My army is like a great boulder on a hillside. It needs a push to start it rolling, but then it will crash downhill, unstoppable, destroying everything in its way. The golden mask half hid his smile. I will be the unstoppable force that crushes the old world into submission. Ava looked up at him, as if she were entranced by a glamour spell. What about King Grieve? Will you not share the land with the Norokai? They are barely more than animals. Let us see how many Norokai survive after the war is won. With a rumble of hoofbeats, boots, and creaking wagon wheels, the army moved west toward the foothills, raising clouds of dust and ash across the burned valley floor. The soldiers had eaten all the confiscated supplies, so each man went to bed with food in his belly and few questions. They would march until General Utros told them otherwise. He had dispatched 6 more expeditionary armies, each with 2,000 men, to head off in different directions, seeking cities to plunder and stockpiles to raid in his name. Thus, Utros increased the size of his invasion, and also decreased the number of mouths he had to feed by 12,000. Meanwhile, his primary force headed relentlessly over the mountains. Knowing the situation, First Commander Enoch sat grimly in his saddle as he rode up. He looked down at General Utros and the 2 sorceresses, who stood together outside the command pavilion. As the remaining companies formed ranks to move out, the pavilion would be broken down and packed into supply wagons. Utros and the twins would mount up and follow the main army. "Your soldiers are determined now, General, and they will focus on the march," Enoch said. "But before long, they will think about their sore feet and the discomfort of a rough camp. The day after that, they will think only about how hungry they are, and worse, how hungry they are going to get." He scratched a thin white scar on his cheek. "They revere you, sir, I have no doubt of that. But the pang of an empty belly for long enough may break even the greatest loyalty. I know the costs of loyalty." Utros thought of what Iron Fang had told him after discovering his affair with Empress Majel. Loyalty is greater than love. After her grisly execution in the real world, Sweet Majel's spirit had been tortured for centuries in the underworld, browbeaten and broken by her abusive husband's dominant spirit. Loyalty is greater than love. "I will raid any town and dispense all supplies to my soldiers," Utros said. "I don't know any other way to feed them." Ruva spoke in a whisper as they watched the army plod toward the foothills. "My sister and I have a way to sustain them, beloved Utros. A dangerous spell. We will have to do it in secret, because the men will not like it, now that they've been restored to flesh and blood. But without our help, your army will crumble, and the soldiers will die." A breeze stirred the heavy fabric of the pavilion, blowing dust past them. "How will you do it?" Utros asked. Ava said, "My sister and I know a spell that can reduce the body's need, slow and numb their appetites, change their metabolism, so they will keep going. Although it will not last. They will be digesting themselves. The spell will also work on the functioning of their bodies," Ruva added. "They will be able to eat anything, digest anything, grasses, trees, bones, whatever nourishment they find. The army will be like a swarm of locusts, stripping the land bare." "But surviving," Ava pointed out. When Enoch's brow furrowed, his many scars looked like twitching worms. "It sounds like a demeaning thing. If they starve and drop dead, they are no good to my war," the general said. "If they do collapse and fall dead on the march," Ava said with a smile, "then thanks to this spell, the others can eat their bodies and gain even more strength." Utros did not need to hear more. "They will live, and they will keep fighting for me. Tonight in camp, after we have crossed the first foothills, I want you to work your spell." He sighed. "I will take the credit and the blame, if need be, once the soldiers discover what has been done to them. I promised to keep my men alive, and in this manner they will live." He looked to the twin sorceresses. "Save them by any means necessary." The army trudged into full darkness, trampling the grassy hills and rising into thickening forests. Behind them, the ground was pounded hard by countless boots, flattened and lifeless. After so many years of experience, the soldiers knew how to set up and break down camp with quick efficiency. Scouting parties dispersed to cut down trees and build bonfires. Second commanders' halders and arrows distributed meager rations, promising the ranks that they would have more to eat as soon as they raided a city. The soldiers believed them, for now. Each man found some patch of ground for his blanket, where he could lie down to sleep, and look up at the stars while he and his comrades remembered being human and all they had lost. They were 15 centuries overdue to meet the Keeper. In front of the command pavilion, as darkness settled in, Ava and Ruva laid the foundations of their spell. The largest bonfire was a beacon of crackling flames and smoke from the burning green wood. Utros sat outside the newly erected pavilion, where he could watch his camp and listen to the activity. Curious, First Commander Enoch joined the general as the twins made their preparations for the dark spell. Ava and Ruva had filled small clay pots with different powders: dried blood mixed with salt, the ashes of bones, powdered roots, flower petals, and berries they had collected. When the women proclaimed themselves to be ready, both were naked, their blue gowns discarded, all hair cleanly shaven from their skin, scalp, eyebrows, armpits, even the thatch between their legs. With their bodies painted with whirling patterns of deep red, intense black, and bursts of white, Utros barely noticed their nakedness. Each woman cradled a small pot of powder against her flat stomach. "We will begin, beloved Utros." Ava dipped into one of the pots and held up a finger covered with a greasy yellow substance, like tallow mixed with honey and sulfur. She dabbed a mark on the center of the general's forehead at the edge of his golden half-mask. "What is this for?" he asked. "To protect you." "Is your magic dangerous? Are my men at risk?" "It will save you," Ruva replied. Ava smeared a dab of the substance on her own forehead, then did the same to her sister. "This will nullify the spell. The magic won't change you. You will stay human." Concerned, Enoch rose to his feet. "If we are asking the soldiers to make the sacrifice, should we not do the same?" "There was a time I would have said yes," Utros said. "But so much is uncertain. We need to lead them, First Commander." He gestured toward Enoch. "Give him the mark as well." When Ava stepped forward with the pot, Enoch raised his arm to ward her off. "I don't want it." But when Utros gave him a steely glare, the veteran lowered his arm with a sigh. "If you must." As Ava marked his forehead, he asked, "Is this spell reversible? Once you have placed it on all these soldiers, can you change them back? After we achieve our victory and have all the supplies we need, can they be normal again?" The twin sorceresses replied with non-committal shrugs. "It's what we have to do." The soldiers bedded down around their fires, exchanging stories, comparing dreams, and boasting about how wealthy they would be from the spoils of war, how many enemies they would kill. Ava and Ruva circled the largest bonfire, throwing powders into the embers. Sparks flared, and the smoke thickened, changed color, and spread like a miasma across the camp. Near their own campfires, the other soldiers didn't notice the mysterious smoke. The sorceresses began a low chanting. They threw blood powder, bone ashes, flammable mineral dust, dried mushrooms, and ground-up tubers. The heady smoke dispersed among the scattered soldiers, changing them, tightening their stomachs, altering their blood flow. "I need for them to survive until we reach the big cities, and there we'll take enough supplies to feed them all again," Utros said. "Your army will carve a swath over the mountains all the way to the coast, General," Enoch said. "Nothing can stop them." "Good." Utros crossed his muscular arms over his chest and surprised the others as he announced his unexpected decision. "For the next several days, the army is in your hands, First Commander. You will lead the continuing march, while I need to depart for another destination." He had been considering his next move in great detail, and there was something else he had to do first. "I will take 1,000 mounted soldiers and ride hard to the north. Ava and Ruva will go with me." Alarmed, Enoch wiped the smear of greasy yellow off his forehead now that the spell had been cast. "You leave the army under my command? Where are you going, sir? The soldiers will want to know." Utros nodded slowly. "Emperor Kurgan is long dead, but surely some remnant of the Empire must remain. I serve the Empire." He looked through the darkness, seeing the shadowed silhouettes of hills that blocked the vault of sky. "We will make the long ride to the capital city of Oregon, so that I can report to whoever is left there." Chapter 15. The defenders straggled in from their separate missions and met at a sandstone outcropping in the forest. Some looked frightened, while some were giddy with excitement. Nathan did a rough tally, guessing that several hundred ancient warriors had been killed, all told, but 4 Daharan soldiers had fallen in the various skirmishes. Most battlefield commanders would consider those acceptable losses, but losing even 4 members of their ragtag band was a serious blow. The last group to return included Captain Trevor and the wizard Leo. Leo was a skinny man with a narrow face, shaggy gray-black hair, and a dark goatee. He had managed 2 Yaxan slaughterhouses in Ildikar, but those days were gone. He seemed terrified as he sat among the others beneath the sandstone overhang. His hands were covered with drying blood. "I killed people. I used my gift and I tore them to pieces. I watched them die." "They were our enemies," Zimmer said. "It is what they deserved. You already killed many on the battlefield while you were helping Elsa lay down her transference magic." Leo nodded, though he still looked shaken. "That is how we survive," Verna explained to him in a calm voice. "And there will need to be much more killing." Oliver and Peretta returned to the camp with water from a nearby stream, while Amber and several Sisters of the Light foraged for berries and wild vegetables. Since they couldn't risk building fires, Nathan used his gift to heat a flat slab of rock, which served as a stove, and Rendell made a decent meal by boiling dried beans along with some wild onions. They shared stories as they ate. As he listened to Ren talk about Hanavir, Nathan absently rubbed the scar on his chest. Although his new heart beat steadily, he felt a dark vengeance trying to gain hold of his thoughts. A foreign part of his mind, some stain of Chief Handler Ivan that still dwelled inside the heart, chastised him about what he had done when faced with a terrible decision. Ivan's sour presence complained that Nathan and Ren should have shown no mercy, that the weak townspeople of Hanavir were a necessary sacrifice to stop the raiding party. They deserved it. How many more people would die, now that General Utros could feed his army? Nathan gritted his teeth. His heart, Ivan's heart, beat like a loud primal drum inside his chest. Trying to drown out the unwelcome thoughts, he lurched to his feet, startling the others as he breathed hard and heavy to drive back the pain. "Hanavir could have gone a different way," he said, interrupting Ren and ignoring the alarmed expressions around him. "But then there would have been more bloodshed. We have to save people where we can and when we can." His pulse calmed as he exerted control over his rebellious heart. He sat back down, insisting he was all right, and quietly ate his beans. Thorne, who had accompanied General Zimmer's group, proudly told of how they had defeated 120 armed soldiers outside of a mining village. She and her sister Morazeth, Lysa, compared notes about their victims. Nathan found their discussion an odd mixture of boasting and technical advice on killing the enemy. With a concerned look, Verna offered him a handful of berries that Amber had gathered. "Is this our life now, Nathan? Hiding in the forest, harassing the fringes of an overwhelming army, and then running again?" Lysa heard the comment and made a defensive reply. "We're more nimble than the army is. Our small group can strike and run. Given several years, we will decimate them." "Dear spirits." Nathan shook his head. "I don't doubt your claim, but fools can be confident as well, and we can't afford to be fools." Zimmer squatted on a rock across from them, wolfing down his meal. As a military commander, he had eaten camp food for much of his life. "General Utros is now on the move. We saw them break camp and depart yesterday, marching across the valley into the foothills. It's our job to stop them." Nathan pondered the great distances that he, Nicci, and Bannon had already traveled across the old world. He didn't downplay the tremendous dangers they had faced in their journeys. The life drinker, the sorceress Victoria, the deadly secrets of Ildikar itself. But the unstoppable army of General Utros might be the greatest threat. We can't just endlessly strike and run. We may hurt them, or we may just annoy them. We need a better plan. Oren cracked his knuckles and said sarcastically, "Yes, why not find an invincible weapon, or gather our own huge army? How do you suggest we do that, Nathan?" "I do not appreciate your attitude." He had washed his face, cleaned his garments, and actually felt presentable. That made him feel like a wizard again. "As a matter of fact, I do have an idea. We can obviously move much faster than the huge army, and our path will take us back to Cliffwall. The scholars there can help us find powerful magical defenses inside the archive. It may be our best chance. We'll get there well ahead of General Utros." Peretta nudged Oliver, who sat next to her. "Yes, at Cliffwall we can also train all those gifted scholars to fight." Prelate Verna had the same thought. "And once we're hidden at Cliffwall, we'll be safe from the army, at least for a time. Utros will never even know to go there." "It's decided then," Zimmer said. "We will move at our best pace back to Cliffwall." Lysa and Thorn looked at each other, and then, in an oddly synchronized gesture, they removed their daggers and began to sharpen the edges on a nearby rock. "But we will still harass them and kill as many as possible on the way." "Yes," Thorn agreed. "It only makes sense." Chapter 16. After a day sealed inside the ancient buildings, Nicci felt restless. She understood the plight of the hidden people against the bloodthirsty Jis. But her greatest concern was General Utros's army and the threat to the entire continent. He might be marching now. She couldn't hide inside the safety of shadows when those soldiers might be battering down the walls of Ildikar. Or Ildikar itself might be gone, if she understood the cryptic comment the sylph had made before vanishing. The ambitious general would not rest on one victory or one failure. Conquest was his mindset, and Nicci had to help stop him. She had left Nathan and Bannon behind, as well as the gifted members of the Wizards' Duma. She needed to find a way to go back. Recovering from her strange weakness after her last Slift journey, Nicci rested in former guest quarters in the Emperor's palace. Most furnishings had long since been removed, and the remaining tapestries and curtains were faded. The hidden people lived a drab existence, devoid of sunlight, color, and joy. Young Asha brought her water, bread, and meat, and Nicci tried to rebuild her energy, but sleep refused to come. Too many priorities and frustrations consumed her. Her sensitive ears picked up soft footsteps in the corridor, and Cora appeared in the open doorway. The old woman said, "The sun has gone down, and it is safe for us to venture out into the darkness. If you want to go into the city streets, now is the time for you to do so." "I'm not your prisoner, then?" Nicci asked. Cora was startled. "Not at all. We tried to keep you safe, not hold you captive. You are a powerful sorceress. If you wanted to fight your way free, we could not stop you." "No, you could not. It is good that you won't try." Backlit by the hall torches, Cora adjusted her gray garments. "We hope you understand the danger now. The sun is down, the city is dark, and the Jis have returned to their lair. You can go where you wish. If you decide you must leave Orogang, make sure you are far from the city by dawn, or the Jis will find you." Nicci had crossed a continent with Nathan and Bannon, and long before that, when she had kidnapped Richard, the two of them traveled from Westland all the way to Altorang. She had seen the sculpted map in the speaking chamber, and knew generally how she could travel south out of the mountains back to Ildikar. Such a trek would take planning, though, and Nicci reconsidered. "I'm not ready for that yet. I must try another means of travel first. Maybe she could get the Slift to listen." She followed Cora through the winding corridors of the imposing palace to where the main wooden doors hung wide to the night. Nicci breathed deeply, letting the cool air bathe her face. A faint breeze ruffled her ragged blonde hair. Trellises held sweet-smelling vine flowers, and fluttering moths swooped around, drinking nectar from the white blossoms. Outside, the hidden people scoured the nearby hills. Some were already returning with cartloads of wood, while others moved supplies from isolated storage buildings. Silent men and women worked in garden plots or tended orchards. Except for the constant danger of the Gis, this city seemed almost peaceful. While Cora joined a team harvesting vegetables from gardens, Nicci walked through the streets of Oregon, always aware that she had to get back to shelter by sunrise. She remembered how the black cloud had swarmed around the 2 hapless deer and drained them dry. She explored, walking among the fallen columns, collapsed archways, and the huge sunken amphitheater. She passed the towering statue of General Utros, where the dour Cyrus bowed reverently to his long-lost military hero. Others of his faction had draped offerings of night-blooming lilies around the granite base. The delicate pale flowers would shrivel in the next day's sunlight. But the hidden people who revered the ancient general would add fresh flowers night after night. Though she didn't accept the deluded prophecy that their great hero would return, Nicci did not disturb them. She had other business. She made her way to the empty Sliff well. The toppled statue of Emperor Kurgan sprawled in the square, the head broken off, the stone arm snapped just above the elbow. The Emperor's face retained a haughty expression. Even if she had known nothing about Iron Fang's violent history, she would have disliked him just from the stone's sneer. Nicci had little interest in a forgotten tyrant, though. Right now, the Sliff was the most important thing. The Sliff who had served Emperor Sula Chan and despised anyone who did not follow that evil man's cause. During the Great War 3 millennia ago, this Sliff had been created with terrible magic. A zealous volunteer transformed into a liquid metal creature. That fiercely dedicated young woman had given up her life to become an inhuman being, with the power to transport clients through a secret network. Nicci did not know the woman's original name, only that she considered her duty to Emperor Sula Chan to be greater than her own happiness, her own family, her own loves, her own life. Now Nicci stepped up to the waist-high wall that encircled a bottomless pit. The stones had been mortared together, fitted so well that she could barely see the cracks. A dank smell wafted up from the depths. She had traveled by Sliff many times before, engulfed in the amorphous silvery substance and hurtled along the unseen passageways. The Sliff had brought her here to Oregon because she had said Ildikar was gone. They had both been damaged by the unexpected deflection from their goal. Worse, Nicci had unwittingly revealed to the Sliff the failure of Sula Chan's cause, telling her that the ancient emperor was long dead. The petulant creature had fled, vowing never to help her. Leaning over the low wall, Nicci felt the resounding silence in that deep well. "Sliff, I wish to travel." Her words echoed in the well, bouncing down like dropped stones that never hit bottom. Not expecting an immediate answer, she listened but did not hear the frothy sound of the approaching creature. Nicci peered into the depths and thought of the blackness she had held in her own heart. She was stronger than that now, better than that. "Sliff," she called again, "I command you. I wish to travel. You were made to carry passengers, and you have carried me before. Take me back to Saramundi." She raised her voice. "Take me back. Now." Her words were just hollow ricochets down into the emptiness. She gripped the edge of the low wall, pressing her hands hard into the cool stone. She reached out with magic, shouting with more than just words. She touched the subtractive side of her gift, the darkness that had once served the keeper, and she also pulled with additive magic, stretching out to summon the Sliff with the full spectrum of her abilities. Only those with both sides of the gift could summon a Sliff. And now Nicci beseeched her. The silvery woman ignored her. If she could not persuade the Sliff to grant her passage to one of the great cities, Nicci would have to set off on foot. But if Ildikar had disappeared, That journey across the continent might take months, or longer. Where would she go? All the way back to Saramundi? "Sliff!" she shouted with greater desperation. Nicci had no way to force the creature, no means to bribe her, if she could even guess what the Sliff might want. Then Nicci realized that she did have something to offer. She had made the Sliff distraught by telling her that Sula Chan was gone. But she explained nothing more. This woman had surrendered her humanity because she was so dedicated to an ancient cause. The Sliff would want to know the answers about her sacred leader, and Nicci was her only possible source for information. It was a gamble, but she thought it might work. The most tantalizing carrot she could dangle before the Sliff. Nicci leaned over the well. "If you take me back to Saramundi, then I will tell you what happened to Sula Chan. All of it. Every detail. I'll reveal the history of how he was defeated in his original war. But Sula Chan came back from the dead to lead his armies again. And that was only a year ago. Can you exist without knowing? I will tell you about your cause." After a pause, she spoke louder. "After 3,000 years, Sula Chan returned as the Spirit King and almost conquered the world again, while you slept. I will tell you how you could have helped him. Don't you want to know?" She hunched over the well and waited, listening. Surely the temptation would be great. She heard nothing but the hidden people stirring in the dark city. Nicci called down even louder. "This is your cause, Sliff, and I am the only one who has the answers. I can tell you. If we cannot go to Ildikar, then take me back to Saramundi. I have much to reveal to you. Don't you want to know?" She felt certain that the Sliff had heard her, but no response came. "Don't you need to know?" Throughout the night, the moon moved overhead in a slow arc across the heavens. Nicci remained there for hours, cajoling the Sliff, enticing her, but to no effect. As the night ended, the hidden people moved back toward their shadowy sanctuaries. Nicci was sure she had failed. She was stuck in the heart of an empire that no longer existed. Chapter 17. The swamp dragon's jaws were as strong as the winches on the main gates of Ildikar. Lila strained against the monster in the mid-afternoon sunlight. She could feel sharp teeth against her skin as the monster tried to bite off her arm. The smell of decaying meat in the uneven rows of teeth made her gag. She pitted her muscles against the creature. The underbrush crashed as the scaly beast dug its clawed feet into the mud to find purchase, but Lila pushed it back. The armored tail thrashed. They were matched in strength, but the swamp dragon was a primitive, stupid brute, and she was a Morazeth. Lila shoved with an extra burst of energy, yanked her arm free of its jaws, and spun as it recoiled in surprise. She lunged with her dagger when the beast opened its jaws wide. She drove her arm into the open mouth, and the dagger pierced the pink flesh of its gullet. She thrust into the back of its throat until she severed its spine from the inside. The swamp dragon continued to twitch and snap, already dead, but still deadly as its wild nerves kept firing. Panting and exhausted, Lila dragged herself out of the fang-filled mouth and rolled on her back into the muddy sawgrass. The swamp dragon let out a belching exhalation as it quivered in death. Lila got to her feet again, covered in blood, slime, and mud. She kicked the armored body with the hard sole of her sandal, shoving the large beast into the muck. Tributaries and side currents curled like snakes through the vegetation. The dead reptile floated along the shallow water, drifting as the current tugged it. Already, Lila could hear splashes and ripples as more swamp dragons prowled toward the disturbance. Though eager to feast on human flesh, the scaly predators were just as happy to devour the carcass of one of their own. Meat was meat in the deadly Killraven swamps. Lila would have preferred to rest and eat her own meal, but she couldn't afford the time. The swamp dragon had already delayed her enough. She sprinted off through the grasses, splashing in the shallow mud and ducking under dangling vines and mosses. Her struggle had made a great deal of noise, and Lila didn't want any Norokai scouts to investigate, though she was confident she could kill them all. And she would, when the time was right. Lila kept moving at a steady pace, jogging downriver. The 3 serpent ships had already sailed out of sight, and Lila had to keep up with them. Fortunately, the raiders dropped anchor at night, so as not to crash into river hazards in the dark. She didn't fear the swamp predators as much as she feared losing Bannon. For years, she had fought combat beasts in the arena. As a young woman, when she first trained as a Morazeth, Lila had defeated any opponent, honed her skills, and received the protective runes that her trainers burned into her smooth skin. Combat came to her as instinctively as breathing and eating. She had single-handedly killed spiny wolves and a razor-tusked boar with nothing more than a short knife. Her back still bore long scars from when a combat bear had mauled her, but although her skin hung in tatters, Lila had killed it. When she'd become a full Morazeth, Lila began to train combat slaves, some of whom accepted their chance to achieve glory, while others resented her for it. Lila had no sympathy for any of them. Her job was to turn the trainees into skilled warriors, whether or not they liked it. She was proud of what she had achieved. Bannon had been one of the most difficult trainees, and she was especially pleased with him. That was why she protected the young man, why she rewarded him with her body, and why she felt affection for him against her better judgment. Bannon was earnest and dedicated, unlike any other slave she had seen in Ildakar. His eagerness gave him a naivete that seemed absurd, yet his optimistic facade covered a deep darkness inside, scars from unspeakable pain in his life. Lila had helped him find balance, so that he could become the best fighter, the best killer. At one time, her job had been to create arena fighters merely for the entertainment of the Ildakaran nobles. But now she realized there were so many more important things she and Bannon could do together. First, though, she had to free him. She still had his sword, which was a sufficient weapon for what she needed to do. Bannon had used Sturdy to fight against her in the training pits, so she knew the blade was solid and sharp. She used it to hack a thorny vine out of her way. She ran into a marshy clearing at the bend in the river. On the wide channel ahead, she saw the Norokai ships as specks in the distance, but she knew where they were going. Lila just kept running. Biting gnats flew around her face, attracted to her sweat, smelling her blood, and she swatted them away. The perils of the swamp were merely an inconvenience. She had to catch the serpent ships, and she refused to lose hope. They would not get away from her. King Grieve and his raiding ships sailed down the river, and the small riverside village was in their path. Lila knew the Norokai could not resist fresh victims and spoils. She ran through the afternoon and into the sunset. Ahead, in the deepening darkness, she could see burning huts, smashed piers, a scatter of bodies. Even above the buzz of the swamp, she heard faint shouts and screams. She put on a burst of speed, but by the time she arrived at the village, there were few of them left alive. The 3 serpent ships had dropped anchor in the channel, and the ugly raiders rowed to shore in landing boats to fall upon the fishing settlement. As she ran closer, sure she was too late, Lila looked at the aftermath, inhaled the bitter, smoky air. 20 reed and willow huts had been built along the bank, with rickety docks extending out into the water. Other homes were farther from the river, in the trees. Several of their canoes had been smashed, sunk, or set adrift. Storehouses stood on higher ground above the bank. All were burning. The Norokai had been pillaging the place for hours already. Lila approached stealthily, keeping to the underbrush. She could hear guttural shouts from the raiders, groaning and whimpering from captives. Several outlying homes were ablaze, and she could hear the screams of people trapped inside. Sprinting past the flickering fires, she came upon sprawled corpses, villagers hacked to pieces, old women and children who would have been considered useless, while the stronger men and women must have been dragged back to the serpent ships to be sold as slaves. Set back from the riverbank, a shack had been set on fire, and she heard the wails of children inside. An overturned cart had been jammed up against the door by the cruel Nurokai, intentionally preventing anyone from escaping. A man with a splintered boat hook, still clenched in his hand, lay dead outside the door, gutted. Lila understood the story with just a glance. A father had tried to defend his children, his home, but the Nurokai had killed him, then locked the young victims inside and set the walls on fire. She imagined the raiders laughing as they did so. The screams grew more urgent, more despairing. Terrified screams continued from deeper in the village, but Lila couldn't save them all. In her mind, though, Lila could hear Bannon's voice, insisting that she try to help people however she could, that she save as many as possible. Without thinking, she bounded to the overturned cart that barricaded the shack. She kicked the side of the cart, shoved it away, then yanked the rickety door open. Inside, 3 red-faced girls were covered with soot, fallen to their knees, coughing. Waves of smoke curled out with a gush of fresh air. The oldest girl emerged to stare at the sprawled body of her father lying face down in front of the shack. But Lila grabbed her arm, swung her in the other direction, and pushed her and her 2 sisters away from the burning home. "To the forest," she hissed. "Run and hide in the trees." She had caught glimpses of other figures who had fled the village. "You'll find others out there. Stay with them." Before the 3 girls could run, a big Nurokai emerged from one of the nearby storage sheds. He spotted the girls, saw Lila, and his scarred face twisted in a hungry grin. "Go!" she urged the girls, and they bolted, running for the trees. She remained to face the thug. Lila pulled Sturdy free, gripped the leather-wrapped hilt, and sprang forward, surprising the raider. His slashed mouth dropped open in a roar of challenge, but before he knew what had happened, Lila had hacked sideways to slit open his belly. The Nurokai man gurgled as his intestines squirmed out like a basket of escaped snakes. Lila would have liked to let him die slowly from the awful wound, but he was making too much noise. Impatient, she struck off his head and prowled forward, glad she had saved the 3 girls, but wanting to do more. She saw 4 landing boats rowing back to the anchored vessels. Some of them carried huddled prisoners, while others were loaded with sacks of grain, stacks of smoked river fish, casks of supplies stolen from the town. Lila squeezed the sword's hilt, wanting to kill more of the Nurokai. Fortunately for her, a few raiders were still ransacking homes, starting more fires. They were stragglers, simply having fun, and so she would have fun too. One male taunted a growling dog tied to a post before he finally lost patience and lopped off the dog's head. 2 other scarred men held down and raped a sobbing middle-aged woman. With a flare of fury, Lila threw caution aside and ran toward them. As one Nurokai man finished with the woman, he grunted with displeasure, because she had gone limp. Petulant, he stabbed the naked woman in the heart and yanked his knife free before readjusting his sharkskin girdle. Her dying sigh sounded like a blessing. It all happened before Lila could get there. She did not scream a challenge, because that would be wasted breath. Instead, she bounded ahead with Bannon's sword raised. She could not let the man live after what he had done. As the rapist turned his hideous face toward her, showing off his lips cut all the way back to the hinge of his jaw, Lila slashed his throat so viciously she nearly severed his head. He dropped gurgling on top of his victim. The second raider, holding down the now-dead woman, let out a surprised shout. He lurched backward, grabbing his battle hatchet, and drew back his arm, but his waist girdle had been undone, so he could take his turn, and it tangled around his legs. He stumbled. Lila didn't let emotion color her need. She stabbed him in the gut and slashed sideways, as she had done with the man at the burning shack. As he fell, the man reached out for her with one hand. She kicked him down in a tangle of his own entrails. "I will let you die at your own speed." The shacks continued to burn, and Lila heard moans and panicked cries from another barricaded home. She tore loose the barrier, freeing the people inside. She kept running, letting the people stagger out, gasping and choking. As she made her way through the village, she took stock of the bloody bodies scattered about. One old man lay near the ruins of a fish-drying rack. He had been stabbed deep in his side. He reached out to Lila as she knelt beside him, but from her time in the combat arena, she knew it was a mortal wound. She gazed deep into the dark forest beyond the river, the low trees, the willow thickets. She saw more figures running deeper into the forest, surviving families taking desperate shelter. Good. Maybe even more of them had survived. "Norokai," the man said, twitching his fingers. She clutched his hand, because that was what he seemed to need from her. "I know who they are. I will kill as many as I can." She had already made up her mind, but it was what he wanted to hear. "Kill them all," the man said, then died. "I will." She set off. A landing boat remained tied to the only intact pier. A Norokai man stood at the prow, impatient to shove off. The other landing boats had already rowed back to the Serpent ships. "Finish up," he growled to his unseen companions in the burning village. "King Grieve won't wait for us, and I don't want to be stuck here with these vermin." Lila walked out of the smoke onto the dock as the man looked up at her in disbelief. Even though she held a bloody sword and carried a dagger at her hip, the raider seemed to think she was a gift, not a threat. He stepped out of the long landing boat and stood on the pier. "Did they send you to me?" "The Keeper sent me to you. Now I send you to him." Using both hands, she swept Sturdy sideways. The startled man recoiled, barely avoiding the sharp tip. He lost his balance on the dock and fell into the river. He bellowed and splashed, grabbing onto the boards to haul himself up, cursing her. Lila struck down and lopped off both of his hands at the wrists. As he let out a deep-throated scream and flailed his stumps spouting blood, she thrust Sturdy through his neck. His body slid into the shallow water and floated away in the current. Out in the middle of the channel, the 3 Serpent ships raised anchor and set their dark sails. She wasn't surprised that King Grieve would take his spoils and depart without even waiting for his last few men. She stood at the end of the pier and watched the ships move. She intended to do exactly what the nameless dying man had demanded of her. She would kill them, and she would free Bannon. Chapter 18. As the enemy army pressed through the foothills behind Nathan and his companions, they did not follow single file, but spread out, trampling everything in their wake. The mass of warriors camped for only a few hours each night, and moved again as soon as dawn suffused the sky. Nathan's band pressed on, but they had not gained a great deal of ground from the relentless march of the vast army. "We've already killed so many of them, and they keep coming," Ren said, in uneasy awe. The 2 wizards stood together. Nathan thought of his own loss, rather than the enemy's. Elsa's transference magic incinerated thousands on the battlefield, but even so, they didn't pay a high enough price. He shook his head, flushing with anger. She was worth more than that whole damned army. The other wizard's eyes were red-rimmed, and his mouth sagged in a frown. "And Lonnie? Did she at least fight well before she died?" Nathan brightened. "Oh, yes. Dear spirits, during our first sortie against General Utros, Lonnie made the ground shake with her gift. All by herself she flattened entire enemy companies. She impressed me very much." The bedraggled wizard sighed. "Yes, my Lonnie was a good fighter. I wish I'd been at her side." Thorn and Lysa frequently disappeared from the group, flitting back to prey upon more enemy scouts and stragglers. The Morzeth women kept careful score of the enemies they killed. Though such losses did little to weaken the multitudes, the bodies discovered every morning caused great agitation in the large army. General Zimmer did not have enough horses for all of them to ride, so many doubled up as the group made their way toward the hidden archive. He dispatched 1 messenger ahead to ride with all possible speed, so Cliffwall could prepare. Although the scholars should already have known about the threat of General Utros, Zimmer had already sent word weeks ago, after they had wiped out an expeditionary army in an avalanche below Col Adair. By now, Nathan hoped the imaginative scholars might have found additional defenses to suggest. For his own part, Nathan had hard memories of the archive, the damage done by the life drinker and the sorceress Victoria, but also the tragic loss of the dear girl Thistle. Nathan knew how much powerful magic lore was stored in Cliffwall, and he was sure that some of it could be turned against General Utros. But he also knew how easy it was for that power to grow out of control. He vowed to be vigilant when they searched the dusty library for defensive spells. What could their band of defenders do against an army that withstood all the wizards of Ildakar? Because Cliffwall was so cleverly hidden, the ancient army might simply march past without any scouts discovering the isolated canyons and the archive. He could only hope. Crossing one forested ridge after another, they could see the rugged, snow-streaked mountains in front of them, beyond which were the canyons of the western slope. Zimmer and Prelate Verna rode ahead to climb into a sweeping meadow, a lush hanging valley amid the thick forests. Before them, the wide meadow was filled with a splash of flowers, as if some ambitious painter had used the high valley as an enormous palette. The plants had sword-like leaves and fleshy green stems. The deep violet flowers were shot through with crimson veins. As the party emerged from the forest into the flower-filled meadow, Amber let out a cry of delight and slid down from her horse. "They're beautiful!" Oliver and Peretta joined her. "I've never seen so many blooms," Peretta said. Verna moved into the meadow. "They are indeed beautiful." General Zimmer stared ahead, as if searching for a path through the sea of blossoms. "We should bring some specimens with us to Cliffwall," suggested Oliver. Out of breath, Nathan and Wren trudged up on foot as the troops milled in place before the great meadow. Nathan could smell the perfume of flowers in the air. Considering so many open blossoms, he expected to hear a buzz of bees, see a flurry of butterflies. But the meadow seemed oddly silent. Laughing at the beauty, Amber and Peretta ran together toward the meadow, like children about to plunge into the ocean. Nathan felt a cold twist in his gut, and he shouted, "Stop! Dear spirits, don't go there!" But the sounds of the horses, the muttering soldiers, the rustle of armor drowned out his words. Urgent, he drew a deep breath and shouted out with his gift as well as his voice, making a boom of thunder in the air. "Stop!" The blow of the word was enough to bring the young people to a halt. Nathan pushed through the soldiers to reach the edge of the meadow and looked at all the blooms, aghast. "I know these flowers. They are death-rise flowers, the greatest poison ever discovered. A single blossom is deadly enough to kill a dozen full-grown men. I'm glad I stopped you in time." The soldiers pulled their horses back. Amber and Peretta retreated, and no one else ventured closer. Tossing his long white hair, Nathan cautiously approached the meadow, and Wren followed him, curious. "I have never heard of death-rise flowers." Orin rode up to them, tall in his saddle. He sniffed sarcastically. "We lived inside a walled city for 1,500 years, Wren. How much wild plant life would you expect us to know?" Zimmer frowned in his saddle as he looked across the meadow. "It will take a long time to ride entirely around those flowers." Like a man approaching a poisonous spider, Nathan bent close to the nearest blossom, studied their petals without touching them, the intense purple, the slash of deep red, the golden stamens. The mere touch of any one of these flowers would cause an agonizing death. Emperor Jagang would grow fields of these flowers and then test the poisons on his prisoners. Even the smallest touch is enough to bring rashes and blisters, horrible boils. A little more will kill you. Wren scratched the stubble on his cheek. There must be thousands of blossoms. Nathan hung his head, remembering the girl Thistle, with her large dark eyes and her positive attitude. Thistle had eaten one of the death-rise flowers, and thereby forced Nicci to kill her to stop the agony. It had been one of the most terrible choices Nathan had ever witnessed. "Keep the horses away," Zimmer said, and gestured toward the edge of the meadow. "Follow the trees to the opposite side until you reach the stream, then keep to the forest." He shook his head. "Thanks to you, Nathan, we dodged a dangerous thing. We would all have been dead before we crossed the field." The Morazeth trotted up, wondering why the group had stopped. The two women were not impressed with the pretty flowers, but became much more interested when they learned about the deadly poison in the blossoms. Nathan kept staring at the meadow, stroking thumb and forefinger along his chin as he pondered. This is the obvious route through the hills. At least part of General Utros's army will surely come this way. He gave Ren an intense smile. With a little provocation, we could lure the enemy soldiers right across this meadow. Chapter 19. As she stayed among the hidden people, contemplating her plans, Nicci recovered from the unsettling side effects of her journey through the Sliff, and at last her gift felt strong again. Trapped inside during daylight hours, she explored the gloomy passageways that echoed with whispered footsteps. The silent population seemed as much in a trance as the ancient city was. Asha, Cora, and other hidden people offered only vague answers to her questions about their history in Oregon, and how they had watched over the Jis. As the old woman arranged drooping night lilies in a vase to add a splash of white in the torchlit gloom, Nicci asked, "Is this all you do every day? You just wait and hide? Do you do nothing else?" "What else can we do?" Cora asked. "We don't dare leave, or the Jis will spread far and wide. We have to contain them, and they stay here because of us. That is our purpose." Agitated, Nicci brushed the soft stems of the lilies. "Is that enough after so many centuries? Will it ever change?" "It will not change until the Jis are destroyed." "And will that ever happen?" Cora hung her head. "I do not know, and my grandmothers before me did not know. We can only hope that someday one of our children will rid the world of this scourge." "I can't wait that long," Nicci said. "I have other things I need to accomplish." Cora continued arranging flowers as pointless decoration. Frustrated with the woman, Nicci returned to her room and lay back, planning how to leave this isolated city without depending on the Sliff. If Ildikar had hidden itself again beneath the Shroud of Eternity, then nothing would keep General Utros from sweeping across the continent. Meanwhile, Nicci was here, locked in a building, hiding from daylight. She didn't realize she had dozed off until she found herself among powerful feral thoughts. In her dream state, her body shifted to become a tawny feline shape. She prowled along, seeing the world through a predator's senses. Smells became a different language. Mura. Part of the sand panther's mind, Nicci loped along, constantly moving, but she panted with exhaustion, and her large padded paws were sore and raw. She had covered countless miles, racing across the landscape toward a destination that was so clear in her mind. Mura needed to find her sister panther. Nicci had been separated from the sand panther when she traveled through the Sliff to Saramundi. But through the spell bond, the two remained connected. It had been so long since she'd felt a clear contact that she'd feared Mura had broken the bond. The big cat had been an excellent spy, roaming around the perimeter of the giant army, feeding information to Nicci through her feline eyes. Now, Nicci expressed her joy through the spell bond. She felt a growing awe as she realized that Mura had run over land, tracking her down over the mountains. The connection was faint, but she knew that the panther was not far away. Mura could taste her presence in her mind. "Come to me, sister panther," Nicci whispered in her sleep. The big cat growled as she bounded through the forest. With her enhanced senses, Nicci realized that other cats were accompanying Mura. Long ago, when the sand panther had been raised by the handlers of Ildikar, she was trained to fight and kill in the combat arena. From the time she was just a cub, Mura had been bonded with a pair of sand panthers, her troca, who fought together, moved together with shared hearts. But when the other two cats had been killed by Nicci and her companions, Mura was bereft and mortally wounded, until Nicci became her sister. In her lonely sojourn across the landscape, Mura had encountered other big cats and brought them along as her new pride. Though the sand panther did not understand numbers, Nicci sensed there were at least 6 or 7 cats loping along beside her across the mountainous terrain. Come to me, Nicci murmured, in the halfway land of sleep, and Mura let out a roar in her mind. The other sand panthers roared as well, and Nicci fell into a deeper sleep, content that they would soon be reunited. When she awoke hours later, still groggy and stiff, Nicci went to the speaking chamber to study the relief map and plan her best route over the mountains to where Ildikar had been, or back to Saramundi or Tanimura. She had tried to coax the Sliff with a promise of information about Emperor Sula Chan. Had the silver creature even heard her? There had been no response whatsoever. As Nicci ran her hands over the sculpted map, finding possible routes, one of the gray-robed men entered the speaking chamber. Dour Cyrus, who believed too much in the legend of General Utros. His expression shifted between anger and hope when he saw her. Though you spoke ill of Utros, we are reassured to know that he is alive. He will come for us, just as the prophecy foretold. You believe too easily in things, Nicci said. If you had seen the general attack Ildikar, you wouldn't revere him so much. Emperor Kurgan commanded him to attack Ildikar. What else would he do? A scowl crossed Cyrus's face beneath the fold of his gray hood. Even if he chose the wrong leader to follow, Utros is a great military commander. Iron Fang is long dead, and Utros can be the true ruler that we have always needed. Our people will be part of his new army. He needs us. The hidden people are a great army. We have waited for so long for him. Utros has more soldiers than you can imagine, Nicci said. How will you help him? Many mobs consider themselves armies until they face a real enemy. Cyrus looked at her defiantly. Follow me. I will show you. Leaving the speaking chamber, Cyrus glided through the stone corridors until he paused before a sealed storeroom. Cyrus took a deep anticipatory breath and tugged on the door. The dark wood was so old it looked petrified, and the hinges creaked as they reluctantly swung open. When the torchlight chased away the shadows, Nicci saw a vast chamber filled with gleaming swords in storage racks, enough weapons for an army of thousands. Spears stood in the corners like corn shocks. Curved helmets were piled on shelves. Stacked shields all bore Kurgan's flame symbol. Cyrus lifted one of the swords. We keep these sharpened and oiled, ready to be used the moment General Utros calls us to war. We train at night, practicing our swordplay in front of his statue. He looked eager. We have waited long to be called to our duty. But it will happen. We know it will happen. Considering the stories of General Utros, we have no doubt. You should have doubts, Nicci scolded. Despite her skepticism about the man's blind faith, she admired the blades and armor. There is much you don't know about your hero. Cyrus cut her off. I know all I need to know, and we are ready for him. After showing her the weapons, he ushered her out and closed the door behind them. She heard the hidden people stirring inside the dim corridors of the shuttered buildings, their conversations building. Outside, the sun had gone down, and once again, the people had the freedom to roam the city. Chapter 20. Inside the enclosed hold of the Nurukai serpent ship, the air stank of sweat, fish, and fear. Bannon hunched on the wooden bench, feeling the manacles like jaws around his wrists. The jangle of the heavy chains was softer than the groans of pain and anxiety from the nearby slaves. But he made himself stay strong. He had survived this long. The oars creaked as the slaves strained to row, driving the serpent ship downriver. The dull heartbeat of the pace drum echoed inside the hold, where the captives struggled to keep up with the rhythm. They worked hard to avoid the whip of the oarmaster, who was all too anxious to start the day by making an example of someone. Open hatches in the hull were designed to let in sunshine and air, but provided little of either. Instead, the reminder of daylight and freedom was merely another aspect of the Nurukai torture. Gripping the sweat-slicked oars, Bannon's hands were covered with blisters. His voice was only a dry croak as he groaned. He couldn't guess how long it would be before the hourly bucket of river water was passed around again. A ladleful splashed into their mouths. Bannon's muscles throbbed from his biceps to his bones. The current of the Killraven River would pull them along, and the dark sails caught breezes, but King Grieve insisted on greater speed, forcing the captives to sweat and bleed and die if necessary. While others begged, Bannon didn't give the scarred raiders that satisfaction. The drumbeat pounded harder, and he strained to keep up. The oarmaster was a surly man named Bosco, prone to flatulence, which only increased the stink in the confined space below decks. Tattoos and scars covered his face, but Bosco would have been ugly even without the mutilation. Sitting under the open hatch up to the main deck, he bellowed, "Harder, you worms! Lazy men will be hungry men. If you want your feast at noon, you'd better work up an appetite." He laughed, flinging his scarred mouth wide. Bannon's stomach recoiled at the thought of the rancid fish guts they would shove into his mouth. He had been starving for so many days, and he would force himself to swallow the nourishment, no matter the awful taste. The big miserable man chained next to him whimpered. His shoulders hunched and shook, and his hands were loose on the oar. Bannon whispered, "Please row. Help me. If they think you're lazy, they'll chop off your hands, and I don't want that to happen to you." The man flinched as if Bannon's words were as sharp as a Norokai whip. "Trust me. Stick with me. We'll get through this." Sullen, the big man gripped the oar shaft and pulled, though he couldn't articulate words. The man, Eric, was one of the new captives taken 2 nights ago, when the Serpent ships had raided a small peaceful village. When the raid had launched, Chalk remained behind on deck, bouncing with excitement as he watched King Grieve swing his war axe and lead his fighters.
"The axe cleaves the wood, the sword cleaves the bone,"
the albino called out. He had looked at Bannon as if the words had special meaning. From the deck of the main ship, Bannon had watched the ruthless Norokai ransack and burn. He wished he had sturdy, or even a stick, to smash Chalk's face, or King Grieve, or the shipwright Gara, or the oarmaster Bosco. Any Norokai would do. They had pillaged the settlement, seizing supplies, burning homes, slaughtering children, raping women. They had also captured a handful of strong, healthy people, including Eric, to press into slavery. After the Serpent ships set off again, Bannon was glad to learn that several of the Norokai had not come back, so the villagers must have put up unexpected resistance. Now Bannon and Eric were chained together on this bench, though they had few opportunities to talk. The big man was drowning in grief. "You've got to work so they don't kill you," Bannon urged him. "I know it's terrible, and I can only guess at what you've lost, but don't give up. Keep watching for your chance to escape. You'll know when the time comes." Still sobbing, Eric nodded. "They're all dead." Bannon tried to think of a way to give the poor man strength. "Getting killed won't bring your family back. The Norokai won't tolerate insubordination. We're no more than a haul of fish to them." "I hate them." Eric had shaggy brown hair and a beard, a square face, broad shoulders. The raiders had killed his wife and 2 children, but captured him because he looked like a strong worker. "I hate them," he repeated. "We have that much in common. Sweet Sea Mother, we will find some way out of this. Stick with me, and don't give up." A looming shadow appeared at the hatch above, and King Grieve shouted down into the hold. The oarmaster stopped drumming, so the king's words could be heard. "You are beaten. You are slaves. You serve the Norokai. Your lives are ours, and we can take your lives whenever we like, if you don't work." The chained men slumped on the benches. Bannon held his silence, though a flare of anger made his skin feel hot. Eric tried to stifle his weeping. Bannon wanted to comfort the man, but he could only offer empty hope and his own optimism. He comforted himself with the promise that he would kill as many of the Norokai as he could. Bosco lifted a ladle of clean water from a wooden bucket at his side and slurped a drink for himself as he eyed the captives, who looked desperately at the liquid. Without the least bit of embarrassment, he passed gas in a loud burst. Grieve glared at the oarmaster from the deck above.
Why did you stop drumming? Keep the ship moving.
Bosco pounded out the beat again, at an even faster pace than before. After Grieve retreated from the upper hatch, a spidery shape dropped down on the wooden ladder, peering into the smelly place. Chalk scuttled into the hold, where his bare feet splashed in the puddles of bilge that collected there.
Row, row, row. Down the river we go. You'll all grieve.
He stopped abruptly when he saw Bannon chained to the bench. With mincing footsteps, he came to torment the young man, though he seemed to consider it conversation.
You like to row? Off we go.
I hate to row, Bannon said, and then thought of Ian as well as Eric's family, all of the victims the raiders had left in their wake.
I hate the Norokai. Can you understand why?
With a grave expression, Chalk bobbed his head on his bony neck.
Some Norokai are not nice.
Eric shrank away from the scrawny albino, but Chalk's attention remained entirely on Bannon. He took a seat on a sharp edge of the adjacent bench, squirming to find a comfortable spot, as if this were merely an afternoon in the park and they were two friends chatting.
I want all Norokai to die, Bannon said.
Even me?
Chalk said.
I'm your friend.
He paused in his rowing.
Friend? I'm chained here as a slave.
I give you fish,
Chalk said.
You give me fish guts.
Moist and tender fish guts.
He licked his lips.
They're good. They are what I eat.
Leave me alone. Bannon bent to his rowing, because that was better than the albino's taunting. Next to him, Eric groaned and sniffed. As if jilted, Chalk frowned.
If you don't like my fish guts, then I'll give your portion to him.
He looked indignantly at the new captive. The thought only made Eric moan even more.
Why do you keep pestering me?
Bannon asked. Was this creature some kind of strange ally?
You don't see how cruel King Grieve is, how cruel you all are, the pain you've caused.
Eric found the courage to echo the words.
I hate you all.
The other slaves muttered as well, all of them listening. Chalk was surprised and curious, as if he honestly hadn't considered the idea.
Why? Why do you hate?
From the expression on the albino's face, he seemed to be expecting an answer. Bannon was surprised.
You honestly don't know? You can't see the terrible things you've done?
Terrible? We are Norokai. This is what we do.
He scratched his hideously scarred chest.
Would you have us be different?
Yes.
Bannon wasn't sure how he could get through to the odd man. The Norokai tried to capture me when I was a boy, but I got away. They took my friend Ian instead. Sold him to Ildakar as a slave for the combat arena. He spent all his life being tortured and trained.
Ah, a champion,
Chalk said.
A slave.
The shaman remained perplexed.
If he was captured, why do you feel sorry for him? That means he was weak. If he fought in a combat arena, he must have had a glorious life. I know about Ildakar. Yes, Ildakar. Gone now.
He frowned, tugged on his scarred lip.
What did your friend expect?
Ian expected a life. Chalk scratched his scraggly white hair.
A life? If he was a champion, what better life is there? Maybe he could have been a Norokai warrior instead. Would that have been a better life?
No. He could have lived on Shariah Island. He could have married, had a wife, children, a nice home.
Bannon sighed with the sadness of lost hopes for his friend. Chalk made a rude noise.
Weak. Sounds weak. I think he must have been strong.
If he had stayed home, he would have been loved, Bannon said. I loved him. He was my friend, and the Norokai took all that away. He would have had a much better life. Love? Chalk frowned. Not everyone has love. Not poor Chalk. Do we all deserve love? Yes, we all deserve love, Bannon said, even if someone else takes it away. I have never known love. I don't understand it. You don't understand a lot of things. The shaman found that hilariously funny and said in a sing-song voice, Love, love, grieve, grieve, you'll all grieve. No love for me. I've seen it. No love for me. Chalk seemed entirely convinced, and Bannon felt an odd moment of twisted sympathy. The countless bite marks and rough scars on the smooth white skin made the shaman repulsive. In frustration, Bannon asked, Why do you keep bothering me? Why am I special?
The axe cleaves the wood. The sword cleaves the bone.
Chalk tapped his temple.
Because you're in my head, and maybe by talking to you, I can get you out.
He paused to consider.
You'll all grieve. Sailing, sailing, sailing.
As if he heard some hidden whistle, Chalk bounced off the bench.
Talk later. For now, row, row, row. Soon we'll be out on the shining sea again.
Leaving Bannon baffled, the albino scrambled along the underdeck, ducking low even though he was much shorter than the beams. He climbed the ladder to the open air, while the slaves looked longingly after him. Chapter 21. As Odessa continued north along the river, the channel widened to create a maze of marshes, tall reeds interspersed with sluggish rivulets and stagnant pools. Carrying her stained sack, she splashed along, stepping on grassy hummocks or sliding into loose muck. Once, she sank up to her waist in a slurry of silt, but she hauled herself out, disappointed in her clumsiness. If she wasn't careful, she might lose her trophy. She had carried the wizard commander's head for many miles and many days. Odessa was eager to see the expression of warm gratitude on Thora's face when she opened the sack and pulled out the rotting horror. As she made her way through the marsh, she felt the bloated burden at her hip. By now, Maxim's head was growing softer, squishier. The marsh was full of unpleasant odors, but the sweet, nauseating stench of decay hung like a cloud. She skirted several fishing towns at bends in the river, not wanting questions or company. The closer she got to Ildikar, the more threatening the swamps would be, the deadlier the predators. For now, she wanted to make good time. She pressed her fingers against the sack to feel her victim's clumped hair, the oozing skin. Liquid seeped through the fabric, making a new stain of pus and spoiled blood. "Do you remember these marshes?" she asked aloud. "That town where you thought you were safe? Tarada, I think it was called. I killed your followers there, and you ran." She paused, expecting his mouth to move and speak. What? No reply? Sure that she had not imagined it the first time, she kept trying to provoke the wizard commander's spirit to come again. She knew for certain that Maxim's eyes had opened, that he had truly spoken to her. Since then, she had kept the head tied inside the sack to stifle his reanimation. But Maxim could not speak to her because he was dead. It must have been her imagination. And even if the wizard commander did utter words, he was defeated. He had nothing to say to her. That night, Odessa made a solitary camp on a hummock of brown grass and peat, where she could sleep. Setting the sack in the matted grass, she found a dead swamp oak with wood rotted enough that she could break off the branches. She piled the twigs and dry grasses to start a fire. The orange flames were the only light for as far as she could see. Odessa heard the constant buzzing of marsh insects, nightbirds, and slithering creatures that hunted in the darkness. She sat cross-legged on a mossy rock that was solid, if not comfortable. Odessa needed no comfort. She peeled thick reeds and roasted the bland but edible pulp. She had found berries during the day, even killed a small marsh hare with a thrown knife, which she now skinned and roasted.
It was enough to satisfy. Maxim's head remained wrapped in the sack, but she couldn't tear her eyes from it. She saw only the lumpy outline inside the fabric, but she knew that he was staring at her with jellied eyes. His puffy, purplish lips would be twisted in a mocking smile. She heard a whispered voice above the undertone of swamp sounds. "You can't hide from me by keeping me in this sack." "You cannot speak." "Then why are you answering me?" "You're dead." "I don't dispute that fact." "Then stop talking to me." She bit into the roasted rabbit leg so viciously that she broke the bone between her teeth. She spat out the hard shards. "I am still Wizard Commander." Maxim's voice was muffled by the sack. "You tricked me, surprised me. That was the only way you were able to kill me. But I still have great powers you can't understand." Odessa lurched over to yank open the sack. She pulled out the head. "Be quiet!" His blackened skin sagged in all the wrong places, and his oozing eyes came bright and alive, turning toward her. "I merely thought you might like some conversation. No need to be rude. It's lonely out here in the swamps, and you don't have any company." His gruesome face grinned at her. One of his loose teeth fell from his gums and dropped into the grass. "My many lovers have told me I'm very good company." "I don't want your conversation." "I know what you fear, dear Odessa. You're afraid that you might be going mad." "I'm not mad." Maxim's lips parted. "Would a sane woman talk to a rotting head in the middle of a swamp?" His smile broadened so that the decaying skin cracked and yellowish pus ran down into his goatee. "Would a sane woman hear him answer?" She carried her grisly trophy to the stagnant eddy at the edge of the hummock and submerged the head. "Now I don't have to hear you." She stood up, smug. Through the still water she could see Maxim's eyes looking up at her, but his mouth made no sound. Satisfied, she went back to her meal, finished the rabbit with a handful of berries, but she couldn't stop thinking about her trophy. She worried about the decomposing head under the water. What if the current was stronger than she expected? What if he drifted away? She knelt on the edge of the grasses to check on the head. She was alarmed to see half a dozen brown fingerlings nibbling on the decaying face. The little fish darted in to peck at the open eyes, to eat flakes of putrid flesh. If the fish devoured what was left of the Wizard Commander, Odessa would have nothing more than a skull to show Sovrina Thora. In disgust, she plunged her hand into the water, and the fish scattered to hide in the reeds. Grasping his hair, she lifted the head back onto the grass. Some of the stains had rinsed off, but Maxim was no more attractive. Once out of the water again, he opened his mouth and continued the conversation, as if he'd never been interrupted. "You will not make it back to Ildikar." She snorted. "You said I would never kill you either, yet I succeeded in that." "This is different. I told you before, by now Ildikar has fallen. The wizards raised the Shroud of Eternity, and the city is gone. You have no home." "I will still go there. I don't believe you." Maxim continued to taunt. "Even if you complete your journey, you will never find Thora. Alas, my dear wife is already dead. Her spirit is in the underworld. I have seen her myself. The Keeper is quite happy to have her. I think he has a lot in common with the unpleasant bitch." "You lie." The thought of the Sovrina being dead hurt Odessa more than any of his other statements. "You lie." "Poor Odessa. Am I not in a position to know? After all, I'm dead too, as you yourself reminded me." "Then stay dead. Stop speaking." "The dead are not the same as they were, and I have drifted back and forth through the veil. We arrogant wizards of Ildikar caused our own damage to the order of the universe by turning General Utros and his army to stone.
We stole all those souls from the Keeper, held them away for centuries. The Shroud of Eternity also kept our nobles out of the stream of time. But the Keeper is patient. He will claim what he is owed. He will come for you, too, Odessa.
The Keeper always does, she said. You don't frighten me.
Maybe I'll stay here to keep you company after all. Or maybe I can call the Keeper's attention and have him come for you now.
Be quiet. Maxim laughed. Her voice rose to a shout. Or maybe it was a scream. Stop laughing! Thoughts echoed inside her head, and a dark inner doubt made her wonder about her sanity. The Wizard Commander and his insidious taunts would be enough to drive any Morazeth insane. The campfire crackled and popped as the flames hit a loose knot of wet wood. Trembling with anger, Odessa stuffed the head back into its sack, hoping that would shut the man's mouth. There, you can rot in the dark. She heard a rustle in the underbrush nearby, a splash in the water, something large approaching. Wary, Odessa grabbed her short sword and stood by the campfire. The movement didn't sound like a marsh deer or a bear. She had thought the campfire would keep large predators away. She crouched, holding her silence, her ears attuned to any sound. A lean, mud-spattered woman stepped forward into the circle of firelight, as if she feared nothing. Odessa was astonished to recognize the scant black leather outfit, the protective runes on the skin, just like her own, the pale brown hair. I didn't expect to find you, Lila said, but I need your help. Chapter 22. After darkness fell like a protective blanket over the ruins of Oregon, the palace doors opened again. The hidden people performed the same tasks they had undertaken for countless generations, and they were no closer to defeating the Jis. Nicci explored the streets, looking for something she could use. She understood the danger of the bloodthirsty cloud, but she could not stay here. Unlike the hidden people, Nicci was not satisfied with just waiting. Since the Sliff refused to answer, she needed to take supplies and head out on her own, though the journey would take many days or weeks. But it was her only option if she had any hope of intercepting General Utros and his army. In front of the statue, a group of 20 men and women practiced with swords from the armory vault. Nicci watched them with a skeptical eye. They had sparred with one another for so long, using the same skills and moves, but they had never battled a real opponent. She realized that if Cyrus and his zealous followers actually joined Utros somehow, then they would become her enemy. They didn't understand their own legends. Nicci spent the night searching the wide streets and plazas, the empty passageways and alleyways. The Sliffwell remained silent. The bowl-shaped amphitheater was like a deep crater in the middle of the city, and Nicci stood on the outer rim, looking down. She imagined Kurgan down there, skinning Majel alive, and then planting flesh beetles in her wounds. No wonder the people had risen up and overthrown him, pulled down and smashed his towering statue. Suddenly, she sensed another presence nearby, powerful and dangerous. She snatched one of the daggers from her waist as a tan shadow leaped over a collapsed marble column. The big cat bounded toward her, and Nicci gasped, opening her arms wide. The sand panther drove her backward with momentum and exuberance, then licked her face with a raspy tongue. Laughing, Nicci wrapped her arms around Mura's neck. Pulling away, the cat paced around her, rubbing her fur against Nicci's black dress, nearly knocking her over again. An ominous purr rumbled through her chest. Mura, you're back! Nicci held the big predator tight. She had lost so much, been through such ordeals, that just having her sister Panther gave her great reassurance. Oh, Mura, I can't imagine how far you've come. She pressed her cheek against the soft fur. When she saw more movement at the edge of the plaza, she realized that other cats had entered the city, a dozen or more. Their glowing eyes gleamed in the shadows of the ruins, but they did not venture closer, even though Mura had convinced them to join her pride. The people in this city are my friends, Mura. Nicci explained. Allies. Your sand panthers must not harm them. They are not prey. She concentrated hard, hoping that Mura could communicate the warning to the other panthers. Across the city, Nicci heard the hidden people raising their voices, and she saw a faint glow outlining the eastern mountains. Daybreak. Recalling what had happened to the 2 hapless deer, she felt sudden alarm. Mura, we have to get inside. You can shelter in the palace with me and my friends. She tugged on the panther's neck. You need to tell the others to hide, though. She summoned an image in her mind of the deadly Gis swarm that would appear with the sunrise. Under normal circumstances, sand panthers would bed down in a dark protected area during the day. But she felt a great sense of urgency. Tell them, Mura. This is important. When her sister panther roared, the other cats twitched their tails, flashed a last feline glance at Nicci, and bounded off into the ruins in search of a shadowy lair. Nicci hurried with Mura back to the palace entrance. Cora and the hidden people looked at the predator with alarm, drawing back as Nicci led Mura inside. She is mine. She won't hurt you. The drab people withdrew as she took Mura inside the sheltered corridors before the sun spilled over the mountains. Through the ruined city, barricades slammed into place, entryways sealed to hide from the sun. In a rush, the hidden palace pulled shut the palace doors. In a last glimpse, Nicci saw the swirling black cloud flowing into Oregon like a million wasps. Mura growled, and Nicci held her sister panther as the hidden people barred the door. The wildcat did not like being trapped inside the stone walls. Mura was haunted by horrific memories of being tortured and trained by Chief Handler Ivan. Through her spellbond, Nicci saw memory flashes of the young cub clawing and biting the iron bars of her cage. Back then, the only freedom Mura and her sister panthers had experienced was when they were turned loose onto the bloody arena sands. Now she longed to be outside. But Nicci knew what the Gis would do to any living creature they encountered. She stroked the panther's tan fur, running her fingertips along the branded rune scars. I need to keep you safe. Trust me. Today, the hidden people seemed tense and fearful, but it had nothing to do with the big panther locked inside with them. They were preparing to do something Nicci had not seen before. A group of the muttering people moved to the barricade entrance. Young Asha caught Nicci's eye and hurried in among the nervous, gray-robed men and women. Intrigued, Nicci followed them to the closed main door, where one middle-aged man stood alone, facing the rest of them. He had a worn expression and sad brown eyes. He braced himself and ate a mouthful of the fleshy, poisonous mushrooms, as if for extra energy. The hidden people looked at him with reverence. Several touched him on the arm. Thank you, Cal. We appreciate you, Cal, said another. A drab woman kissed him on the cheek. Oh, Cal. She couldn't form any other words. Nicci didn't understand what was happening. Cal swallowed the poison fungus and turned to the barricade, as if in a trance. 2 men lifted the crossbar as he stood at the door, trembling. Nicci realized they were going to let this man out into the sun. Mura's tail thrashed, and a low growl filled her throat, but Nicci rested a hand on the furred shoulders to calm her. What is he doing? Nicci asked Cora. You're letting him out? What about the Gis? The old woman turned to her, and Nicci saw tears filling the wrinkled cracks in her cheeks. We have to do this every month. It is the only way we keep the Gis under control. The men pulled hard on the heavy doors and opened them to let an axe blade of sunlight spill into the gloom. Cal turned to the gathered people. Farewell. His voice cracked. He dashed into the bright morning, pulled the hood over his head like a man darting into a downpour. The hidden people pressed closer to watch. Once away from the great building, Cal paused out in the open sunshine, filled with wonder. Turning slowly, he pulled down his hood and lifted his face to the sky. He squinted in the blinding sun, but reveled in the warm light. What is that man doing? Why is he sacrificing himself? Nicci fought back the urge to push past these people and rush out to rescue him. What will he accomplish? The Gis will feed on him. Cora narrowed her eyes.
We are counting on it. The man walked placidly to the middle of the plaza near the toppled statue of Kurgan, where he stripped off his gray robe and tossed the garment away. His pale skin was milky, translucent, his face filled with rapture. He spread his arms, felt the sunlight, touched his bare chest. This is my payment. Oh, what glory the sun is. Inside, the muttering people fell into a hush as Nicci heard a buzzing sound that grated her teeth, her spine. Mora's growl grew louder, and her ears flattened. Flowing among the high buildings, like a shapeless predator, the black swarm approached, thousands of black specks. Cal kept his eyes closed, refusing to look at the deadly cloud as he drank in the sun. The swarm swirled and nodded, then rolled forward, picking up speed. They'll drain him dry, Nicci said. You said that if the Jis feed on human blood, their numbers will increase dramatically. Not with our blood. Cora gestured outside. Watch. Obviously agitated, the black cloud was ravenous as it closed in on its victim. Cal faced it and knotted his hands into fists. He howled in defiance as the Jis swarmed over him, covering his body like 1,000 biting black flies, coalescing as they had done around the two unfortunate deer. Within moments, the man was just a vague human shape, cloaked in black. Flailing about, Cal dropped to his knees, and then collapsed face first onto the flagstones. More Jis pounced in to drink deep of the blood. The buzzing grew louder, like a brewing thunderstorm. Once they had gorged themselves, the individual specks rose up from the body, like fat raindrops. The dark red globules wavered, a cloud heavy with Cal's blood. But instead of drifting off as they had done after draining the deer, they became discolored. The crimson from Cal's blood turned a sick brownish purple. Hundreds, thousands of the floating Jis swelled, wobbled like drifting pustules, and burst in the air, splattering dark stains across the plaza. Every one of the Jis that had fed upon Cal suffered, swelled up, and died. Because we spend our lives eating the poison fungus, our flesh and blood is deadly to them, Cora explained. Individually, the Jis have no minds, only instinct. This is how we keep the swarm in check. Cal just destroyed a good part of them. We choose a new sacrifice every month to curtail the growth of the cloud. The old woman continued to stare longingly into the sunshine. The Jis learn their lesson for a time, and then they forget. Nicci watched the flickering black cloud disperse, the surviving Jis aimlessly flying away from the desiccated body. All of our generations have been a sacrifice, Cora continued. Someday, I will draw the marked token, and I'll go out to surrender my life just as Cal did. We only hope there will be enough of us in Oregon to keep the Jis from prowling elsewhere. When part of the black cloud wandered toward the palace, the hidden people swung shut the door and lowered the crossbar into place. Asha came up, her eyes sparkling. It is our sworn duty, even if no one else knows what we do. I know what you do, Nicci said. But you don't know how to destroy them. If you're all committed to destroying them, why don't you send 50 people out there in a single sacrifice? If you each destroy as many of the Jis as Cal did, then surely that would eradicate the whole swarm. We've tried that many times, the old woman said, shaking her head. Some of the Jis are fooled, but others flit away. Many of us died, and still the black cloud returns. Asha pulled on Nicci's arm, pleading. Her pale cheeks were streaked with drying tracks of tears. You are a great sorceress, Nicci. Can you help us? Can you find a way to destroy the Jis? She hung her head. Or will you just leave us? After growing impatient with these sullen, passive people, Nicci had almost made up her mind to set off on foot. She could not ignore the threat that General Utros posed, but now she also had a different perspective on the danger posed by the Jis. If the deadly black cloud ever left this ruined city and swarmed overland to engulf other human settlements, doubling in size each time, the entire world would be covered in a black, blood-drinking shroud.
Nicci recalled what the witch woman, Red, had written in Nathan's lifebook long ago. And the sorceress must save the world. She had accepted that mission for her own reasons. After Richard showed her a different way to live, a different role to play, her heart of black ice had melted enough to allow love and duty. And the sorceress must save the world. Nicci saw the tentative hope on their faces. I will find a way. She let no doubt creep into her voice, or into her heart. When Nicci made up her mind to do the impossible, she usually succeeded. I will find a way. Chapter 23. With an escort of 1,000 mounted soldiers, General Utros headed north in search of his lost capital. At the front of the expedition, he rode an imposing black stallion, fitted with a black saddle of embossed leather, with polished brass studs. Utros maintained a brisk pace, searching for old imperial roads, which had weathered away over time. They had crossed this terrain 15 centuries before, but the details of the landscape were fresh in his mind. It seems like only months ago, beloved Utros. Ava rode a bay mare beside him. The painted, hairless sorceress sat high in her saddle, her fingers woven into the horse's mane. Her loose blue gown rippled in the breezes. Ruva rode an identical bay mare on his other side. But now the roads are overgrown, and forests cover the lands that we once dominated. We will conquer them again. Utros ran a finger under the gold mask to wipe away sweat. He nudged the stallion with his heels. And this time, I will do it for myself, not for Iron Fang. 15 centuries ago, with the entire army behind him, he had led a slow march across the continent, subjugating town after town. Some foolish leaders resisted, and they all died. More importantly, the vanquished rulers served as a lesson. Utros made sure they were executed in the most hideous and painful ways, slowly eviscerating the upstarts, burning them alive over low fires until they were smoked like venison sausages, hung for the winter. The tales of the atrocities spread swiftly, which extinguished defiance among those who might consider resisting. It was a careful, strategic calculation. Unlike Iron Fang, Utros was not a sadistic man, and he did not enjoy causing such pain. But he realized the military necessity of it. After he committed just a few horrific atrocities, the other leaders could not surrender fast enough, and thus he saved lives. When his army rolled onward, and his legend grew, he easily vanquished the next city, and the next, with little bloodshed. Even large walled citadels threw open their gates when his army marched near. Until he reached the most difficult target, Ildikar. Now the hot sun shone down on the soldiers as they rode back to their lost capital. Many of these men were conscripts, recruited from conquered towns, and they had never seen Orogang, while others were hardened members from the Imperial Army, originally trained in the great capital city. They had families, sisters, wives, and mistresses back home, all long dead now, just as the soldiers themselves should have died in the natural order of things. Those men remembered Orogang, and Utros could sense their excitement as they rode toward the familiar gray mountains, knowing they were getting closer, mile after mile. He thought of Kurgan's enormous palace, with its towers and banners, its crystal windows, its plazas and statues, and the sunken amphitheater from which the emperor would address throngs of his citizens. Great bronze bells would ring fanfares to celebrate Kurgan's every announcement. Conquered cities and kingdoms would send tributes, and such new wealth would pay for all his extravagance. The twin sorceresses couldn't wait to see the city with their own eyes. My sister and I only knew our small village, Ruva said. Is Orogang grander than Ildikar? Ava asked. Orogang is Orogang, the capital of my empire. Utros straightened. Of course it is grander. Fixing his gaze on the line of mountains still many days' ride away, Utros said,
I have often imagined what would happen when I returned to Uralgang with the report of my triumphs. I was sure Emperor Kurgan would praise me for the victory. His heart felt heavy, and he couldn't speak the words. Regretful thoughts surrounded him. I did it for him. Loyalty is greater than love. You also did it for Majel, Ava added. Do not fool yourself, beloved Utros. We know you, and we know your heart. Utros stared ahead as his black stallion toiled onward. Yes, for her, he whispered. Keeper and spirits. Though he knew their passion was forbidden, even on the bloodiest battlefield, he thought of her, the soft skin, her long black tresses, her brown almond-shaped eyes. Iron Fang had been his emperor, but Majel had been his love. He lifted his chin and spoke with a raw edge. I also did it for him. I swore my loyalty, and I served my emperor. Honor had been his armor, a shield that protected him from indecision. But his honor had also blinded him to Iron Fang's incompetence and petulant evil. No wonder the man's own wife had sought solace in the arms of another man. Majel had truly loved him, but centuries in the underworld had changed her. Through the blood lens his sorceresses had created, he had seen Majel stripped of her skin, her face peeled off to expose her teeth and staring bloodshot eyes. Speaking to him through the veil, Majel's spirit had spurned Utros and reaffirmed her devotion to the very man who had done those horrors to her. Utros knew that his dear Majel was not just dead, but dead to him. Now he couldn't shake away the thoughts. After the last battle at Ildakar, when his army had suffered such devastating losses, the sour spirit of Emperor Kurgan had taunted him from the underworld, and Utros had smashed the blood lens, forever breaking contact with Iron Fang and with Majel. Now he was on his own, and his determination had not faded, merely shifted. He still intended to conquer the land, but it would no longer be for Emperor Kurgan. I do not know what we will find in Uralgang, Utros said, as they rode into the hills. I am a soldier of the Empire, whatever remains of it. Iron Fang was a terrible leader, but if the current Emperor is worthy, then I will swear my loyalty to him. If he is not worthy... Utros looked at the two women, who gazed at him with yearning expressions. If he is not, then I will claim the throne for myself, as I should have done all those years ago. That night, when the army camped in a sparse birch forest, Utros tried to sleep in his command tent. As he closed his eyes, he pondered Uralgang. The capital city had surely grown over the centuries, but he would recognize the towers, the looming buildings. Would anyone even remember General Utros from so many centuries past? The wizard Nathan had said that his name was legend, but what else had transpired in the Empire after all that time? Ava and Ruva remained outside by the fire, adding powders to the smoke, shaping and sending wisps among the sleeping soldiers to reinforce the preservation spell. Foraging hunters had killed deer, goats, rabbits, and squirrels, anything to feed the ravenous troops. Some of the more intensely desperate soldiers stripped leaves from trees, ate the fleshy stalks of plants, even tall grasses. Once this escort army reached Uralgang, they could feast and resupply. That was what Utros held on to. Uralgang. In his mind, the capital was breathtakingly beautiful. Home to the lavish palace, the throne, banquet halls, meeting chambers, and high balconies from which Iron Fang commanded his subjects. He also remembered the hidden rooms, where he and sweet Majel had spent hours reveling in each other, touching, kissing, without fear of discovery. Now as Utros lay on his sleeping pallet, he touched the hard scar that was the left side of his face. His gold mask rested on a nearby wooden table. His hideous face made him think of the mangled horror Majel had become. But in memories, she was as beautiful as ever, and he was just as handsome. He slept, but woke in the dead of night, after the moon had set
and the camp quieted. Outside his tent, he heard only the low rustle of sleeping soldiers and stirring horses. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to find a woman standing before him. He could see her silhouette in the dim light of low campfires that penetrated the fabric of the tent. Long dark hair fell down over her shoulders. He recognized her shapely figure, the curve of her hips, the narrow waist. He sat up instantly. "Majel?" She placed a finger to her lips and came closer. She raised her hands to her chest and undid the laces on the front of her filmy gown. She shrugged it off, letting the garment pool around her feet. Her naked breasts were full and rounded, with caramel-colored nipples. Somehow the light grew brighter, so that he could see her skin, the familiar mole just under the curve of her left breast, the implanted ruby in her navel. "Majel?" He kept his voice to an awed whisper. "Beloved Utros." She leaned over him, kissing the smooth skin of his brow just above his scarred face. He could smell her warm breath. "It can't be you." "I am here if you want me to be," she said. "You should have been dead centuries ago, like me. But the rules have changed. Accept that." She pressed her hands against his shoulders, forced him to lie back on the pallet. She caressed his chest, stroked the fine hair. "I saw you in the blood lens," he said. "Your face." "My face is beautiful, as is yours." She kissed him on the lips, silencing further questions. Majel climbed on top of him, and he wrapped his large hands around her waist, feeling the real solidity of this beautiful woman. A flood of memories came back, all the times they had made love. But this time he experienced only joy and relief, rather than fear of being caught. Majel was somehow back from the underworld, and she was here with him. He twisted his fingers through her hair so he could pull her face closer to his, and he kissed her again savagely. Majel purred into his ear, then reached down to stroke his thigh. She nudged his legs so she could settle herself on top of him. He groaned as he slid inside, and her smile was filled with delicious rapture. For a moment, just a moment, Utros let himself revel in the dream, sure that it was real, but unable to understand. "This is what you need, beloved Utros," Majel said, as she began to rock back and forth. He ran his hands along her back, coaxing her. "Beloved Utros." Majel had never called him that. Her pet name for Utros had been my commander. When they engaged in rough play, she would instruct him to command her. Her action now struck him as different, her movements not the familiar interchange of bodies they had developed after pleasuring each other so many times. Beloved Utros. He grabbed her shoulders and looked intensely at her. "You are not Majel." "I can be," she said. He pushed her aside. "You're not Majel." The woman slid off him and retreated. When she raised her hands, her body shifted to become a form that was still slender and shapely, but pale and covered with splashes of color. The long hair vanished. Ava stood naked before him, tracing one of the painted spell patterns along her flat stomach. "I knew what you wanted, beloved Utros. Through me or my sister, you can have Majel again any time you like." "I can never have her again. I do not want an imitation. My Majel was murdered by her own husband. Her spirit is locked in the underworld, and she renounced her love for me to stand by him." "I was just trying to give you love. Love that you seem to need." She reached out to console him, but he pushed her hand away. "I do not need love," Utros vowed. "I need to conquer, and I intend to do so." He felt deep anger and disappointment, but he knew what Ava had done, and why. He couldn't hate her for it. "I need you and Ruva. You both are indispensable to me. But I don't need this." He gestured to her beautiful body. "As you wish." Ava retreated to the tent opening and stood there in the faint light, naked and achingly beautiful.
Just remember that my sister and I will give you whatever you need. Chapter 24. As the main body of the ancient army pushed into the rising mountains, Nathan and the group of defenders made their plans for the field of deathrise flowers. General Zimmer's scouts rode out to reconnoiter the enemy force, reporting on their progress climbing toward the meadow. Thorn and Lysa indulged themselves by killing stragglers from the giant army, which also provoked the vanguard to surge after them. While waiting to spring their trap, Nathan scouted the sea of poisonous blossoms and the trees beyond. The flowers were beautiful, their colors as intense as the silence, which was like death. On the other side of the meadow, an expansive forest stretched into steeper terrain. He remembered when naive Bannon had come upon the deceptively pretty flowers and offered a meager bouquet to Nicci, hoping to earn her favor. Recognizing the poison, Nicci had calmly lectured the young man on the lethal leaves, stems, and blossoms, how even a drop of sap or a crushed blossom would kill him. Terrified, Bannon had dropped the flowers, relieved that he hadn't accidentally touched any of the juice. He had picked only a few of them, and this meadow contained thousands. "This will kill a lot of the enemy," he said to Prelate Verna, "if we can trick them into running across the meadow." "I understand it's a horrible death," she said. "The most horrible imaginable," Nathan mused, stroking his chin. "And I can imagine many horrible deaths." "It's what they deserve," Wren growled. Sadness still hung heavy in his eyes. "I want to march them all through this meadow so they die screaming. I hope General Utros is with them, along with his sorceresses. They killed Lani." Zimmer stepped up to them, frowning. "General Utros and both sorceresses have gone elsewhere. According to my scouts, First Commander Enoch is in charge of the army right now." He flashed a dark grin. "We know this because our two Morazeth friends enjoy asking harsh questions of any scouts they capture." Nathan and Verna stood at the edge of the Deathrise field. "The army will stream through this hanging valley. We can provoke the vanguard, try to get them to chase us, and lead them right through this meadow. They'll be exposed to the poison, cover themselves in the deadly juices." "As will we," said the freed slave Rendell, with a deeply worried look on his face. "How will we avoid dying?" Though ungifted, the old man had done everything he could to assist them in their flight. Rendell was remarkably skilled in finding edible roots and berries, even shelf mushrooms that grew on trees. Each night he managed to make a palatable meal with whatever he had scavenged. Orin joined them. "If we can get through to the forest on the other side, a deep stream runs out of the mountains. We could wash off the poison, if we can get there in time." "The poison would penetrate," Nathan said. "We wouldn't last that long." "Then we will have to wear protection on our exposed skin," said Olgaia. "With wrappings of the special silk I brought with me from Ildakar, we can cover our hands, faces, and any exposed parts of our legs or arms. It is wispy thin and impenetrable." Perry looked doubtful, her face creased with a worried expression that marred her otherwise pretty features. "Why not just go around the field without risking ourselves? We know the army is coming this way, and they are sure to stumble across the meadow. Some of them will die anyway as they cross it." "They might even eat the flowers," said the wizard Leo. "The scouts say the army is stripping the grasses and leaves as they march, as if they were Yaxen." He rubbed his flat stomach beneath his robe. "How I miss fresh Yaxen meat. When I worked the slaughterhouses, I could have a fine bloody steak whenever I liked." The soldiers nearby mumbled wistfully with their own hunger. Verna shook her head. "Those ancient soldiers may be familiar with Deathrise flowers. We can't give them a chance to think. If they're chasing us, they'll fall into the trap." "They want us," Nathan said. "We have given them more than enough reason to want revenge for all we have done. We need to let them see us, and then run, leading them directly through the flowers. We are protected, and they are not. I believe the rest will take care of itself." Riled up by the constant hit-and-run tactics, he was certain that once the ancient army spotted their harassers, they would charge recklessly ahead into the field of poisonous flowers.
As the great army marched ever closer, the two Morazeth would taunt the soldiers into pursuing them at full speed. But with so much exposed skin, Thorn and Lysa could not be allowed near the meadow. Rather, they would vanish into the surrounding forest as soon as the enemy warriors spotted Nathan and his handful of gifted defenders waiting at the meadow. Zimmer's soldiers could not help with the trap. They retreated around the meadow and into the forest beyond, where they would wait for the group at the fast stream, and they would help dispatch any of the enemy who happened to make it through. In preparation, Nathan put on his high boots, ruffled shirt, and black pants, with his ornate sword strapped to his side. Over those garments, he donned his wizard's robe, which protected more of his skin. After that, he wrapped Olgaya's silks around both hands up to his elbows, and made a scarf for his neck and face, leaving only a slit for his nose and eyes. He bound his long hair in a ponytail. Verna, Ren, Oren, Olgaya, and 6 of the gifted scholars wrapped themselves in the same fashion, using all of her remaining silk fabric. With the vanguard of the ancient army fast approaching, Thorn and Lysa trotted off, eager to provoke the enemy. Everyone was ready. Nathan regarded the silk-covered defenders. "We look like corpses wound in linen strips and ready to be interred in catacombs." "We will be nightmares to them, by the Keeper's beard," Ren said. He plucked at his silks, adjusted them over his tattered and stained maroon robe. That afternoon, after hours of unbearable waiting, the shouts finally came. The clash of swords, the rhythmic pounding of marching feet. Running hard, Thorn and Lysa burst out of the trees to the edge of the meadow. Both women had joy on their faces as they bounded along like fleet deer. When they saw Nathan and his silk-wrapped companion standing ready in front of the Deathrise field, the Morazeth flashed glances at each other. "We will compare scores later," Thorn said to her partner. They bounded off to safety, racing around the edge of the meadow and into the trees. Nathan said, "It's our turn now." He called upon his gift and summoned a great wind that thrashed the branches. Beside him, Verna sent dazzling flashes of light into the trees to blind the first line of warriors just as they surged into the clearing. Oren, Leo, Perry, and Olgaya joined forces to call a storm, drawing bullwhip lightning bolts that killed the first 20 soldiers who thought they were chasing only 2 women. Oren said, "They have to believe we're cornered and making a last stand." "A cornered animal is the most dangerous," Ren said. As hundreds more of the yelling enemy rushed out of the trees, Nathan created a ball of wizard's fire and splashed it sideways. More of the enemy fell dead, screaming in agony from the incinerating flames. Nevertheless, the front ranks of the marching army raced ahead, like wolves smelling blood. When they saw the vulnerable defenders standing in front of the field of flowers, they howled with excitement. Beneath the silk wrappings, Nathan smiled and spoke quietly through gritted teeth. "Come and get us." For days, the ragtag band had preyed upon the army, murdering stragglers, wiping out scouting parties. Even if the death toll was insignificant against the enormous numbers, fear and anger had worked itself into the minds of Utros's soldiers. At last, facing their tormentors, the front ranks rushed forward, suspecting nothing. Ren's voice was muffled through the silk as he summoned a blazing ball in his hand. "Wizard's fire seems too clean and swift for them, but I'll see them dead any way I can." He splayed his fingers as he threw a crackling ball, which shattered into separate pieces, each fragment striking the face on a helmeted warrior, exploding their skulls. Ren laughed wildly. His grief over Lonnie had become a vindictive weapon. The cliff-wall scholars summoned spells that made the ground tremble, or hurled hard winds into the faces of the charging soldiers. The first ranks fell dead, but the second and third lines simply trampled over the fallen corpses as they closed in on the silk-wrapped defenders. Nathan saw they would swiftly be overwhelmed. "Run! It's time!" He adjusted the coverings on his hands, then turned about to charge into the sea of poisonous flowers. The ancient soldiers flooded out of the forest, and the line of rebels retreated across the meadow, the beautiful blossoms all around them. The moment seemed surreal as Nathan ran for his life, his boots trampling the leaves, the stems, the colorful petals. Verna crashed beside him, her skirts flowing behind her. Leo, Perry, Oren, and Olgaia threw a last wave of storm winds and lightning. Just one more provocation, and then they also bounded through the colorful field, giddy and terrified. A defiant wren was the last, killing them with whatever spell he could summon, and then he fled just before the enemy soldiers caught up with him. The meadows seemed to go on forever, and the flowers were an endless wave of fresh color and lingering death. Verna stumbled and nearly fell face first into the blossoms, but Nathan snatched her collar and held her up, giving her a moment to regain her feet. The enemy soldiers roared in pursuit, convinced they had their victims in full retreat. The first wave charged at full run, swinging their swords as they closed in on their prey. Oddly, some of the ravenous soldiers paused to scoop up the poisonous flowers and devour them like starving animals. Nathan put on a burst of speed toward the sheltering forest. He could hear the crushing foliage, saw the people trampling countless flowers. His boots, the hem of his wizard's robe, even the silk covering his hands, must be tainted with poison. He would have to scrub every bit of it off in the fast stream if he made it that far. He and Verna finally reached the other side of the meadow. They rushed into the trees, scrambled over rocks, and topped a rise before they worked their way down into a drainage, where a rushing stream tumbled over the mossy rock. Before he scrambled down the steep slope, Nathan glanced back to see the enemy soldiers pouring across the meadow after them. The first ones were starting to stagger and drop among the deadly blossoms. Many did not make it halfway through the meadow, while others kept on, slowing, lurching, until they collapsed into the deceptively colorful vegetation. As countless men died inexplicably, the rest of the army hesitated, piling up in a wary crowd at the outer edge of the meadow. A few made it all the way across the field of flowers and reeled into the rocky forest, where they dropped among the trees, writhing and vomiting, clawing at their eyes. Nathan felt a grim pleasure as he watched them die. Those flowers will make a fine bouquet for your funeral. Verna's shout startled him out of his reverie. "Nathan, don't just stare. We have to get to the stream and wash." Without wasting breath on further words, they ran down the steep slope to the fast-flowing water, where General Zimmer and his soldiers waited beside all the horses, weapons drawn and ready to fight any enemy who made it through. Nathan and his companions careened down the slope, slipping and stumbling on dry leaves and pine needles until they plunged into the rushing cold stream. The current was frigid with snowmelt, but Nathan dove into the water, peeling the silks from his hand before the poison could soak through the special silk. He unwound the fabric from his face, then dunked his head into the stream and let his long white hair flow loose. Next, he stripped off his white robe and let it drift down the stream. He would never wear the contaminated garment again. Verna, Oren, and Olgaia scrubbed their hands in the silty stream bottom, washed their faces, wrung out their clothes. Gasping, spraying water from his mouth, Nathan looked up to see Ren stumble to the stream's edge. The other wizard moved slowly, his face aghast. "Into the water, Ren," Nathan called. "Wash yourself. Get the poison off." But Ren stared at his left hand, where the silken wrappings had slipped off while he charged through the flowers, and now the fabric hung loose on his wrist. He looked at his palm, his fingers, the back of his hand, where the skin was already covered with gray blisters. His wrists were swollen and red, his knuckles puffy. "Oh no," Ren said. The sad defenders carried Ren's body with them, not willing to give the fallen wizard an unmarked grave in an empty forest. They moved swiftly away from the Deathrise field, grief-struck. Behind them, hundreds, maybe even thousands of enemy soldiers had fallen dead from the horrible poison in the meadow. The ancient army ground to a halt in shock as First Commander Enoch sent cautious scouts to find a safe route that avoided the meadow. Eventually, the great force pushed on toward the rocky peaks that led to the pass of Col Adair. When Nathan and his companions had gone a safe distance from the enemy army, they found a sheltered hollow in the high forest where they took the time to build a funeral pyre for Wren. Thorn and Lysa patrolled, watching out for surprise attacks, while the rest of the group paid their respects to the fallen wizard. Captain Trevor and his Ildecaran guards were especially shaken, having escorted Wren to Cliffwall and back. Together they watched the blaze burn, purifying his mortal remains. Nathan touched the scar on his chest and felt a twinge of Ivan's anger, but he drove it back and concentrated only on his respect for Wren. Chapter 25. The 3 serpent ships cruised down the Kilraven River, past sluggish side channels and wide marshes. When a heavy breeze stretched the blue sails, the Nurokai shipped the oars and let their captives sprawl on deck, tied in place. After being confined for so long in the hot and stinking hold, Bannon relished the small joy of open air. His skin was caked with sweat, dried fish slime, and blood. His pale skin burned easily under the sun, and his body was mottled with bruises. King Grieve strode along the deck to remind the slaves of his intimidating presence. Bannon hated everything about the man: the chain around his waist, the iron plates on his knuckles, the implanted spines in his shoulders, the awful gash that sliced his mouth to the back of his head. Chalk followed the king like a loyal dog, jabbering, grinning.
"My Grieve, King Grieve, you'll all grieve."
The king seemed comforted by the shaman's presence, as if he were a pet. The big captive Eric sat beside Bannon, his knees drawn up to his broad shoulders, his head hung. Though Bannon had tried to keep him strong, the large man remained in a daze of grief, walling himself off as if to commune with the spirits of his slaughtered family. Bannon tried talking with the sullen captive, but rarely earned a response. Several Nurokai ran excitedly to the stern of the ship, looking down into the muddy river. "Get us hooks," one man cried. "Spears with ropes." Trying to see what they were doing, Bannon tugged against his bindings, but each movement made him wince. More Nurokai rushed to the rail with boat hooks, harpoons, weighted nets. Leaning over the side, they took turns hurling weapons into the water, as if it were some kind of sports contest. Drawn to the frenetic activity, Chalk pressed among the larger warriors, elbowing through so he could peer down.
"Ah, fish. Big fish. Monster fish. Fish monsters."
"Get a hook in their gills," Gara called down. Another Nurokai groaned. "That one's dead now, but we're drifting too fast down the channel. The damn thing is slipping away." "Drop anchor," King Grieve shouted. "It's worth the stop. That'll be enough food to get us back home." Chains rattled through slots as heavy anchor stones dropped into the river, sinking to the mud. 2 other raiders climbed the mast and rolled up the sails, tying them to the yardarm. The other 2 serpent ships dropped anchor as well. "Channel fish," said Oar Master Bosco, as he let out a loud burst of smelly gas. "We'll have a feast by the serpent god." They jabbed hooks and spears into the water, then hauled on the ropes. It took 3 straining Nurokai to pull up the first flopping body. Though Bannon had lived on Shariah Island, where fishermen brought back their daily catches, he had never seen such a huge fish before. Groaning and laughing, the Nurokai heaved the beast over the rail and dropped it onto the deck with a loud thud. The catfish's body was as long as a canoe, its crescent moon mouth gaping, the wide-set eyes small, dark, and stupid. Long whiskers were like barbed tentacles. Watery brown blood oozed from the wounds made by the barbed hooks and serrated harpoons. Chalk could barely contain his excitement as he squatted in front of the creature. He touched the slime that covered the catfish's body and danced back, holding up his finger and licking it. The dying catfish twitched and thrashed, and the albino shaman skittered away from the sharp spines on its fins.
"Fish bite, fish nibble," he said,
poking the countless small scars that covered his body. He grinned at Bannon, as if the 2 were having a private conversation.
"Stay away from the fish."
The Nurokai threw more harpoons into the river and pulled up a second enormous fish. Before long, The mood on the ship brightened as the Norukai hauled a third monster fish onto the deck, and they fell upon the creatures with their knives, sawing through the scaly hides to pull out the entrails. The catfish oozed puddles of slime on the deck. One Norukai man received a deep cut from a thrashing spine, and he retaliated by using his battle hammer to batter the fish's head into pulp. Bannon felt queasy with the stench of the slime and blood, but Grieve regarded the mess with pride. He raised his heavy war axe, and with a single stroke cut halfway through the catfish's neck. The whip-like whiskers continued to twitch. Grieve hacked twice more until the head rolled loose, and Chalk clucked his tongue in disappointment.
The axe cleaves the wood, the sword cleaves the bone, and King Grieve cuts the fish. Monster fish. Fish monsters.
"Did you predict we would have a feast, Chalk?"
Grieve asked. The albino dropped to his knees and thrust his hands into the open cavity from which the guts had already been removed.
I predict dinner.
The Norukai made swift work, peeling off the tough skin, cutting up the pinkish meat. They were happy to eat fish raw, and Grieve took a hunk for himself, chewing with his wide-hinged jaws. Before long, the 3 enormous carcasses were stripped down to the bones, and men heaved the skeletons overboard into the river. Once he had stuffed himself, Grieve became magnanimous.
"Let the slaves feast too, so they have more energy to work."
The Norukai threw piles of the slick red intestines and frilled gill membranes onto the tied captives. The stinking slime crawled down Bannon's chest, but his stomach growled. The raiders hadn't fed him all day. A flare of anger ran through him. In the past, he sometimes lost control and flew into a fighting frenzy, a reckless wild man with no thought for his own safety. He controlled himself now, knowing that foolish resistance would only get him killed. He would rather kill them. He strained at the ropes around his wrists and grabbed a fleshy blob of organ meat. He chewed, tasting the muddy burst in his mouth, but he grimaced and swallowed. Chalk squatted next to Bannon, munching handfuls of raw meat.
Revenge on the fish. Fish tried to eat me, and now I eat the fish.
Bannon again noted the pockmarks on his skin. "What really happened to you? Why do you have all those scars?"
Fish nibble me,
Chalk said.
Wish the fish. Wish the fish. King Stern didn't like me. He threw me in a pool of razorfish, and they almost ate me, but Grieve pulled me out. He saved me. He took me to a healer. My Grieve, King Grieve. You'll all grieve.
Bannon tried to piece together the shaman's ordeal from his patchwork words. Chalk had been sacrificed to a pool of carnivorous fish. Because he was an albino? Because he was odd? And the fish had torn his skin to shreds before he was rescued? No wonder he was so loyal to Grieve. The thought of what had happened twisted Bannon's stomach, even eliciting an odd sympathy for the scarred and mentally disturbed man. Considering all the Norukai had done to him, Bannon chastised himself for feeling sorry for Chalk. But the pale man had an odd longing in his eyes. The shaman glanced over his shoulder to the bow, where the king stood.
Nibble, nibble, nibble. Fish will nibble me still. Eat my flesh and bones when I die.
Chalk jammed more raw flesh into his mouth.
Now I eat the fish. Which ones will eat me, I wonder.
Bannon ate as much of the catfish entrails as he could stand. Next to him, Eric sluggishly chewed a mouthful, but he looked sick. Trying to encourage his friend, he forced himself to set a good example and eat a little more. Eric didn't seem to notice. Impatient, the king bellowed out,
"Enough wasted time! Set the sails and raise the anchor. Soon we'll reach the estuary and the open sea. We have a war to fight."
As the serpent ships got under way again, Grieve grimaced at the slime and blood pooled across the deck.
"Have the slaves clean this up. They need to earn the feast we just gave them." "Scrub."
The shipwright Gara handed Bannon a bucket and bristle brush. She raised a threatening fist.
"Scrub to make you strong enough for fighting."
Bannon knew he would be strong enough to kill any Norukai who gave him the chance. As the serpent ships sailed on, he and the other slaves got to work. Chapter 26. After watching the sacrifice of the man named Cal, Nicci now fully understood the explosive threat of the Jis. She could not just abandon these people to seek another war, hoping they would manage to keep containing the bloodthirsty black cloud. She had to find a way to stop the destructive force before it broke loose and swarmed across the landscape. Nicci was not one to walk away and leave a problem unsolved. And the sorceress must save the world. While sheltered inside during the day, Nicci called some of the hidden people into Kurgan's cavernous throne room. Restless, Mura brushed against Nicci's leg. Her black travel dress was swallowed up in the stark shadows of the torchlit chamber. She announced to the group, without preamble, "I will help you find a way to stop or destroy the Jis." The big cat let out a growl, as if to agree with her sister panther's new mission. The hidden people sounded relieved and excited. Young Asha grinned. "I knew you would." With a satisfied expression, Cora nodded. "The legend said a hero would come back and save us." "It should be General Utros," said Cyrus. "That was the prophecy." "Would you prefer to wait for him?" Nicci snapped. "Or shall I try?" Cyrus frowned. "You may try." "I tend to succeed." Nicci did not boast of her past victories. She had killed Jagong. She had helped Richard defeat Emperor Sula Chen and his hordes. She had destroyed the Life Drinker as well as the violently uncontrolled Victoria. She had fought the twisted society of Ildikar, and she had clashed with General Utros. The Jis swarm was an entirely different danger. Nicci stepped onto the cold stone dais that had once held Iron Fang's imposing throne. "I am a sorceress, and I was once a Sister of the Dark. I can use both the additive and subtractive sides of my gift. I don't know what the Jis are, or where they came from, but I will find a way to stop them." The shadowy people looked at her with hopeful expressions. They pulled back their gray hoods to reveal faces white from living in darkness, but their expressions now showed a spark of hope that she had not seen earlier. Mura threshed her tail, and a low rumble vibrated from her throat. Cora came forward to help. "We can tell you everything we know about them. Maybe it will give you what you need to find a solution." The hidden people had studied the Black Swarm for generations, documenting their observations, their extrapolations, and several failed attempts to eradicate the Jis. For more than 500 years, they had poisoned their bodies with a toxic fungus, but they had tried little else, simply clinging to the status quo and keeping the threat at least marginally under control. Cora brought her scrolls and bound journals, ledgers where witnesses had recorded their thoughts from generations earlier. Nicci pored over the words, dismissing anything that was not relevant. She had studied for many years in the Palace of the Prophets and also learned techniques that were forbidden. While the pale old woman made suggestions and pointed out important summaries, Nicci tried to devise a tactic that might work. She skimmed another account and mulled over what she knew. They only come out during the day. They thrive under the light and hide or go dormant in darkness. She looked at Cora. "Do you know where they go? How I can find their lair?" The old woman shook her head. A gray-brown strand of hair dangled down the side of her wrinkled face. Nicci tried another idea. "Can we attract them at night? Could we call them here, under our terms?" Cora reacted with horror. "Why would you do that? It is our only time of safety." An idea began to form in Nicci's mind. "Because in daylight, they can go anywhere. But what if we found a way to attract them to a dark place and trap them there?" Her lips curved in a hard smile. "That might be what we need." The old woman looked disturbed. "How would you hold them? What could possibly contain the Jis?" Nicci raised her hand to indicate the stone walls. "Your artisans bricked up the arches and windows, sealed these buildings, and the Jis can't penetrate the walls." A properly constructed stone structure could hold them in just as easily as blocking them out. We could imprison them permanently, maybe starve them. As she developed her plan, Nicci had to convince the hidden people, for she would need their help. Since she was a gifted sorceress, the primary work of trapping and holding the Jis would fall on her shoulders. But the hidden people were a skilled workforce, and she would need them all to pull together to craft a permanent prison, or an execution chamber. It would be a swift and ambitious job, if she could contain the cloud long enough. When Nicci explained her idea, Cora said, "Many of us may die. You sacrifice one of your number every month just to keep them contained. Your people have been dying here for centuries, to no good effect. My idea may put an end to the threat forever. Isn't that what you want?" "It's a risk we have to take," the old woman admitted, "and I pray you succeed." "So do I," Nicci said under her breath. "You have never seen someone like me." Over the course of planning, Nicci scouted the city every night, deciding on the right place to set her trap. She and Mura prowled outside as soon as twilight fell. She required a large space to confine the swarming cloud, and the round, sunken amphitheater seemed perfect for her purposes. During their days inside the sealed buildings, the hidden people scoured the imperial halls and chambers to find old mirrors that could be polished to bright reflectiveness, smooth sheets of gold and brass that gleamed in the torchlight. After all the preparations were made, Nicci began building what she called her cauldron trap. As soon as the sun went down, the hidden people bustled around the stage at the bottom of the crater amphitheater, installing the mirrors, the reflective metal sheets, and angled crystals, all of which sent out rainbow shards of torchlight. After all the preparations were made, Nicci began building what she called her cauldron trap. As soon as the sun went down, the hidden people bustled around the stage at the bottom of the crater amphitheater, installing the mirrors, the reflective metal sheets, and angled crystals, all of which sent out rainbow shards of torchlight. The work crews took advantage of every hour of darkness. They filled the center stage, where Iron Fang had once shouted his speeches to a cowed populace. They piled a mound of dry wood, split logs, and thin branches, enough to make a blazing bonfire. All of the reflective surfaces would increase the brilliance 100-fold. Even so, Nicci suspected the blaze wouldn't be sufficient. With her gift, she would add much more to create a dazzling, irresistible beacon. It would be as bright as the sun, bright enough to call the Jis. When the preparations for the beacon were complete, Nicci ordered all of the master artisans, masons, and stonecutters to prepare for a furious, desperate night of work, stacking up all the supplies so they were ready at hand. Once Nicci did her part, if it worked, they would have only one chance, and very little time. By living inside the abandoned buildings every day, the hidden people knew the architecture from the inside out. They understood how stones fit together, and they knew how to build arches and vaulted ceilings. They could cut stone with great precision, and they knew the mixtures for fast-drying permanent mortar and plaster that would endure for ages. After measuring the sunken amphitheater, their architects designed support struts and mapped out the blocks that would be needed. Though they rushed back inside each sunrise when the Jis returned, the shadowy people worked with tremendous energy and increasing hope. Each night, Mura ran free, reuniting with her other sand panthers that lurked in the mountains. The big cat made fresh kills and feasted with her new pride, but she always returned to spend the day in the shadows with Nicci. Mura could sense her sister panther's restlessness, wanting to attack the formless black cloud, but Nicci couldn't allow her to be in danger. When the preparations were at last complete, a tension built among the hidden people. They watched the daylight wane through chinks in the barricaded windows. Nicci scratched the big cat behind the ears and led her into her own bedchamber, blocking her thoughts. She had a heavy heart, knowing that Mura would see her actions as a betrayal. "I have to keep you safe," Nicci whispered. "This is my fight. I need to make sure you stay here." Mura growled and tried to push past her to escape the chamber. but Nicci blocked her way. I will come back for you. She pulled the thick door shut, locking Mure inside. Angry at her confinement, the panther thumped against the door. Loud scratches came from the other side, along with a frustrated yowl. Nicci suspected that by the time she returned, if she returned, the door would be torn to splinters. She had to move quickly. Nicci hurried through the corridors to where the hidden people had gathered. Cora waited with dozens of eager and nervous people at the towering palace doors, while other hidden people lurked inside many secondary buildings. They were ready. We have to wait until the darkest hour of the night, Nicci said. Cyrus adjusted his gray cowl, frowning. We've waited long enough. And tonight, if we are successful, your waiting will end. Chapter 27. At midnight, before the waning moon rose over the mountains, Nicci led the hidden people out for their attack against the Jis. Her beacon in the darkness would be an irresistible summons to the horrible black cloud. She would eradicate the deadly swarm that had terrorized this city since the fall of Iron Fang's empire. Once freed, the hidden people could rebuild the capital and turn Orogang into a trading hub again. They could name their own leader to become part of the Daharan Empire. Once she knew the Jis were no longer a threat, she could set off overland to find the army of General Utros. But only if her plan worked against the Jis. 5 of the gray people carried torches down the steps of the sunken amphitheater and ignited the piled wood on the central stage. The flames caught in the kindling and flared up, sending sparks that swirled like night wisps. The bonfire snapped as it consumed the dry branches, then fed upon the split logs. The flames danced and reflected on the array of mirrors and polished metal surfaces placed in the concentric rings of seats around the sunken stage. Smoke writhed in the air, and the fire stretched higher. Nicci stood on the topmost tier, watching the blaze grow. She had wrapped her blonde hair and her face with scarves and veils, which she hoped would keep the Jis away from her bare skin. She wore gloves on her hands, fabric windings down her legs. After lighting the bonfire, the hidden people tossed their torches and backed up the steep ramps to street level. At the bottom of the crater, the fire was definitely the brightest light in Orogang, but she would make it even brighter. Irresistible. Go, she called to Cora and the others. When the swarm comes, I want you all safe. She hoped the cloth wrapping her body would be enough protection, would give her enough time. But we need to help you, Nicci, Asha said. We can lure the Jis into the pit. This is our battle too. Leave that to me. The flames will be bright enough. Nicci looked at the determined young woman. You have made enough sacrifices. She urged them to retreat, and the group backed away, but did not lock themselves inside the buildings. She descended to the bottom of the sunken amphitheater and approached the low stage, which held the blaze. In order to draw the Jis out of their lair, Nicci needed to make the bonfire many times brighter, a beacon to rival the sun, and so she drew upon her gift. She could summon Wizard's Fire, one of the most dramatic and deadly spells, but she didn't need such destructive heat now, only the brilliant light. So she altered her spell, removing the energy of heat, and focusing on creating Wizard's Light instead of Wizard's Fire. The bonfire flared, as if a sun had suddenly appeared at the bottom of the amphitheater, a blinding silent explosion that made Nicci shield her blue eyes. From above, she heard a collective gasp, and the hidden people backed farther away from the rim, unable to tolerate such an outpouring of artificial light. Shielding her eyes with her palm, Nicci managed to look at the blazing orb she had created. It engulfed the speaking stage and surged like a scream of brilliance enhanced 1,000-fold by the mirrors, crystals, and polished precious metals. Even from their lair, the Jis had to see it and be drawn across the night, like moths to a flame. Continuing to release her gift, she kept the beacon shining bright and listened for the deadly buzz, but heard no sounds except the crackle of the central fire. The Wizard's Light pulsed with a hypnotic thrum, and the city held its breath. As more minutes passed with no sign of the throbbing cloud, Nicci waited, tense, feeling a shred of doubt. What if the Jis really did go dormant at night? What if they retreated to sealed lairs, like bats hanging in caves, where they couldn't see her beacon? What could flush them out? Using both the additive and subtractive sides of her gift, just as when she had tried to summon the Sliff, she sent out her thoughts to draw the Jis. Light! Come feed on the light! Come feed on the blood! Finally, a different sort of hum penetrated the air, a thrumming that increased to a grating buzz. She looked up, away from the dazzling beacon, and saw a featureless black swirl blotting out the starlight. The Jis swarm broke apart and spread over Oregon, called by the irresistible glare. She raised her cloth-wrapped arms to beckon them. She pulled the cloth away from her face so they could smell her blood. The hidden people fled back to their sheltered doorways, but the movement attracted the Jis. One arm of the dark cloud extended toward the gray-cloaked people. With her wizard's light still flaring, Nicci moved up the arena steps to street level, intent on distracting the swarm. The mindless, bloodthirsty flecks had already swooped down upon 2 lagging people, who collapsed, covered with feeding Jis. Nicci couldn't reach them in time to save them, but their unwitting sacrifice would kill many of the swarming creatures. As the Jis gorged themselves on the tainted blood, clouds of swollen globules lumbered away, sated with poisoned blood. As before, the fat spheres turned a sickly purple and burst to spatter across the flagstones. The rest of the Jis cloud, though, hurtled toward the bright light like a swarm of 10,000 bees. Nicci stood on the rim of the amphitheater. Here! Over here! She waved her hands, hoping that her unpoisoned and gifted blood would be more desirable than the blood of other victims. Over here! By the light! She tore the scarves away from her face and head, shook her hair free. Here! To me! The black clouds swirled like a pall of greasy smoke, while the nexus of light continued to crackle and shine at the bottom of the amphitheater. The Jis were hungry, looking for prey, and she needed to lure them to the cauldron trap. The ravenous black swarm probed doorways and windows, trying to find cracks in the masterfully laid stones. When the Jis sensed her, Nicci felt her skin tingle. At last, the smell of her untainted blood drew them, and the black clouds surged all around her, swooping in even faster than she had expected. As if she were engulfed in thick smoke, the Jis blanketed her body. It was like a surprising hailstorm of black ice, shapeless nuggets that moved and pulsed and bit, each one no larger than the nail on her little finger. They tried to penetrate the fabric, and they found folds, created small rips, worked their way to her skin. Each small thing was covered with pointed needle-like legs that jabbed into her skin, one Jis on top of another, blanketing her arms, her face, her neck, nesting in her hair, covering her eyelids. Suffocating, Nicci used her gift to summon a pulse of wind that blasted them away, but it was like coughing out a breath against pollen in the air. The Jis came back with a vengeance. She staggered to the steep steps, trying to draw them down into the sunken amphitheater, the tantalizing fire. After feeding, hundreds of them rose from her body, swollen globules filled with dark red fluid. Her blood. Gifted blood. She knew that once they had drained her, the swarm would reproduce explosively. She had to stop them. Determination gave her strength, and she pushed harder with her magic. This was her blood. Her blood. She called on a thread of subtractive magic to burst every single one of the rising globules, destroying dozens at a time. But her body was encrusted with the black things, and they kept drinking her blood. Using her deadly magic, Nicci tried to stop their hearts, but the Jis had no hearts. They were just tiny ravenous membranes. Weakened from sudden loss of blood, she dropped to her knees on the amphitheater steps and fought to hold on to her strength. If nothing else, she would crawl down into the crater to contain them, even if she trapped herself as well. She needed to retain enough of her gift to form the shield, or the Jis would escape. And for that, she had to be alive. Outside, a woman's voice was loud enough to penetrate the buzzing clamor.
Here, take me. Feed on me, and follow me to the light. It was Cora. The old woman ran from the palace archway, throwing aside her gray cloak to expose leathery, wrinkled skin. Seeing another victim, the Jis did not need to be encouraged. Part of the swarm around Nicci shifted course, and countless thousands of the black specks rushed in to engulf Cora. The old woman kept running, even as the black things covered her skin, plastered her face. She slowed, then staggered, until she barely plodded forward, each step taking her closer to the sunken amphitheater. Countless Jis drifted up after sucking her tainted blood, and burst in the air, but thousands more swarmed around the old woman. With her last energy, Cora reached the edge of the amphitheater and collapsed on the sloping ramp. Her body rolled down the tiers of seats as the Jis closed in, dead before she slid to a stop at the third tier. Jis blanketed her motionless body, but now they were also drawn to the blazing beacon at the central stage. Nicci pawed at her face to tear away from the feeding creatures, felt the countless stinging bite marks on her skin, the loss of blood. Knowing this was her last chance, she called up a powerful wave of her gift. She heated her skin, hardened it, sent rippling bursts of force that scraped the blood-sucking specks away. And then, with a heavy wind, she herded the entire cloud toward the shining wizard's fire, the waves of reflected light from hundreds of polished surfaces. The glow was irresistible. She withdrew her magic from the blazing beacon, which made the light retract, like a setting sun. In the dark and empty city, the Jis were drawn toward the light, following it like moths spiraling into their doom around a single flame. Though drained from expending her gift and weak from blood loss, Nicci rose to her feet again and climbed down to the bottom of the crater and the blazing stage. The Jis cloud closed in, nearly eclipsing the shrinking globe of wizard's light. When the complete swarm was within the bowl of the amphitheater, she called up another wave of magic to establish a shield, a curved, shimmering barrier, like a bubble over the stage. The Jis were bottled up, but only for as long as she could hold the shield in place. "Hurry!" Her voice was just a croak. She hoped the hidden people could hear her. "I need you. Builders, now! You are ready for this." A flood of gray-robed people rushed out from the sealed buildings. Though her thoughts were dizzy, she shrank the shield, retracted the bubble to push the bottled Jis farther and farther down toward the central fire, to contain them in a controllable space. The rim of the hemispherical shield dropped to the middle levels of seats, then kept shrinking, pushing the black swarm into a smaller and smaller confinement. Inside the palace, Mura finally smashed through the last shreds of the wooden door and escaped, bounding out of the building and into the streets to help her blood-spattered sister Panther. Nicci fell to her knees and felt the blood-soaked fabric of her black dress. Mura pressed against her, offering strength and protection, but Nicci could not let her concentration falter. The bubble was now small enough that it was only a dome over the stage at the bottom of the amphitheater, a sealed prison with a waning bonfire and the buzzing Jis. To maintain her strength, Nicci withdrew her energy that kept the wizard's light glowing, and the fire died out, leaving the sealed bubble in darkness, and all the frustrated Jis trapped, with no light and no blood. They battered against the invisible curved wall like thousands of vengeful hornets. "Now," she gasped, "contain them." Architects, carpenters, stonemasons raced out, along with all the labor force they could need. They had drawn their plans, laid down their supplies, gathered their tools, and they were prepared. Working like agitated bees, the builders of Orogang threw long crossbars over the lower part of the amphitheater. They had already sealed the floor of the stage, caulked and bricked even the tiniest of openings. Next, they crisscrossed the beams and added a structural layer of wooden slats, which they covered with opaque tarpaulins, sealing the dome. More teams slathered the thick fabric with fast-hardening plaster. On top of that, they laid layers of bricks, building up an impenetrable cap to cover the imprisoned Jis. All the while, Nicci focused her effort into maintaining the shield that trapped the black cloud,
holding them until the permanent containment could be finished. The hidden people moved in a coordinated flurry. They reinforced their solid barrier, covering any open gaps, then slathered the bricks with more thick plaster and mortar, layer upon layer, to a thickness of many feet, and impenetrably black. Before dawn, hundreds of workers had entirely sealed the gis in a prison that would hold them forever. No light, no blood, no freedom. They would wither away and die. Nicci groggily realized that Asha was shaking her shoulders. "It is finished. You can rest now." The sorceress couldn't even lift her head, but she slumped against the big panther, who purred beside her. With a sigh of relief, Nicci released her hold on the gift, letting the inner shield fade. The gis were forever sealed within the impossibly thick and opaque walls of their enclosure. The solid barrier held, but the hidden people would keep reinforcing it, thickening it for days. Nicci didn't know how long it would take for the gis to starve to dwindle away to nothing, but she was certain they would never get out. She didn't have the strength to struggle as the hidden people picked her up and carried her back into the shelter. She could rest with confidence now. As her eyes closed, she felt the weakness of blood loss and the utter weariness from expending so much of her gift. But she would recover. She had done what she'd promised. Now all she had to worry about was preventing General Utros from conquering the world. Chapter 28. The smoke from moss-covered firewood had a sour smell, but the odor of decaying flesh bothered Lila more. She cautiously hunkered down across from Odessa. The older Morazeth had an unsettling gleam in her eyes as she sat by the campfire. Lila explained, "I am pursuing the Nurokai serpent ships down the river, looking for my chance. I need your help." Odessa was puzzled. Her voice sounded distant and strange. "Why do you care about Nurokai?" "Much has changed since you left on the night of the revolt." Lila frowned. "Nothing is left of Ildikar. The army of General Utros awakened and laid siege to the city, and then a Nurokai fleet attacked us from the river. Ildikar vanished under the Shroud of Eternity again, and I was trapped outside. We can't go back. No one can." Odessa turned her gaze to look at the severed head resting on the matted grasses. She glowered at it. "That's what he just told me." Black bugs scuttled over the pus-filled flesh. The head was hideously decayed, the eyes swollen shut, the mouth sagging. It took Lila a moment to recognize the dark hair, the goatee, the distorted features. "That is Wizard Commander Maxim." "Sovrina Thora commanded me to bring back his head, and I am doing so." Odessa unconsciously swatted away a biting insect. "He was Mirror Mask, and he wanted to bring down Ildikar. He has paid for his crimes, but not enough." Her expression darkened, and she suddenly yelled at the decomposing horror. "You hear me, Maxim? Not enough. I will place your head on a spike before the gates of Ildikar, where the entire population can know what you did." Lila found her comments and mannerisms tinged with madness. In a calm, even voice, she explained again. "Ildikar is gone, Odessa. We can't go back." The other Morazeth cocked her head, and seemed to hear a response from the rotting lump. Odessa sat up straight, as if preparing to fight. Though her hard years were showing, she had once been beautiful in a feral way. Her close-cropped dark hair shot with lines of silver. Her face was lean, her body muscular. But now Odessa's dark eyes held a haunted shadow. Her gaze flicked back and forth, as if she was watching things unseen. No, he was lying. Ildikar can't be gone. I still have to bring Maxim's head back to the Sovrina." Sitting near the fire, Lila laced her fingers together around one bare knee. "I am your Morazeth sister. You know I would not lie to you." Odessa sagged, then glared at the severed head. "Yes, Lila, I know you speak the truth." She grabbed the clumps of dark hair, then carried the head to the campfire. "Shall I roast you here? If the Sovrina is gone, then I don't need to deliver the trophy anymore."
I'd like to hear you scream as the fire cooks the remaining skin off your face. Decaying drops of fluid oozed down the chin, to drip in sizzling bursts in the coals. Lila kept her voice low and guarded. What are you doing, Odessa? Making him stop his taunts. The wizard commander's sunken eyes were pools of gray jelly, like rotten egg whites. With a wet sound, part of his scalp ripped from the skull, and the loose head dropped toward the fire. But Odessa rescued it by grabbing the soft neck stump. Not yet. Not so easy for you. Odessa returned the wizard commander's head to the stained sack. Be silent. Then she turned back to Lila. If what you say is true, if the Sovrina is defeated and Ildikar is gone, then my quest is ended. The disappointment on her face struck Lila's heart. The quest, the woman's reason for suffering so many hardships, was all that kept her going. Now where do I go? What do I do? I have a mission of my own, Lila said, and it is a Morazeth mission. You could help me. There are many Nurokai to fight and kill, and it will give you a chance to spill more blood. That would give us both a purpose. Tell me about your mission. Lila delivered a formal report to her commander, hoping to get through to Odessa. She talked at length about Bannon, the young swordsman she had trained in the combat pits. Odessa raised her eyebrows. Yes, Bannon was your special pet. He corrupted my champion Ian, and forced me to kill him. If you are hunting Bannon now, I will help you. He should die for the damage he did to our society, for making me waste a good champion like Ian. Lila considered how to answer that question. Yes, I am hunting him, but not to harm him. Bannon and I fought alongside each other to defend Ildikar, and we even battled King Grieve himself. Her voice dropped. He was taken captive, along with many Ildikarans. With the city gone and me trapped outside, I took on my own mission. I have to rescue Bannon. Why? Lila felt a flare of defensive anger. Because I choose to do so. I consider the mission worthwhile, and if you are my Morazeth sister, then you will accept that reasoning. Odessa pondered. The mossy fire was burning low, and Lila added some green twigs to it. The darkness around them remained deep, but a low mist had risen from the marshes. Odessa nodded distantly. Sovrina Thora dislikes the Nurokai, called them brutes. She would have wanted me to kill them because they attacked the city. But why would I do it to save a skinny arena slave? Bannon caused a great deal of trouble. Is he that remarkable a lover? Lila had already thought of the answer. Now that the Shroud of Eternity is back, Bannon Farmer is the only warrior who remains. In a sense, he is the champion of Ildikar, and he could be useful. Odessa considered that. One should not discard useful tools or fighters. Then let us plan a trap together. We will fight the Nurokai, and I can free Bannon, as I vowed to do. The intensity of her gaze caught Odessa's attention. Will you help me? Morazeth to Morazeth? Odessa snapped at the unseen head inside the sack. I don't care what you wish, Maxim. I make my own decision. The flecks of madness in her eyes grew brighter. Stop laughing, or I'll submerge your head again and let the fish eat more of your face. Composing herself, Odessa faced Lila across the campfire. If you and I are the only two Morazeth that remain outside the Shroud of Eternity, then your mission is mine. I will battle the Nurokai with you, but you can save the scrawny swordsman on your own. Chapter 29. 1,000 soldiers, carrying flame symbol banners, pressed toward Oregon. As they gained altitude, and the terrain grew more rugged, General Utros recognized the dark crags with patches of snow on their summits. He inhaled the thin, chill air, a refreshing change from the dust of the road, the thick odor of horses, and countless sweating men. "Will we see the capital today, beloved Utros?" asked Ruva, riding beside him. He lifted his head high,
a victorious military commander coming back to report on the lands he had conquered. They were close to the city. He could taste it.
Yes, it will be today.
That dawn, while his soldiers broke camp and prepared for another long march, Utros had polished his gold half-mask. He studied the burnished metal, the idealized sculpture of his features. When he entered the imperial palace, he wondered if anyone would remember the face of Utros after all these centuries. History recorded large-scale events and political consequences, but rarely preserved the details of a man's physical appearance. Would anyone know him at all?
"They will remember your legend," Ruva said. "History is filled with stories of General Utros. That is what the wizard Nathan said."
He gazed along the widening road, shadowed by tall mountains.
We shall see for ourselves. I'll face the man who now sits on the throne in Oregon, and I will determine if he is worthy.
He dispatched a pair of scouts to ride ahead to announce their arrival. He selected 2 men who were originally from Oregon, fighters who had left their homes and loved ones to follow General Utros long ago. The 2 scouts proudly shouldered their responsibility.
We will bring you news, sir, said a man with an unfortunately large nose, and we'll make sure the people of Oregon prepare a welcome celebration for your returning army.
We're going home, the other scout cried, with such enthusiasm that his voice cracked, like the voice of a boy struggling with puberty. They galloped off. Utros kept silent as he rode forward, leading his escort army. The twin sorceresses looked eagerly ahead, their bright eyes searching for the grandeur that Utros had promised them ages ago. He was perplexed and disappointed by the sad state of the main roads. This close to the great city, he expected to see overburdened caravans, farmers with wagons, travelers, military patrols. With Oregon's population of nearly 1 million people, even the outlying areas should have seen much activity. Dark pines rose all around, and he knew the forests should have been cut for firewood and construction material. The rocky slopes should have shown their stair-stepped gashes of stone quarries. Why were there no fields of grain, no orchards, no grazing sheep or cattle? Where were the people? They passed only the foundation stones and crumbling walls of long-collapsed cottages. The twins picked up on his uneasy mood. Ava and Ruva kept glancing at him, wondering how they could help. The mounted army began to display an odd mixture of impatience, joy, and concern. By noon, the pair of scouts galloped back to the general, and he could already read the grim news on their faces. The large-nosed man had tear tracks through the dust on his cheeks. Both scouts lowered their voices. "We found Oregon, sir. The whole city is empty and abandoned," blurted the other scout. "The population is gone. The streets are empty."
"Was it ransacked?"
Utros demanded, trying to keep his dismay in check.
"Conquered?"
"I don't know." The scout with a big nose had lost his sincere smile.
"The buildings don't look burned or destroyed, just abandoned. The structures are intact, but they're sealed up. I will see this for myself."
Utros urged his horse forward. The scouts turned their mounts about and led the way.
"It's less than half an hour's ride, sir. Follow us."
Utros grasped the reins and kicked the stallion into a gallop. Ava and Ruva raced alongside their general. Below them, the army let out a cheer and urged their horses faster, running toward Oregon like a battlefield charge. When they reached the outskirts of the city, Utros suddenly had trouble breathing. Silence loomed like a pestilence in the air. The towering structures were washed by the sun like bleached bones in a desert. Silent and dead. Utros trembled as he guided his stallion between imposing monoliths, stone piles that had once formed an awe-inspiring gate. The streets that should have celebrated the glory of the empire were overgrown. The flagstones buckled. Twisted trees reached up from wherever seeds had found cracks or crannies. His army crowded behind their general as Utros halted to stare at the vacant gate. Ava and Ruva were silent, dismayed for the general's sake.
"It's gone,"
he said.
My empire is gone. Who leads it now?
He would only be an emperor of dust, said Ruva. Ava said, The slate has been wiped clean, beloved Utros. This is Orogang. It could be your own capital, and you will rebuild the empire. Ruva agreed. Your empire. He could not let the men see his crippling disappointment. Still picturing himself as a conquering hero, he proudly rode his stallion through the remains of the Grand Arch. Behind him, his army flowed into the empty capital. As he looked around, he remembered the palace, the observatory pyramid, the tall lookout towers. Utros recognized the ministry building, with its line of fluted columns and multiple entrances, all of which were now barricaded shut. The palace had sported myriad multicolored windows, but now he saw only a wall of mortared bricks. Someone turned my city into a tomb. He had expected bustling streets, crowded bazaars, craftsman districts, moneylenders, temples, stonecutters. Now there were only ominous silence and shadows, even in the bright afternoon. As his army moved through the streets, other scouts came back with good news. We found storehouses, General. Many sacks of grain, barrels of apples, potatoes, even kegs of wine and ale. Those supplies will help our people. Seize everything, Utros said, pleased. Ava and Ruva had worked their spell so the soldiers could not feel the gnawing hunger. But now, thankfully, they had real supplies, enough for a well-deserved feast. The clatter of iron-shod horse hooves echoed against the stone walls, but the sound was no substitute for massed crowds and loud cheers. In the central plaza, Utros pulled his stallion to a halt and dismounted. He stood before the colossal statue that had toppled from its base. The massive stone arms were broken, the booted feet still secured to the marble pedestal. The figure sprawled on the ground in several pieces, weathered with age. He looked down at the carved head and recognized the sneering, self-important expression, as well as the distinctive iron fang. Kurgan's statue had been brought down when his own people overthrew him. "General!" one of the scouts shouted from the other side of the square. "You must see this!" The sorceresses slid from their saddles and stood next to him on the ground, ready to fight. He could sense a crackle in the air as they summoned their gifts to defend him. The ominous tension around the city put them all on edge. With a brisk stride, Utros went to an adjacent plaza, where he saw a second great statue, this one even taller than Kurgan's, and well-maintained, the stone polished. Fresh flowers were strewn around the base. His gaze was drawn upward to look at the stone face, the full beard, the strong jaw, the features that so closely matched the shape of his gold half-mask. The base of the statue marked out his name in chiseled letters. Utros. More soldiers filled the open areas, a full army conquering an empty city. Questions rustled among them like breezes in a brewing storm. Utros had no answers for them, but they could draw their own conclusions. The weight of mysteries was oppressive. The gigantic statue proved that Utros was indeed remembered, that his legend had survived. But he also sensed that the city wasn't as empty as he had first thought. Silent threats lurked there. Hidden eyes watched them from the shadowed recesses in buildings, no doubt plotting something. All the men were tense, their guard raised. Ava and Ruva also looked uneasy. His soldiers drew their weapons, waiting for something to happen. The tableau seemed ready to explode. General Utros had returned. Cyrus knew it the moment he saw the military leader astride his black horse, wearing armor much as was depicted in the towering statue. Nicci had told the hidden people that Utros still lived, and although Cyrus and his followers had prayed for that all their lives, he had merely hoped to find a worthy successor to Utros, not the legendary general himself, in the flesh. But that was what the prophecy had said. It was true. Now the great commander rode into the city with 1,000 well-disciplined soldiers, returning to Orogang just as Cyrus had hoped. The general wore an imposing helmet, adorned with the curved horns of some massive beast, and half his face was covered with a burnished gold mask that made him look less human, but more terrifying. 2 beautiful hairless women rode on either side of him, and Cyrus remembered legends of the fearsome twin sorceresses that accompanied General Utros. Huddled in their shadows, the hidden people were exhausted and battered after helping Nicci contain the Jis the night before. Many of them were weak from loss of blood, but they had survived the ordeal. Nicci was unconscious, recovering deep inside the palace. Because of her efforts to save the hidden people, Cyrus had begun to forgive her. She had indeed imprisoned the bloodthirsty Black Cloud, freeing them from their oppressive obligations. But she had also declared that the legendary Utros was an untrustworthy tyrant who meant only to conquer the old world. Cyrus didn't believe Nicci. She lied, and her lies uprooted all the beliefs that he and his followers held so dear. And now Utros had returned. Cyrus looked through the open windows. Open windows, even in the daylight. He watched the armored soldiers ride into the great plaza, saw the magnificent uniforms, banners with the flame symbol of the once great empire. Oh, this was a glorious day in many ways. "Hurry," Silas called his followers. "Take your swords and whatever armor we still have. To arms! We must show General Utros that we still remember, that we are worthy of him. Hurry!" 20 of his followers seized weapons from the stockpiles, battered helmets, ragtag breastplates, and capes, anything that would make them look impressive. They were pale from living in the shadows, and many had scabs and blood blisters from the attack of the Jis. Cyrus knew they must look horrific, but they could not wait. Utros was here. There would never be a better chance. He had lived all his days for this moment. Cyrus rallied his people. "Our general has returned at last. Run out to meet him." He grabbed his own sword, raised it, and ran out at the forefront. With a triumphant roar, unable to contain their exuberance at seeing the legend prove true at last, Cyrus and his followers surged out into the square. A door creaked open in a council building, and pale figures appeared. They wore sinister hooded gray robes, and all of them carried gleaming swords, scraps of armor obviously scavenged from elsewhere. "It is Utros," one of the strangers called. Figures rushed out of the building with furtive spider-like movements, like a small shouting army. They scuttled quickly, swirling their cloaks around them. Nearly 100 of them ran forward, raising their swords. "General Utros!" As soon as the first man charged into the dazzling sunlight, though, he staggered and shielded his eyes, swinging his blade in the air. The bright sun blinded them. The threatening army behind the first man also covered their faces with their hands and cringed from the light. But they blundered forward, all of them armed. Ava and Ruva reacted without waiting for orders from Utros. Seeing the danger to the general, they launched a burst of fire that engulfed the leading group of pale, threatening figures. Even as the flames incinerated the front ranks, the twin sorceresses followed with a bolt of lightning that blasted more of the intimidating figures. Ava sounded satisfied as the ominous people collapsed. "We will protect you, beloved Utros." Utros frowned at the blackened skeletons. "I wanted to know who they were. Why did they attack me?" From inside the ominous buildings, they heard more threatening movement. Multiple doors opening. Faces pressed against hidden peepholes, and muttering voices rose with an undertone of anger. Chapter 30. When Nathan's party reached the high pass of Col Adair, he felt a sense of purpose, if not triumph. With Nicci and Bannon, he had originally climbed the rugged mountains above the lands of the Scar, intent on reaching this singular pass. Prelate Verna had ridden beside him up the last rocky switchbacks until the glorious top of the pass unfolded before them. Nathan breathed hard in the thin air, but he couldn't seem to fill his lungs. General Zimmer and his soldiers gathered on the open tundra. A large rock cairn marked the high point of the pass, like a monument to fallen kings. But now they were quite far ahead of the enormous marching army. Zimmer called out, We rest here for an hour. Eat your food, drink your water. There will be plenty of streams on the other side. We need to keep moving toward Cliff Wall."
Amber and Peretta mingled with the Sisters of the Light, while Oliver shaded his eyes and squinted into the distance, as if amazed at how far he had come. Rendell hunched his head, the expansive panorama seemingly too much for him to endure. Captain Trevor said sadly, "The first time we reached this point, Wren dropped to his knees and kissed the stones. But on our way back, I don't think he paused to admire the view. He was so anxious to get home to Ildikar." Trevor heaved a sigh. Now he will never go home. The two Morazeth showed no discomfort from the brisk wind. They studied the steep route down the other side of the pass. "It looks like a rugged journey ahead," Lysa said. Nathan looked down the western slope to where he could see broken glaciers that had tumbled down in a recent avalanche.
"It will be a far more difficult route for that giant army. In many places, the soldiers will have to move single file. We'll pull even farther ahead."
He claimed a boulder for his seat and removed the lifebook from its pouch. With numb fingertips, he traced the leather cover. The book contained a chronicle of history and adventure, everything he had done since leaving the dark lands far to the north. He had filled many of the pages, and he could hardly believe all he had done and faced. Verna sat next to him on the large rock. "You've been here before, Nathan. What drew you to Coladair in the first place? Did you know what was on the other side? Were you looking for Ildikar?"
"Coladair was where I hoped to regain my gift," he said. "But it was just a step in a longer journey."
Now that he had discarded his stained wizard's robe in favor of more familiar black pants and ruffled shirt, he rested his hand on the ornate hilt of the sword. Nathan stroked his smooth chin.
"It was a prophecy of sorts."
"A prophecy?" Verna was surprised.
"You, of all people, know how misleading any prophecy can be, even back when prophecy still worked. All the forked paths, true ones and false ones." "Indeed, my dear prelate. That is why the Sisters of the Light locked me up for 1,000 years." He raised his eyebrows. "And look what good that did you. It only led to the ruin of the Palace of the Prophets, and caused great dismay to your entire order." He sniffed. "Serves you right. You should know what happens to anyone who attempts to thwart prophecy."
"Yet you came here yourself following a prophecy. Weren't you aware of the danger?"
"A desperate man will grasp at any hope, and a desperate wizard has ways to believe what he wishes to believe. Besides, my dear, I wasn't attempting to thwart prophecy, but to follow it."
He opened the lifebook, flipped back through the pages, ignoring his neat handwriting. On the very first page, he read lines in a different hand.
"This is what the witch woman wrote. We didn't know what it meant at the time." He ran his fingers along the words as he read them aloud. "Future and fate depend both on the journey and the destination. Coladair lies far to the south in the old world. From there, the wizard will behold what he needs to make himself whole again. And the sorceress must save the world." He paused. "My gift had abandoned me aboard the Wave Walker, you see. I couldn't perform even the slightest magic, not so much as a spark of flame in the palm of my hand. Red had written those lines while my gift was at full strength. Yet she knew somehow I would lose it." "If you're interpreting the words correctly," Verna said. "You, prophet, know that a reader reads the details of a premonition according to his own wishes." "I did know that, but I didn't remember it. I was convinced that once I reached Coladair, my gift would suddenly return, that I would achieve the end of my quest. But no, the words say only that I would behold what I needed." He looked eastward beyond the pass. "And from here, through a trick of a mirage, we saw Ildikar, far away, shimmering as the shroud of eternity flickered. That is why we headed there, and eventually I did indeed get what I needed. The heart of a wizard." Nathan suddenly winced as pain shot through his chest. Ivan's heart beat harder, pounding as if trying to break free of his ribcage, fighting back against its new owner. Verna saw his grimace. "What is wrong? I've seen you rub your chest before. Does your heart still bother you?" "The heart is not entirely mine." He gave her a wan grin. "At least, that is what Chief Handler Ivan seems to think." Loosening the laces among the ruffles of his shirt, he tugged open the front to reveal the long white scar on his breastbone. "This was where Fleshmancer Andre tore out my heart and replaced it with Ivan's to give me back my gift. Andre wasn't sure the scheme would work, and I'm quite certain that Ivan had no wish to participate." He tugged the laces tight against the chill breezes on the pass. "It wasn't my choice either, but I had tried everything else. A prophet without prophecy and a wizard without the gift. I felt quite useless, Verna." He wondered whether he had ever used her first name before. "At the time, I accepted what I had to do, and now there is no reason to second-guess it. I do have my gift back, and I will fight against the enemies of the land. That is all I can do." Verna placed a comforting hand on his knee. "And what does the rest of the prophecy mean? And the sorceress must save the world." "That part is for Nicci, I believe, but she's been doing that all along." After a brief rest, the company moved on down the western slope. The lead horse picked their way in single file along the rougher and more jumbled terrain. In many places, the road had been damaged, strewn with fallen boulders, or swept away by sheets of ice and snow. Holding on to the saddle horn, Zimmer rocked back and forth as his horse traversed the uneven ground. He glanced back over his shoulder. "Our avalanche certainly caused a lot of damage, Prelate." Nathan raised his eyebrows. "Your avalanche?" "You'll see soon enough," Verna said, as the first line of horses picked their way across an angled white field. Dislodged pebbles and ice chunks still pattered down the slopes. Though Nathan felt uneasy about the unstable terrain, he could only imagine how difficult this passage would be for many thousands of marching men in full armor. By the time they reached Cliffwall, their small group should be a week or more ahead of the main army. As the party veered around the broad fan of a fresh jumbled snowfield, Nathan realized the white blocks were studded with dark forms, a glint of polished armor, the sharp edge of a shield. A gauntleted hand reached out of the frozen mass. As the company approached, cawing ravens took wing from their feast of frozen meat. "Those are bodies." Nathan realized just how many corpses there were. Not just hundreds, but thousands. Dear spirits. "One of General Utros's expeditionary armies," Verna said. "We found them camped just below Col Adair, beneath the heavy glaciers." Zimmer pulled up to a halt beside them. "We estimated they were 10,000 men marching in the general direction of Cliffwall. We stopped them." Amber, Peretta, and Oliver called out as they stopped by the edge of the avalanche field. "Some of the ice melted, but the bodies are still frozen." "Not so frozen that the crows can't eat them," Peretta said. "By summer, all these bones will be picked clean." Nathan tried to grasp what he was seeing. "What did you do? How did you cause this?" Verna seemed quite pleased with herself. "Wren was the only wizard among us, but there were Sisters of the Light, and many gifted Cliffwall scholars. Together we used magic to melt the ice in strategic places, which lubricated the glacier sheets. Gravity did the rest." She shrugged as if it had been a simple exercise. At the edge of the ice field, Nathan stared at the innumerable buried bodies, the armor, helmets, and the exposed faces with pecked skin. The Morazeth nodded with admiration. 10,000? Thorne asked. "An impressive score," Lysa added. Nathan turned to the prim prelate, seeing Verna in an entirely different light. "I had no idea you were so bloodthirsty, my dear." "I can be, when it's necessary." "Yes, I suppose you can. I have seen you do many hard things over the years." Nathan and the prelate had an often contentious relationship, She considered him dangerous due to his gift of prophecy, and after he'd escaped from the palace of the prophets, she had tried to hunt him down. Nathan had only wanted his freedom, living his life for the first time, even though he was already 1,000 years old. He had indeed found adventure and love more than once. He sighed. After Clarissa was killed, I was so angry at you that I broke your jaw. Verna hung her head. I am sorry about that. You're sorry. I'm the one who smashed you in the face. Many things were different then. It healed. Nathan thought of beautiful, innocent Clarissa, and then Prelate Anne, whom he had also loved. And much more recently, there was Elsa, who had sacrificed herself in a blaze of glory with her transference magic. Not everything heals completely. He kicked at the armored glove of a body that was buried in ice and snow. Without gloating further over the massacre, he and his companions moved on toward Cliffwall.